So we'll call this to order at 9:18 a.m. And I'm going to call for the invocation. And please stand for our prayer. And then please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and to the Texas flags. And Commissioner Chesney, would you lead us in the invocation this morning?
Yes,
Thank you,
ma'am.
sir.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, we are so grateful to be here today. We are so thankful to have woken up this morning to realize that you have given us another day on this earth, and we are grateful for that, and we thank you for that. We thank you for all the blessings that you have put in this world and given us in Nueces County and in this great state and in this great country. Lord, we ask that you will hold those in your arms that have been affected by COVID, who have lost loved ones, and to remember that we know that this is not over and that we must continue to take good care and great care of our citizenry. Lord, again, we thank you for all that you've done for us, for all that you've given us. We ask you today to bless this court and all that those that are coming before this court, and to let us all remember that we are here to serve you and to serve those we are elected to serve. We ask these things in your Son's name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Okay. Go ahead and proceed, Ms. Rebecca, with our safety briefing. Oh, forgive me. Let me do a little housekeeping. I did say the time is 9:18 a.m. It is March the 10th, 2021. We're at the Nueces County Courthouse on the third floor in the Nueces County Courtroom, and I do certify that all commissioners are here and present, and therefore a quorum has been established. Please proceed, Rebecca, with our safety briefing.
Thank you. Our safety briefing for today, March 10th, is being held in the Nueces County Commissioners Courtroom. The restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the third floor, atrium past the Human Resources Office. There is a fire extinguisher located at the rear of the courtroom and also 5 additional fire extinguishers located throughout the atrium area. In the event of a cardiac emergency, an AED is located on the right wall next to the Human Resources Office. Participant for today who will be responsible for dialing 911 will be Connie. Participants CPR certified in attendance is Dale. And remember, anyone can render aid. In the event of an evacuation, our egress route will be slowly down the atrium stairs, proceeding out the doors located on the La Pan Street side of the courthouse and assemble in the parking lot across the street. And it is important to stay together. And I hear y'all had one last Commissioners Court, and I hope that went smoothly for you guys. Should there be a need to shelter in place, depending upon the severity of the shelter in place, the courtroom double doors will be secured and remain secure until given further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or other law enforcement agencies. Our guest sanitizer for the day will be Michael. Our safety topic for the month of March is Nueces County Workmen's Compensation. We have new policies for the workmen's compensation process since Texas Mutual Insurance Company became our provider in January of 2020. Supervisors, if your employee has an accident, please go to the intranet for the forms that are titled Workmen's Compensation Packet. If you have any questions at all, please contact the Risk Management Office. I still have departments handing in incomplete paperwork, possibly going to the wrong provider for services, etc. Any delays in this process affects the employee's speedy return to recovery and to full duty. And this concludes our risk management safety briefing for today.
Thank you so much. Very well done.
Thank you.
We'll move to public comment, Tyner, and I don't see anybody's hands up. I actually recognize the participants. But we will call for all public comment at this time and ask if you are attending online, if you would indicate by raising your hand, we will call upon you. In addition, we'll be looking out in the courtroom and also in the hallway for those that have signed up in person, and that list is making its way towards me right now. Thank you, Tyner. Okay, so we have actually quite a few. And so we'll go ahead and call on, and it looks like the last name is Palmer, but I want to double check. Is it Michael Palmer? Number 1. On deck is Michelle Putman. Michelle Putman. And then Flo, you'll be number 3, so you'll be right after Michelle. Good morning, sir. Feel free to take the mic, and just because it's important for the clerk, if you would, we've already said your name, but if you would go ahead and self-identify, that would be helpful.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am an Assistant DA, Michael Palmer. I'm assigned to the 148 District Court here in Nueces County, and I handle all felony cases M through C. I'm here to discuss the proposed raise for a non-licensed administrator, a person who would be scheduling majority trials. And I'm just here to say that I think it's wrong that you want to give a raise to this person and pay her more than you would the person who might be trying that capital murder case. We work hard. I know we don't have jury trials right now, but we all do motion to revoke cases. We're in court. We continue to serve the citizens of Nueces County. And I would just ask, if you're going to give a raise to one person, you give a raise to all. And I also want to let you know that the TV out there is not working.
Oh, thank you. That part I can comment on and would ask
TV is
that.
working, the city is not broadcasting, I'm contacting them
I'm
now.
sorry. Let me just announce to the public that the city is not broadcasting and that we will make the city aware of that issue immediately. But thank you for raising it. Please continue.
And that's all I have. I'm proud to serve the citizens of Nueces County. I appreciate the work that you're all doing. I'm just here this morning to let you know that I would like for you to treat all employees the same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will call on Michelle Putman next.
Good morning, Commissioners and County Judge Canales. My name is Michelle Putman. I am the intake chief in the Nueces County District Attorney's Office. I am here today to also speak about the agenda item dealing with the reclassification for the court administrator. I am not here to say that you shouldn't grant that. I think you should. In fact, I think you should pay every Nueces County employee what they're worth. But I'm here today to talk about what I know specifically, and that's the District Attorney's Office. I have worked in this office for almost 10 years now. And year after year, I know we come before this court and beg for raises for our attorneys. Nueces County has notoriously and horrendously been underpaid when it comes to the assistant district attorneys. It makes it near impossible to attract and retain talented and experienced lawyers. In fact, just a week or two ago, we offered a 15-year prosecutor a felony spot in our office. She had to decline because it would be a $20,000 pay cut for her to take that spot. I also want to talk specifically about our child abuse prosecutors. They are classified at 35s. They are responsible for handling physical and sexual abuse of children cases and seeking justice in those cases. These are the people who have to prosecute the stepfather who sexually assaults his stepdaughter every night for years. These are the people who have to prosecute the mom and the boyfriend that beat the 4-year-old son to death. So the next time our office comes forward and asks for raises, I hope that you follow your common sense and your conscience that these lawyers should be paid at least, if not more, than a court administrator with no license. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Putman.
Thank you, Ms. Putman.
Flo East. You know what, Flo? I'm going to do a little bit of, are you in a big hurry? Let me have you wait, because what you're about to talk about is very different as you've signed up than everybody else, and I'd like to give honor to both subject matters. Let's continue with 3D2. Everybody else is signed up for that, and Doug Norman.
Good morning, Your Honor, Commissioners. May I begin?
Yes, sir, you may.
I won't repeat what others will be saying today, but I would like to add something that perhaps has not been adequately considered. Because of the present COVID restrictions, of course, we're not having jury trials right now. What that means is there is going to be a huge backlog of trials coming up in the next 6 months, a year. What you will expect from your prosecutors is going to be literally horrendous. They're going to have to work, night and day to get rid of this backlog, to try cases back to back when this comes down. I think you're going to want motivated prosecutors at that time. This is not, by the way, as I'm sure you're aware, unique to Nueces County. Other counties in Texas are going to have that same flood of cases coming. They're going to have need of additional prosecutors because there will be huge numbers of cases being tried once the courts go back into their regular mode. If you can imagine, our prosecutors, if they're not paid a competitive salary, are probably going to be, many of them, coaxed away by other counties which need prosecutors too. And if you can imagine the backlog, the amount of work they'll have, if they're not being paid adequately, they'll be leaving, and there'll be even fewer prosecutors to prosecute that backlog. Please consider that, because that could have a huge impact on our community and our ability to deal with this backlog and the criminal cases that are inevitably going to have to be tried in the next 6 months, year. Who knows how long it will take us to get out from under this huge amount of cases. And I would just like you to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is Tara. Is it pronounced Titson? Titson. Welcome, Tara.
Thank you. May I begin?
Yes, you may proceed.
My name is Tara Zitzen, and I am an assistant district attorney here in Nueces County. We all became aware of the proposal for the increase in the salary of the court administrator yesterday evening. And I'm just here to say that as a prosecutor, we don't do it for the money. We don't do it for the recognition. We do it because we love what we do and we want to help our law enforcement agencies fight crime. And we work alongside the sheriff's office and the police department to do that. We work long hours. A lot of us work nights, we work weekends. And like Mr. Norman said, when the backlog of cases hits, it's only going to be more intense. We are dedicated attorneys who are committed to public service, and we're not asking for the world. We're just asking to be paid what we are worth. We do have a problem retaining attorneys in our office because Nueces County is one of the lowest paid counties in the state of Texas. There are prosecutors that have been here for years. I myself was here in 2015 and I've been back again for about a year, but there are prosecutors that have been in this office for years without any sort of salary increase, without any sort of raise. And again, if we wanted to be rich, we'd be personal injury attorneys or corporate attorneys. We do it because we love what we do and we care about the people in this community. And all we're asking for is consideration to be treated fairly and to be paid what we are worth. And I just ask you to consider that and consider the immense backlog that we will be facing when the pandemic is over and when jury trials pick back up. We'll all be here working day and night and weekends and long hours, and we don't ask for much. We just want to be paid what we're worth. Thank you.
Thank you. Will Greenlee?
Good morning.
Good
My name
morning.
is Will Greenlee. I'm an assistant district attorney with the Nueces County District Attorney's Office. I am president of the criminal law section of the Corpus Christi Bar Association, and as of 2 months ago, I am a homeowner in Nueces County. I am here today in regards to the proposed pay increase of the court administrator, and I am asking each and every one of you to vote no. Let me be clear though, I do not know if this person deserves a pay raise. What I do know is optics and talent. Each of you know the budget. You know how underpaid this district attorney's office is. This county sets its priorities by its budget. If prosecuting criminals is a priority, then it should show in the budget. What is a priority here before the court today? A single bureaucrat proposed to make $30,000 more than a starting attorney going to trial on an assault family violence case where somebody has been beat to a pulp. I love trial. To be an effective prosecutor, you have to love trial. As it stands, the district attorney's office is unable to effectively cultivate and retain talented trial attorneys because of our budget. When an experienced felony prosecutor who has been at our office for half a decade can leave and get a misdemeanor position in another county and make more money, we do not have the ability to be an effective district attorney's office. The citizens of Nueces County, each time that happens, loses an effective advocate for the victims here. And we're losing that person because of the budget priorities of this court. A meaningful change and a signal to the citizens, to the victims, to the potential criminals of this county is for the court to make it a priority to increase the budget of each and every one of the prosecutors within the district attorney's office, and only then to make it a priority to raise the salary for these bureaucratic positions. I am also specifically asking for the ability for our office to be able to make offers to people who have taken the bar exam and are awaiting results. Because of our inability to do that, we have lost talented individuals to other counties where it is a normal practice to be able to do that. I am asking for each of you to consider that, and I await your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have Mr. Winston Griner. Winston, is that how you pronounce your last name? Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor and Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Winston Griner. I'm an Assistant District Attorney for Nueces County. I'm here to discuss the proposal for the court administrator raise. It took a tremendous sacrifice for me to become an ADA. I took on more debt than I'm comfortable discussing. My career depended on whether I could pass the bar exam. If I could go back, I would do it all again to be able to serve this community. That's why it's disheartening to know that even if I were promoted twice more, I would not make the amount being proposed today. I just ask that we take this all into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Angelica Hernandez? Just give us a moment. That happens to me all the time, too. No worries?
It's God calling.
Okay. Please
Good-
proceed.
Good morning, Your Honor, Commissioners. May I proceed, Judge?
You may.
We became aware of the agenda item late yesterday afternoon, and as a result, I communicated with the prosecutors regarding the proposed pay increase. I think you all sat up and have taken notice of the prosecutors and the passion that they have for what they do. Will Greenlee took the felony 5 juvenile position that you created. I think we created it maybe a few weeks ago, and he's now in Court 5. And he is at a pay group 35. So right now, the court administrator already makes what my felony 5 is making. And what we have seen is that where we can't offer the pay that other jurisdictions can, and we know we're underpaid because I don't know how much you spent on that compensation study last year, but I know that compensation study came back and told you how woefully underpaid our office was, and yet the budget did not reflect a single one of their recommendations, not for our office. But what this does is it slaps in the face every one of these felony prosecutors. All we have to offer them is morale. That's all we have. Keep your head up. Keep doing what you do. It's a thankless job, but you need to continue to fight every single day. Yes, I know we're asking a lot. It's on your backs to make the CGIS numbers go down. It's on your back to make sure we keep getting grant. You need to come in on the weekends, on Saturdays and Sundays, and dismiss cases so we can get those numbers down. Prep your witnesses when you can. If it's 8 o'clock at night or 9 o'clock at night, jury trials are fixing to start. You need to get it done. Every single one of them complies without question. And then to see on an agenda item that my highest paid prosecutor, which is a felony 6, is going to be paid less than a non-licensed court administrator, it is not right, it is not fair, it is not just. So if you choose to approve this, and don't get me wrong, I know how it works. I know the Board of Judges has a say in this too. I know that every district court judge up there has a say in whether or not this happens too. And we'll be looking to them for the same reaction. But what I'm saying is, if you're going to do it for one who doesn't carry near the load that they carry, the hundreds and thousands of cases on their dockets, then you need to do for all. Because enough is enough in Nueces County. Too many times a supervisor gets a pay increase and no one else does. And we have to stop that bureaucratic mess, and we have to value our people. And not just in our office, the district clerk's office, they're under tremendous pressure right now. Your tax assessor collector's office, your county clerk's office. We come here as the district attorney's office, but we speak for all the employees in all the departments, and we request that you treat us fairly and equally. It would be disparate in income. There is no way anyone should be proposing this. It is absolutely disparate. It doesn't match the education requirements, it doesn't match the skill level, and it doesn't match the expectation. So I would ask that if you're going to do this pay increase for this one court administrator, that you increase the pay of every line prosecutor and every supervisor in the DA's office to match, because what I show is a 43% pay increase for this one employee since 2017. Name one other department that has had a 43% increase. She went from a 28 to a 37 since 2017. That is 9 pay groups. I couldn't even get y'all to give me one. Mark and I came and asked you to just increase our prosecutors by one group, and we were declined. That is 9 pay group increases since 2017. It is not right. It is not fair. We stand in solidarity to continue the work we do, and we'll continue to do it, but we ask that you treat us equally.
Thank you. Allison Skipper? Followed by Lindsay Rodriguez, if you'll prepare.
If I may,
You may, thank you.
good morning all. There's a lot that's already been said, and I won't waste your time by rehashing it. I'm going to treat this like a court hearing and stick to the facts that I know personally about me. I've been an attorney for about 12 years, licensed for 12 years. I moved here about 5 years ago. I came to work for Nueces County. I absolutely loved the job as a prosecutor, but I couldn't make it on the salary. I was not making enough to support my family. I had to get an undergraduate degree for 4 years. I went to Baylor, and I also had to go to law school for 3 years. I went to St. Mary's. In addition to that, I chose, this isn't required for my position by any means, but I chose to get a master's degree actually in human genetics, which tends to help quite a bit in my particular area. That's a lot of money. I pay hundreds of dollars in student debt a month. I'm pretty sure they're still going to be taking it out of my paycheck when I'm dead. I don't think I'm ever going to pay it off. The last time we came here and asked for a pay increase, just a little bit, like Angelica said, they reminded us that if we worked here for 10 years for a subpar salary, then maybe we could get student forgiveness for federal loans from the government. And that's just not enough. So I had to leave, and I went out to the private sector, and I came back because I love this job so much. And I've ended up in the job of Child Protection Unit Prosecutor. Now, I, along with my partner of sorts, Elizabeth Tagle, she handles 4 of the courts, and I handle 4 of the courts. And it's not the kind of job you leave at work. I have to deal with the anal, oral, and genital rape of children. I've become intimately acquainted with all the different tests they do. I know way more than I did 3 months ago. I have children of my own, so obviously I got to flip that switch so it doesn't hit me hard. And I am constantly thinking about my job. I wake up at night and I check my cases. I make sure there's not a hearing. I read a file, and then I can't sleep because it's not the sort of thing you sleep after reading. It's not the kind of job you leave here at the workplace. It consumes your life. I basically am my job. And I know that Elizabeth Tagle feels the same way. She's been doing this job for 3 years. I've only been in it for 3 months, and it is really tough. I'm a felony 5, which means I'm at pay group 35 apparently. I make several $1,000s less than $80,000 a year. I struggle. My husband's a child protective services attorney. He's also chosen to serve the public sector. Neither of us make a lot of money as government lawyers. And I must admit that I was surprised and a little disappointed when I heard that a position where somebody doesn't even need to have all the degrees and the debt that I have and to deal with all of the horrible parts of humanity that we have to look at has had such enormous pay raises and a better right to basically live and be comfortable and make a living for their family in this county than me. It doesn't seem fair. And I think a lot of my other prosecutors in the office feel the same. I'm not a political creature. I'm not here to tell you how to vote. I'm not here to tell you what to do. But I am here to tell you that it hurts us when decisions like that are made and people leave. We've lost a lot of talent. Friends of mine have left because there were better offers from traffic courts in other smaller counties. It's ridiculous. And because of that, the community isn't being as well served. Crimes aren't being prosecuted the way they should be because we're just losing people. And so for that reason, if this honorable commission court decides to approve this pay raise, I would ask that y'all consider it for us too, because we also work hard and we also care about the community. And I know that y'all care about us too, and that's why I'm asking you to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person that signed up for public comment is Lindsay Rodriguez. And Rachel McAlowitz, you're on deck.
Hello, Your Honor and County Court Commissioners. I am Assistant District Attorney Lindsay Rodriguez, and I am currently assigned to County Court 1. I am here to speak in regards to the pay increase of the court administrator. I will one day become a felony 5 and a felony 6 prosecutor, and when I do so, I do hope that I am compensated according to my worth. I do wish that the whole Nueces County District Attorney's Office and my fellow colleagues are compensated according to their worth. We are in charge of the prosecution of all crimes in Nueces County, and specifically violent crimes. And I do hope that when you do make your decision today, you do consider investing in the safety of Nueces County and the Nueces County District Attorney's Office. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel? Rachel, have I pronounced your name correctly? Mike Clavis. Yes. Thank you for correcting me and the record. I'll remember it from now on.
May I proceed?
You may.
I have been a prosecutor for 5 years. 3.5 of that has been here in Nueces County. I am the most senior prosecutor in my court. That also makes me, at 3.5 years here, one of the oldest attorneys this office has. That is not okay. And that is down to the budget policies affecting retention. We have prosecutors handling the most serious cases who have a year experience. And you have to ask yourselves, is that what you want going forward? Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. I have 3 other items on public comment. I don't see any online. I was going to invite the folks that came to speak here to stay, and I will advance the item because I feel odd that in public comment, we cannot speak back to you, but when the item comes forward, then we can address it. And I feel that as any good lawyers, you have brought up some important issues. You should get to hear how we feel. And also as lawyers, I know that you understand that you have not heard our side of the story, nor have you had all the facts. Based on your own comments, I can tell that you would be, I think that you would appreciate hearing some of the tools that we have. Well, I just feel like you would appreciate more information, and I think we can give you more information. So I think that's going to be important. So I'm going to invite all of you to either enter the courtroom, social distance appropriately, or stand outside. I will say I have a little bit of housekeeping to do before I get to 3D2, but I will advance that as our first item. I do have 3 more public comments, and I'd like to proceed with George Rosas. George Rosas. Okay. Dale, you signed up, and Flo, I'm going to end with Flo because it's a completely different theme altogether. Thank you. Dale, is your theme, you did not give me a subject matter.
It's not on the agenda, Your Honor. I was, last court, y'all talked about the capital improvement program. Unfortunately, I was not here. I've got some additional items to add to this. I know we're in the process of talking about issuing some debt issuance for the county, and you're planning on what to do this. When we had a meeting with the engineers that put together the capital improvement program, we had talked about our software and needing to implement a change of the software. And they did put that in, and when I saw the agenda and I watched it online, I saw that was not included in this. However, we've just been notified by our current software company that our software has end of life of 2023. Now, end of life means that we will no longer have that service, which means we have to move balances. Now, yeah, this is 2 years from now. However, working with several people that I've talked to, it takes anywhere from 9 to 18 months to move the data. So that kind of pushes it forward. So it gives us like a 6-month period to try to find a rightful software company. And you think a software company for accounting software would be all, we have plenty to choose from, but we don't. We're in the process of trying to find some, and working with, talking to a few people and knowing what we did for when we moved from our current mainframe software to Tyler, that cost anywhere from about $5 to $7 million. And I've been told that our software migration, because the amount of data in payroll by itself, would be anywhere from $3 to $5 million. I just want to just ask, when y'all consider the debt issuance that you have planned, can you bring this up to incorporate this software as funding possibilities coming up forward? That's all I want to be in.
I'll just note it, and we'll address it at the appropriate time to come back with you. Mr. Rosas. Thank you, Dale. I've marked you off here. Mr. George Rosas, we recognize you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Judge.
Yes.
Kind of nervous. I'm here to ask you about the mandate on the masks, and what was your reasoning behind that, ma'am?
In public comment, Mr. Rosas, I don't, we just hear from you, and we don't visit, but I'll go ahead and break the rule. We haven't voted on masks yet. It's going to happen today.
Okay, but I'm interested in the reason why you put it in the paper, though. You did say that you were in favor of it.
I'm going to address that momentarily. We welcome you to stay here. I can't address you right this minute, but I'm going to be able to address you.
That's fine.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. Please tell us anything you want to say about the subject matter.
Right now?
Sure.
Well, I think it's too soon to ask us not to wear the mask, because things are not getting better. They're just holding right now. And if we open up the mandate for masks, that everybody shouldn't have to wear them, it's going to cause a lot of problems in the community with people that are forced not to wear them or wear them, and it's going to cause a conflict and a lot of problems.
Yes.
But I wear my mask all the time. Sometimes I forget, and I take my mask to bed before I realized I had to remove them. But I'm not in favor of a mandate to.
So you're in favor of your
Wearing the
testimony
mask
is to wear masks?
Yes, ma'am.
I understand
Yes, I
now. Okay, thank you. I'm going to invite you to stay so you can hear the discussion.
I'll stay.
It helps with the confusion sometimes.
Okay, well, thank you for
Thank
allowing
you.
me to say something.
Of
anyway.
course.
Appreciate it.
Of
Thank you.
course, thank you.
God bless you.
You as well. Okay, that now concludes the subject matters that I have listed, and I'll call upon Flo East, who's here to talk about a public comment on NCJLS.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Flo East, 1605 Yorktown. Judge Canales and Commissioners, thank you for letting us do this. I'm here to say thank you for supporting the Nueces County Junior Livestock Show this year. We had a great show, and it's because of the county that you got behind us. You helped us understand what we needed to do to be successful, and we were. I have 3 handouts that you can look at, and I'm not going to go through them. It's about our entries for the year and our champion sale history. And I added the Kyle McManus, our extension agent for 4-H. He's been going to the out-of-county shows, and I wanted you to see how many kiddos were pursuing out-of-county to Houston, San Antonio, Austin, the Valley. Words cannot express to your team, Edward Herrera, Michael, they were such an asset, and it just went so smooth. We were like, wow, I think we even learned a whole lot of things this year to do differently to make it even better next year. So COVID did not stop us, and once again, thank you, everyone, so much. And Judge, I dropped off a box of thank you letters from 2 years ago that we've had out at the show office from kiddos that wanted to express how much they appreciated you supporting the show.
Thank you.
So, thank you, and we will see you later. Bye.
Thank you so much. And Tyner, I'll ask you to take this back, but I believe that does conclude our public comment.
That's correct, unless Judge Missy Maderi joined. I don't know if she's here for the item or public comment. That's the only person I
Okay.
don't know.
I think she's just listening in.
Okay.
And also, for the clerk, I think there's a few that might, the writing is a little tricky, but. So at this time, I'm going to ask that we've got all our general information reports, and I won't lie to you, they're not, quick reports. I mean, so I think that in the effort that I did see, although I don't know if they all left or not, the county attorneys, the district attorneys, deputy? They are present in the hallway. Okay, so then I'm going to go ahead and advance. Let's just do, is there anybody here that's here for Teen Dating Violence Prevention Month or National Social Worker Month? Let's
Yeah,
go ahead and do those.
they're outside.
Okay, if the DAs will just bear with us, let's do the acceptance of the minutes first. Item number G, I have February 10th, 19th, 24th, minutes all for your review, that were available for your review, and now I ask for a motion for approval. Thank you, Commissioner. How about a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, that's 10, 19, and 24. And now we'll look for H1, the proclamation for National Social Worker Month, and that's why I saw Miss Rebecca in the hallway. Thank you for representing social services. Tyner, will you please take over?
Yes, Judge. The theme is social workers are essential. Whereas the social work profession for decades has been dedicated to improving well-being and enhancing the basic needs of all people, especially the most vulnerable among us. Whereas this year's Social Work Month theme, Social Workers Are Essential, embodies the heroic contributions of the social work profession to our nation, including the work social workers have done to heal our nation during these times of pandemic, racial unrest, economic uncertainty, and political divisiveness. Whereas social workers have always been present in times of crisis, helping people overcome issues such as death and grief, and helping people in communities recover from natural disasters such as floods, fires, and hurricanes. Whereas social workers have helped this nation live up to its values by successfully advocating for equal rights for all people. Whereas the social work profession is one of the fastest growing professions in the United States, with nearly 800,000 people expected to be employed as social workers by 2028. Whereas social workers work in all parts of our society to empower people to live to their fullest potential. Whereas social workers played a key role in this nation's response to COVID-19 in helping individuals, families, and communities cope with the pandemic. Whereas social workers for generations have advocated for positive changes that have made our society a better place to live, such as social safety net programs that help ameliorate hunger, homelessness, and poverty. Whereas social workers will continue to stand ready to assist our nation in overcoming present and future challenges. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, in recognition of the numerous contributions made by America's social workers, proclaim the month of March 2021 as National Social Worker Month and call upon all citizens to join in celebration and support of the social work profession.
It's a great resolution. I'd like to make the motion for approval. Second, Commissioner Modis, and the discussion will invite Rebecca Rock, our own Social Services Department head, to share a few words, and then if there's any discussion or comments you all would like to make, Commissioners, I would invite you to do so. Welcome, Rebecca.
Thank you, Judge. Hello, Commissioners. I just want to thank you for your continued support. Thank you. We do have a team of 6 social workers in our office that are all licensed, and we've all been responding one way or another to everything that's happened this year. For us, it's been a little bit difficult not being as social as we're used to. I would like to thank Lance's team and all the IT support they gave us so that we could get up and running and still help the Nueces County residents during this time. One other person I'd like to just give a shout out to, I'm sure you all know her, Jana Shu with 211.
Oh, yeah.
She's been my social work colleague for years and years and keeps us updated on things going on in the community around the state. So we appreciate all the effort she's put into this as well. And that's all. Just thank you for your continued support, and we're going to keep working at it.
And let me just say, you understate the work that you guys have been tasked with this past year. Your work is always difficult. You deal with the most vulnerable of the vulnerables, and yet we seem to require more of you and your staff. It seems that the theme today will be value, and you need to know, because now I can speak freely, how much emergency management has valued social services, and it's you, your entire staff. We've asked you to do things that we never thought we would ask of anybody. And for that, I ask a little forgiveness, because we just found ourselves in such difficult scenarios. And yet you might have paused, you might have asked us to consider options. You gave us options, and you helped us create better management and better operation plans, many of which are being actually enacted as we speak for our future. But through it all, you never really complained. And I think it'll go down in sort of the I know and you know and they who know what an incredible humanitarian effort was tackled. I really want you to know that. I hope that we get to write it down for others.
Well, thank you, Judge. Thank you for that.
It's just an incredible thing, and I hate to break it to everybody, but until I can get a new team in, for it to give you a break, we're rolling on Thursday.
Yes, I heard. But we were able to include Commissioner Modis's intern in
Yes,
one of
that
our
was
operations,
great.
and I have her number.
Oh,
so,
can we have her
I'll
Thursday?
be calling her, yes. And I have 2 social workers involved with Commissioner Gonzalez's IRT
Yes.
program going on out there, and we're in the behavioral science group. So we're working on all kinds of things, and
Yeah.
of course, like you said,
It's
it's
morphed.
new things that we never thought we'd be doing.
Right. There's no doubt. And you also tackle so much of when we get calls, just so you know, it's not just they're from the winter storm. We field calls that people say, well, send that to the city. Well, you know what? Sometimes if you send it to the city or to another organization, then that person feels despair. And that person feels like nobody will help them. And so I just want you to know, I think our Nueces County Social Services goes above and beyond. And there's going to be a huge effort, it'll be mentioned in Melissa's report, about the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. We are going to share this with you, but social services will have another team, a professional team, to help us administer the Emergency Rental Assistance Program that the state of Texas has given to us, and we're fiduciaries for. And you'll hear more about it. But again, social services has taken a huge role in the pandemic and in the winter storm, and of course, in the hurricane that we experienced last July. So, not to mention all the, what we call the regular good work. So, thank you. All those would like to echo, we welcome it at this time.
We do appreciate everything you've done, Rebecca. Y'all have been great as far as, I've witnessed several of the
Commissioner.
vaccination clinics, and y'all have just been fantastic, and I know you've been out there yourself doing it, so thank you very much. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you. You're on duty too on Thursday. It's at Church Unlimited.
Okay,
You're
good.
part of our team.
We'll find a job, we'll find a job
We
for you.
just got that confirmed. We were going to tell you, but since you're
Perfect. What time?
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock, okay.
Thank you, sir. You see how easy we can recruit, Rebecca? Commissioner Modis.
Sure. Thank you, Rebecca, for all the work you do. I mean, just to be able to have a department that handles servicing the community, and we know that it, as you've demonstrated, it's a wide variety of services. It's not just the typical anymore. It's the emergency management. It's the vaccine rollout. It's all of that. And so we thank you for that. And of course, celebrating all of the social workers. We know I have a lot of social workers in my family, and so I know that they always look forward to March because it's truly a celebration. I know you all have different events and gatherings and just conferences that you're able to celebrate the profession and each other. And then, of course, my work previously with CPS, and hearing one of the speakers earlier in public comment, talking about those that are working in child rescuing, basically, or helping the most vulnerable children and adults with child protective, adult protective, those in nonprofits that start up their own or join nonprofits that are existing, and of course the administration part of it that I support when we get those master level students coming in from the MSW program from A&M Kingsville. I really appreciate that every semester for the last few years we've had at least one social work intern in the office, and it's great to have them there because especially right now it's an exciting time in that they're able to really kind of get away from the same old just kind of public policy part of what we do, and just to see the public and community response and be able to help that way. So I can't guarantee that I will get my intern there, but definitely will make them aware, and please reach out to them because I know that Angie was really excited about helping last week, and so we hope that she can help again between now and May before she leaves. So thank you all for your work.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Rebecca, I also want to repeat myself. I had a few calls during the freeze, and they were asking for help. They didn't have water, they needed assistance. So I referred them to your office, and they called back. They said they got the help they needed.
Good.
So for that, I want to tell you thank you very much to you and your crew.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I want to say thank you, Rebecca, for everything. Also for allowing those people to be part of the IRT team. I think they're doing a wonderful job. And I just want to thank your whole department. You and I talked about it about a week ago, and I really commend you for what you guys are doing and going above and beyond. So keep up the good work. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. We have a proclamation to present to you, and if you would, I'll put my mask on, and if you would approach, I'll hand this to you, and it's a small token, but I think the words are very meaningful, and we hope that you'll share it with your staff. It's signed by all of us and attested by the clerk. Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
And at this time, Tyner, the next, we have somebody representing Teen Dating Violence Prevention Month. Of course, I would imagine that the DAs would all be representing in this regard, but would you like to proceed? And then I will ask somebody, here they come.
Yes, Judge, we have people from the Purple Door.
Wonderful.
We heard some of this before. We had a little scheduling issue, but we have a larger crew today.
Yes, we're happy to have them. Welcome, ladies. Welcome.
And I'll go ahead and begin, Judge.
Please.
Whereas the establishment of Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month benefits young people, their families, schools, and communities, regardless of socioeconomic status, gender, sexual orientation, or ethnicity. Whereas 1 in 3 adolescent girls in the United States have experienced physical, emotional, or verbal abuse from a dating partner, such far exceeding victimization rates for other types of violence affecting youth. Whereas nearly 50% of teens who experience dating violence report that incidents of abuse took place in a school building or on school grounds. Whereas only 33% of teens who experience dating violence in their relationship are more likely to experience a decline in their mental health, suicide ideation, and engage in illegal substance abuse. Whereas everyone has the right to a safe and healthy relationship and to be free from abuse. Whereas the Purple Doors Initiative, Lose the Ribbon, Prevention is Action, seeks to promote and foster safe and healthy teen dating relationships free from abuse. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that it is supportive of the Purple Doors Initiative, Lose the Ribbon, Prevention is Action, to end teen dating violence. All citizens are encouraged to support and model healthy relationships for the next generation and to learn ways to be involved by following the Purple Door on Facebook and Instagram at Purple Door TX.
Thank you for that. I'll take a motion to approve such resolution. Thank you. I heard a motion, and I'm sure there's a second on both sides, actually. You can. And at this time, we'd love for the Purple Door to recognize their staff and members that you brought with you here.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jasmine Pineda, and I'm a community educator within the Purple Door. I was here for the last proclamation reading as well. I just want to go ahead and just kind of go over some of the services we do offer the youth here. As a youth educator, I do go ahead and do youth presentations to schools in the CCISD and surrounding areas, really the 12 county area of the coastal bend, as well as we do lunch campaigns to go ahead and try to go in and get these kids while they're at the lunch times, making it a bit more comfortable for them to come up, maybe ask some of these questions, as well as to do a lot of parent presentations, because a lot of times these parents aren't aware of these red flags or these signs that these students are going through a problematic relationship or a troubling relationship during these young ages. So we do like to go ahead and educate the parents as well as school staff as well. We really like to go ahead and try to focus on these warning flags and these red flags to these kids, because a lot of the times they believe that this type of abuse is normalized or it isn't such a big deal. Like to go ahead and bring light and share subject to the matter. With 1.5 million high school students dealing with this type of abuse every single year, we feel it is really important to go ahead and shed light on this, especially with only about 33% of them actually telling somebody about the incident. So we do like to go ahead and get into the schools and get into the community to go ahead and shed light that this is something a lot of our teens are focusing on and dealing with, and just that we are here for support and for some help. At this time, I will go ahead and open up for my colleagues to go ahead and say anything else.
Please welcome.
Hello, good morning. My name is Erica Reyna Brodeg. I'm the Prevention and Education Manager here at the Purple Door, and I just want to talk a little bit about prevention efforts here in the Coastal Bend when it comes to our teens. I think when we're looking into Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month, one of the things we wanted to center on was adult influencers and role models and leaders in the community to be able to relate to our youth and maybe create a more safe and open dialogue about healthy relationships and consent and what that means. We've got a lot of teens with a lot of big questions. We have a lot of teens starting very early and very adult relationship activity. And I think it's a really big preventative factor whenever we get in there and we allow the teens to ask these very difficult questions that sometimes they can't ask their own parents, and be able to give them that space to navigate these very difficult questions, these concerns, curiosities, and open up and listen to be able to help guide them and provide that, role model, that leadership, and help the teens to understand what's healthy, what's not healthy. and then encourage everyone in the community to lead a healthy relationship themselves so that we can model for our teens going into the next generation. One of the things I'd been concerned about as a parent myself is my teen has sort of become an impromptu advocate in her school, since a lot of teens going through abusive relationships can't turn to their own parents because they're afraid they're going to get in trouble. They're not allowed to date right now. They can't really turn to the school officials because that comes with a parent call and so forth. And so I have a 14-year-old daughter who's finding innovative ways to help safety plan with her friends and some of her peers. And it really is turning into an issue where teens are sort of depending on each other and helping each other, which I think shows great leadership in general. But if we as adults can kind of come to the table and open up that safe dialogue and really kind of listen to what the teens are experiencing, I think we could get one step closer to prevention. Again, I encourage everyone to follow us on Facebook and Instagram for more ways to get involved with the Purple Door. Thank you.
Amazing work. Amazing work that you all are doing, and I hope that somehow we can find ways to create more relationships or more partnerships. I think that I'm certain you will go back here shortly, but maybe you'll tune in later in the agenda. We're actually going to be naming a behavioral health coordinator. This is the very first time Nueces County has embarked with the hospital district in this endeavor. And I'm imagining that there could be wonderful grants that could be written to expand your programs through Nueces County and maybe even outpatient services. I mean, we think about relationships being sort of at that 18 plus, but what we're finding is through your experience that they're starting early. And if we don't have the right role models, then we may not be able to model correctly. And they may not know what's abusive behavior or not, right? So, and sharing our stories. I think that more people need to share stories so that they know that it's not just happening to them. It could happen to somebody very successful and who's older, or it could happen to someone they admire, or it could happen to somebody that maybe they should speak up and protect. Yes, ma'am. Welcome.
Thank you. Angela Luna, Victim Services at Juvenile
Yes.
Probation.
Yes.
And I just wanted to say that I'm pleased to stand next to amazing advocates that do so much for our kids. This year was a rough year. We had a 14-year-old homicide due to intimate partner violence. I'll be in court in the next couple of days with a 12-year-old sexual assault victim. It happens, and it happens in our community. And if it wasn't for programs like this, we wouldn't really have anywhere to turn. And so I'm glad that the county's stepping up and going into another chapter, maybe that we could benefit from as well. But also, if you could please put my name and contact number, whether there's a police report, whether it goes to court, whatever the stage of that offense is, I'd be happy to help any victim of intimate partner violence, sexual assault, domestic violence, whatever, whenever the offender is under the age of 17.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So we have a motion and a second, and let me just ask for a vote. All those in favor of this important resolution signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. And Jasmine, would you like to come and receive on behalf of your, I'm going to call them, warriors for children, adolescents. We thank you for all of the education and inspiration that you're giving to them to make stronger decisions for themselves and to understand their value as human beings and not to let anyone treat them with disrespect. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Where it's kind of a unique board, Commissioner Chesney has served as a judge and understands this world. Commissioner Gonzalez has served as a judge and understands teens. Commissioner Matas has served, in a way that has been very much part of social services and child protection. And Commissioner Hernandez has a daughter-in-law who's a DA and understands it and a son who's DPS, understands it from law enforcement. And I've been a crusader for children and health issues my whole adult life. And honestly, I want you to know, please make us aware of how we can help you and do more work with you. And so the resolutions are important, and I like this at the beginning, but it's more meaningful if you'll let us know what we can do not just to celebrate you, but what we can do for you. And that could be outside agency funds, which we'll talk about in consent agenda. It could be programs that we can message. We're really talking about getting much stronger around here with our PIOs. We're talking about behavioral health. And I'm gonna be talking later in this year about a public health school. So I just want you guys to know that I'm gonna take resolutions to a different level. I no longer wanna just come and talk about how we're celebrating one another. I wanna talk about it being a platform of how we can do for one another. Thank you, ladies. Appreciate you. Okay, that concludes the resolutions, Tyner, as I see them on my agenda. And if we still have district attorneys outside, and Melissa, if you're willing to yield, we can advance to 3D2 and they can go back to their, that way it stays in conjunction with how we,
Which one, Judge?
wasn't it 3D2?
3D2?
I may be wrong, hold on. Yeah, it's 3D2.
Human resources.
Yeah, it's at the very back. And I don't see Julie on. I can do one more item. Julie Guerra, are you on our, she may not imagine that we're taking it out of order. Let me take one more item and then put 3D2. Can you get Julie on? Let's just take one board appointment. Item number I-1, while we're waiting for Julie, it's the Nueces County Bail Bond Board, Tyner. And let me move my agenda packet so I can refresh my memory on the,
All I really need from the court judge is, most all the positions are designated by statute, but the Commissioners Court does appoint the county court at law judge.
yes,
And it would be, this go-around, Deanne Galvan.
That's what I was gonna say. I wanted to make sure it was Judge Galvan.
Right.
So I'm gonna make a motion to approve by,
And I'm sorry, just.
Go ahead.
Is she taking a place of
she is the
It
place.
used to be Mark Warner.
the rotating?
It's a rotating,
They rotated.
and it's county court at law rotation.
And then, Judge, I've been your designee
That's
forever.
correct, forever.
Okay, all right, just designate me
years.
and, okay.
Yeah, I will, but let's take it one at a time, right?
I did notice though on what you goes on the agenda with the expiration dates of the terms, and those are not correct because for instance.
Yeah, we need to correct
Yeah,
them.
because it's when the elected, it's when our term ends.
Correct.
Right.
Can we make that, in the motion, we're gonna say, subject to the correction, and you can help us with that, Tyner?
Yes,
And
Judge.
give it to Kara, please, so it's absolutely
Very
correct.
good.
Yeah, that would be Kara and Ann and the county judge.
Thank you, Kara. So we're gonna have, I'll take a motion.
Benavides too, right?
Yes, all of them need to be corrected. Basically, it's gotta go with the term of the elected, even though it looks like the term is accurate by statute, right? There's an inconsistency. Is that a motion, gentlemen? Could I get a motion?
I got just one question.
Yes.
That means in the Carlos Valdez, Virginia automatically go in there?
Well, he may be appointed by the district.
Yeah, the
judges.
Board of Judges appoint that position.
So the motion would be to correct the terms, which would be of, I believe, the county clerk,
Yes.
the county judge, the district clerk, and now, let me ask this, is the sheriff's department, is that the sheriff's designee, and his should be by term also?
Sheriff or designee. And right now, it's Captain Paul Stewart.
Then the district attorney also would need to be corrected on his terms. So the part of the motion would be to correct the term expiration according to the elected officials' end of term.
Yes.
And then the other would be to also nominate,
Or appoint.
to appoint Judge Galvan to be on there. That'd be the motion if that is clear to the county clerk. It wasn't very articulate, but I think you get the gist.
Yeah. Is that okay? All right, so it's basically the appointment of Judge Deanne Galvan to the Bail Bond Board and to correct the terms for the elected's term, to coincide with the elected's terms. All right, I'll take that as a motion and I'll ask for a second.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, good. Did that buy us enough time? It certainly did. Julie is on. Okay, so I'm advancing at this time, Commissioners, item 3D2. You'll find this at the back of your packet under Human Resources. Discuss and consider Department 3300 Court Administration reclassifying court administrator position from a pay group 35 to a 37. This does come to us as a request from the Board of Judges, and it's important to note that we are a democracy, And so that means when you see an agenda item, it needs to be thoroughly discussed. There is never a presumption that there is going to be an action taken one way or another until it's fully vetted. So I wanted you to know that the first thing that we did when we saw this is this position is being filled by a person who has already submitted her retirement. I know this because I sign the certificate of service. I signed the certificate of service, or the recognition of certificate of service. So what the possibilities here were to make this a JD position. And that's what we spoke to Julie about, and that's what Julie was going to present to the court. So I'm going to ask our HR director to present this. This position was originally a JD position, and somewhere along the line, I think it did change. And the concept here was not to not recognize that it was higher than attorneys, but rather make it for an attorney. Let me also preface by saying that there was at least maybe 10, 12 of you that spoke on the item. Let me just say, without mixing apples and oranges, the position is one thing. All of your statements about value, about work, about student loans, about Nueces County's place amongst other counties, this will be the least loquacious you will ever hear me. I agree. And I agree and have agreed for the last 2 years that I've sat in this position. And you're right, it's not just about one office, it's about this entire building. And that is why in 2019, which was the first budget that we were able to tackle as a court, 4 of us, we have 1 new commissioner, we chose to make a 3-phased, intentional decision to try and change the way salaries were handled here. And we went to the professionals and we said, the first order of business is to create a living wage, because there are 700 people in our county, 300 of whom are living below the poverty level, and that is unacceptable. So in year 1, we tackled 700 jobs from pay grades 11 through 27, and it was historic. And my goal was, and we did not quite achieve it, and I hope we can this year in budget, is to get to that $15 living wage. We got very close. The lowest pay scale here is $14.76. And with one step, it is over $15. We got very, very close. It was at 11, so the jump was significant. In addition, we did that and made a monumental statement for all pay grades 11 to 27, knowing that the following year, which was this past year, because when I came in 2019, our budget cycle is September to September, that budget had already been set. So the second budget cycle, which was the one we just entered, we made a decision that we would attack the 28 and above. And that's where all of you fall in. And what was decided was a 5% raise this year, hoping that the next 5% could come in the following year. In addition, through budget cycle, through your electeds of your departments, your department heads, and in your case, an elected, they come in to represent the department and ask for all of the things that you articulated. And we haven't done it once, we haven't done it twice. I know I've worked with District Attorney Gonzalez and First Assistant District Attorney Hernandez on multiple cases, not your type of cases, but situations where we have made decisions that made perfect common sense, whether it was to alleviate an imbalance from a juvenile, court to a felony court, or whether it was a restructuring that they brought to us that we were able to approve. I cannot speak for my colleagues, but I can speak to everything that you said. And the Corn Ferry study was not only a valuable study because it wasn't us agreeing with each other, the choir preaching to the choir. It was important because it was an independent study that said we are so off. And we weren't just off in one area, we were off across the board. And we were also off in all of our law enforcement. And this is what happens when 10 years plus goes by and your tax rate continues to drop a dime, when you're experiencing unbelievable growth, And then just at the point when it's dropped a dime over 10 years, revenue caps come in from your state legislature and unfunded mandates continue to go up. If you want to know why you don't have high salaries, it's because every time you set the bar at the effective rate, you're only allowed to bring in the same revenue that you did the year before. And that is not sufficient to do what we need to do countywide. So this is an economic situation. The Korn Ferry study was to prove to everybody that we needed to make major adjustments. A 2% COLA was given to those people from 11 to 27. He advocated for that. And that was to make certain that those folks also had some level of parity with the 5% raise. We've tried to enact student loan programs and continuing education programs. I am with you, and we will be with you again. I will be with you again this budget cycle. But there is no doubt whether we're talking about labor issues for overtime, labor issues for salaries, or labor issues, let's agree that we all need to have everything raised here. I can tell you in emergency management, she is not only underpaid here, she's underpaid as severely in the top 25 counties, number 25. Same thing with law enforcement. In the top 50, they're number 49. We were able to move one little spot with our collective bargaining agreement. So this is a serious issue. You have raised a serious concern. And I also received emails from your colleagues that could not be with us in court today. And I actually responded this morning with the same type of simplicity of, you're right, and I agree. But make no mistake, this was not a bureaucrat that we were working with. I think that was the word. This is a court coordinator whose position, who is retiring, and whose position we were hoping to augment to put a JD position in there, allowing one of your brethren to come in at a very high level. That was the goal, and that's what was going to be discussed here this morning. And so I agree with you. And in budget cycle, I expect every single one of you to come back to that podium and to argue as fiercely as you did this morning to make these types of adjustments. Because every time Ms. Hernandez has come representing you, we have answered that call. Every time. And so I want you to know you are unbelievably valued. I'm one of you. I hold the same license as you. I know exactly how hard it is to recruit and retain, and that's why we have been advocating. So, you know, I want you to understand that this was not an attack against you. It was an opportunity to get one of you in a high-paying position. And we would like to raise, I would like to raise the bar another 5% this budget cycle. And that is where we believe, unless there's some sort of a real need, and it happens during the middle of a budget cycle, that we can address it. I think for Angelica, you have come before us twice maybe in this budget cycle, and we have reconfigured the office positions the way you have asked us to do so. One was since January, and one was in the previous September through December cycle. I am personally always willing, my door is open, and just so you know, while you were visiting, I have asked District Attorney Gonzalez to set up a meeting so that I may go to your office and meet with all of you so that we can have a thorough and complete discussion about salaries and what it is that you want to bring forward. You need to tell your elected to come forward with a plan, and it will absolutely be listened to and considered by this court. With that, I'm going to ask Julie to explain the position, how it came to be presented, and in our executive agenda, when a judge or a board of judges asks for something to be on, I'll be honest with you, I comply, and then we allow the democratic process to ensue. And our agendas, for the record, are posted on Friday before the Wednesday court, okay? Friday by 4 o'clock, we post our agendas, and I want you to know you are always welcome to, I hope you review those agendas. And I hope that if there's any concerns, that you will call our office and we can meet in advance to help rectify any issues. But you can only, if you ask the question that you don't know the answer to, there's no question you don't know what that statement is going to be from that particular witness. And so I want you to know that it was not in an effort to not recognize your value. It was an effort to actually get a JD in that high-paying position. My goal is to get as many high-paying positions here in Nueces County as possible because I want to attract the best talent and keep them. Julie, would you introduce the item and what you are going to ask the court to do with regards to the position, specifically to the JD preference? Okay, we need you to, there she goes. She needs to unmute.
She's unmuted.
She's unmuted? Julie?
Her microphone's not moving.
Okay.
She should have been here in person, you know. She here? Is she in the office?
Yeah, is she in the office?
Ask her to come.
Julie? We can't hear you.
Why don't you ask her to come to the office, Tiger? Why don't you ask her to?
Okay,
come
we're
in?
going to get Julie here in just a moment. Let me just.
I think she went
I
already.
think she's already
Connie,
gone.
can you hear me now?
Yes, we got you. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, we have you.
Okay.
Okay, will you
so this
introduce? Go
So this
ahead.
position was created back in 2015. And the way it was created like similar positions that we have throughout the county, where we pay a regular salary, and then those that hold the license, they tend to get a higher stipend. And by that, I mean either a pay group or two higher for having a specific license that would benefit for that position. I know we have bailiffs that are set up that way. We have a few other positions that are set up that way, where to a person that has a certification, they do get paid higher. So what I would like to recommend at this time is that we go back to that. And I like to recommend that we put the licensing back into the position, the job description, and that we allow somebody that does have a Juris Doctorate to make that salary of a pay group 37. That'll allow for us and so when we post the position, it'll be a preferred status. And so if we do get somebody that has a Juris Doctorate, they would get paid at the higher salary of a 37, opposed to the starting pay group of a 35, where somebody that does not have that license can start at as well, if they have the experience. So that's my recommendation to the court, to go back and implement that additional pay group of that 37, but for holding that license.
And
So
can
when
you,
we go out to recruit for that position, if we do get somebody with that license, we can pay them at that higher pay group.
and can you confirm that in the Corn Ferry study, or would you at least report back to the court by what percentage we are completely off from what we call the norm or the average for county attorneys of similarly situated backgrounds in similarly situated counties, so that we can apprise the court of what are, at least what the mainstream compensation world sees their pay at. So as we enter into these discussions towards budget, that we know what our goal is. We moved the needle 5%. We know that's nowhere near enough. Can you tell us or remind us where we are?
It's been a while since I looked at it, but I do recall that when it first came out, that there were positions that we looked at in that study that were anywhere from almost 40% underpaid, moving all the way up. And then we did have maybe 2 or 3 people that are right on target at market value. But that was just trying to get us to the 25% of the market. So the majority of your professional employees definitely do fall under
The
in that
25%.
closer to that 40%. So by moving us up 5% last year, then that only means that we're 35% closer.
Right.
So this year, I would like to propose that some of those that are further distance from that market value, that we push those up this year to close that gap somewhat, that margin.
Right. And what I'm going to suggest is if you haven't had the opportunity to visit with the DA about the Corn Ferry study, that you give him that opportunity so that he can identify by category exactly how off all those percentages are. So that
Okay.
way, when he comes in as an advocate, or the first assistant comes in as an advocate, they know exactly which positions are on target, as in inside the norm of the 25% of the median, or whether or not they're completely 100% off. Because that study was done for you, the professionals, there's no doubt. That's why we did it. They only, by the way, Corn Ferry only looked at pay grades 28 and above, because we felt that we had addressed, at least in part, 11 through 27. Is that correct, Julie? They only looked at 28 and above?
That's correct. Actually, 29 and above, Judge.
Sorry, 29 and above. Okay.
And when I see proposed promotions or raises, Judge, I am all for it, because definitely, like you just mentioned, and as all those district attorneys are there to say that we are underpaid at Nueces County, I totally agree, because the Corn Ferry study showed us that last year. However, I do definitely like to keep that equality across the board. So as the DA's mentioned, if we're moving up somebody, we need to be moving up everybody as well at the same time, if we possibly could. But I'm all for giving people promotions, but there has to maintain that equality. So we can't just move one department, or one supervisor can't just move one employee at a time. It has to be the whole group trying to get us all, and by all, I mean all county employees, to where we need to be paid according to the market value.
So maybe you can run those numbers. You can run those numbers and see what that would be, and you could advise this court, and maybe this court will table this item until such time as you get opportunity to see what it would cost to do everybody at the same time. And that shouldn't take very long at all. You could even call Corn Ferry and get them to establish that on a small work order. Can you also confirm that the administrator is retiring?
I had a resignation letter in hand, and since then it has been rescinded. And I've heard, but I do not have an official letter, that the date has now been moved to July. Like I said, however, I do not have that in hand in writing yet.
Okay, and so that's for the purpose of posting and getting a new person in the position? And so
Correct.
the current administrator would stay until we get a new person hired, is that correct? That was the
Yes.
goal. So that's
Yes.
the purpose of going from March to July, is to be able to post, hire, and
recruit
onboard.
and onboard, yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yeah, I just, Julie, if we change the 35 to a pay grade 37, add something to it, do we have to change the job description?
Do you have to change the job description is the question?
Usually when we reclassify a position, yes, sir, that is exactly what a reclassification means, is that we're reclassifying, we're adding extra duties, this person has taken on some other kind of responsibility, or, times have evolved and
Okay,
things are
I-
done
okay,
differently.
I just, yes or no, I mean, the thing is.
Yes,
okay,
yes.
Julie, also, what I'm getting at too here, there's a lot of things involved in this thing, and we should have discussed this and then set it up for another meeting and vote on this stuff. I mean, it's not a discussion we're having on this thing here that want to vote today, I mean, it's the first time I hear about that, and knowing that the person is going to retire, why are we going to upgrade it? We need to wait till she retires, and say, it's coming in for the new person that's coming in, maybe it's going to be at 37.
Well-
I don't agree right now that we should upgrade it to a 37 until we know definitely for sure that we're gonna look for a specific person that we're talking about, because it hasn't been changed yet. The job description hasn't been changed yet. But I also agree that, well, last time we had a 2% COLA for those people in the bottom, 5% for some people, not all the people. I think the 5% probably should have been across the board for everybody. And maybe this year we can do a 5% across the board for everybody. But today.
Keep in mind, Commissioner, that as Judge Canales mentioned, in 2019, we proposed that we would have a 3-year phase of increases. And so the first year, in 2019, we moved up pay groups 11 through 28. So all the professionals in 29 and above did not receive any increase in pay at all. So at that point, we asked that a Korn Ferry study be done so that in 2020, we could increase those salaries.
Okay.
The Korn Ferry study was done. However,
We didn't
all
increase
that we were able to do last year was a 5%.
Right.
And so instead
But
of,
that's not for everybody, Julia, just for some people.
28 and
the
above.
5% was for 29 and above for the professionals.
Okay.
So even some of those professionals that, as I mentioned, were closer to the market level, those also got that increase. And those people that were at 40% away from market value, they got the same thing. So the equality was not balanced as Korn Ferry had recommended to us.
Okay.
The fastest thing and the easiest thing that we did was 5% across the board.
I understand.
And in doing that,
Julie,
it was
I
also
got you, Julie.
recommended that
I got it.
the
I got it.
11 to 28.
Julie,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I got it. I got you. I know what you're trying to do, but I don't think this is the time to do this. My thing is, we should have discussed this, had some discussion, then follow up on it on the vote on the following meeting, so we know what's going on. I don't agree with this. I mean, I don't agree with moving somebody or paying somebody a non-licensed that high a position. And, well, we have other people in the same level or less level that are making less, and I think if we're gonna move one up now, we should move everybody up now. Everyone, there's a 35 to a 37. Why not? I mean, it really bothers me when we do this. We talk about it every single time, that we're not gonna do it until next budget time, but yeah, we do it. So what's fair for one should be fair for all. And my thing here is, if we're gonna do it, I think we need to consider of doing all of them at the same time, now. Not the budget time, but now. That's my opinion.
So there's two things I want to say is, one is the Open Meetings Act. The reason we have agenda items and that we don't go and discuss it is because this is the right way to do it, and you can always.
I don't mean discussing it behind doors. I mean, bring it to the meeting.
know.
Bring an agenda item and we
Well,
discuss it.
that's what this is. This is an agenda item for discussion.
Today, Judge, and today is like
You
almost pushing.
can do anything you
I
need to
think we
do.
should table it. I think that's my motion.
Right, I think I said that.
Right, and
I can also count on you to not vote for the effective rate then, because that's the kind of thing that,
I'm not talking
that
effective right
gets
now.
us.
Let's just take care of this right now, Judge,
Right.
okay? Think you're out of line.
No, but I'm saying to you
I
that you
think you're out of
can't
line
get
right
what
now.
you need unless you provide dollars to do what you want.
Well,
Commissioner Chesney?
I just think all of them should be up.
Just, what I've heard
Not
is
yet.
two people who may or may not agree on the issue, both agree to table, so that we don't keep going down a path of maybe negativity. I have concerns over the proposal, but I also, and I've been consistent in this in the 6 years I've been here, I don't like doing these a lot during, not what's in the budget unless it's truly an emergency. So whether it is or isn't, since can we just table it and bring it back for during the budget cycle? I think you suggested, he suggested it, even though you may not agree for the same reasons, and maybe I don't either, but if we all agree that maybe now's not the best time to do it, or is that?
I have a question for Julie.
I've got a couple of questions. Do you mind, Commissioner Modis, if I yield to Commissioner Hernandez?
Yes, Julie, these professionals,
Yes, sir.
are they also included in where the employees get a raise every 3 years?
The longevity
Yes, sir.
pay?
Yes, sir. All county employees do receive continuance pay every 3 years for their loyalty of service. So if they have been here without a break in service for 3 years, they do get a bump in pay. You're
What-
correct. A
what
pay
about-
step.
What about a cost of living raise?
A cost of living raise is different, and that is decided on by the Commissioner's Court. And usually when there is a cost of living increase, it is across the board for all employees. However, last year we did do it differently, where we broke apart the pay schedule to 29 and above. And because they didn't get a raise in 2019, they got a 5% raise. And those that had gotten a raise in 2019 received a 2% cost of living increase last year.
Well, I sympathize with these professionals and all the county employees, because while I was working here, it took me 22 years to upgrade my pay grade to $5, okay? And when I retired from here, I was making $25,000 a year. If it was not for me working on the outside, there's no way I could have made, my house payments or any other payments. But all I'm saying is, we do need to help these county employees. We need to get them up to par to where they can make a decent living, okay? And they need a living wage. And I think we're kind of late for a lot of employees that have already retired, and it doesn't reflect on the retirement. They put in 25, 30 years, and they get the smallest retirement check they can get. And I agree, we need to postpone this. I don't know the reason why you want to upgrade it. Why not put the amount, what you're going to pay for the new employee when that does, when you make the announcement, okay? I don't see why we need to do it now. The only thing that I can see is it's going to raise up their retirement pay.
Well, Commissioner, I'd like to say that I'm very glad to hear you saying that you are for increasing employee salaries across the
always been.
board. And I am definitely I have already started working on that to be able to propose that to Commissioner's Court as to how we can get employees closer to that market value of what they are due. And I look forward to working with you on that,
Thank you very much.
especially that you're new to the board, to the Commissioner's Court this year. So I'm glad to hear you saying that.
I'm new to the
And,
Commissioner's Court, but I'm not new to the way the county does work with the employees.
The way they used to write,
Well,
the way they used to do it,
Okay.
because since we've had this court, we've done things differently.
Okay.
And I really believe that we have demonstrated that.
yes, ma'am, I believe
Yeah.
when we were running, I
You're right.
explained to you that the county employees needed to, be considered for.
That
a
was
work savings.
huge.
Okay.
That's why I'm excited too, Julie, because I'm hearing a majority of this court already believes in what you want to propose. Commissioner Modis?
Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Julie.
Your support for employees. I
All the time.
advocate for them daily.
Yes, ma'am, all the time.
All right, thank you, Judge. Thank you, Julie. I think you hear the sentiment of this court that, at least this issue hopefully will be delayed, I don't know, a week, a month, or until the next process. It seems that there's more to it than just someone requesting or needing a pay raise. I heard that this was a request from the Board of Judges, and I think Angelica or someone mentioned that that's always a part on dealing with this position specifically.
Yes, sir. Excuse me. Yes, sir, it was it was recommended by the Board of Judges.
Thank you. I hear the passion, and, having worked for the state for 15 years before I came here, I felt and said a lot of the same things that you say, not being an attorney, but just being a ground level worker. You have a great opportunity in that you're able to come here and talk to the policymakers immediately, rather than for those of us that were with the state have to drive up to Austin only during every other year of their session. But, I also want to caution, this position is a person who's put a lot of years of service to this county, who has done some great work. And so I understand it's more about the issue and the pay. But, I think we need to look at someone up here, or all the conversations are blending now, that we need to look at the pay grade. And I think the simplest way to do it is present in the budget across the board, everyone at a certain pay raise and above, or, we're going to make that move, not 5% for only these who didn't get a pay raise or whatever. So I'm saying that because I think we're all talking about, and we're all going to need to remember these conversations that we're having in a few months when we vote on the budget. because it's one thing when we have, a room full of people here, but like the judge says, we want you back, especially during budget time, because it gets very confusing back and forth, and we feel the desire, right? We want to keep the burden low on taxpayers, but I think that also gets lost in when we're trying just to reach a goal. We want to keep the cost low, right? We want to keep everything low, and that's not how we're going to get anywhere. The only way we can get somewhere is to say, this is our goal. That's going to have to be at the top of our budget packets. Is everyone at a certain pay grade and above, they're going to get a pay raise, regardless of position, so that they get their due. 25 is about the number. 25th county in this state is where pretty much any position that you find in this courthouse, almost any position, is going to be roughly around the 20 to 25 position of counties. We're about 15 or 16 in the size of counties, so that should be our pay raise. That's where our pay should be. It should match that, and it doesn't. And like the judge said, we were able to increase slightly the law enforcement package just last year, barely. They moved up one step. And so this will be incremental, but I agree, we need to make a statement with our votes in the budget. So you're going to hear a lot of great things that we're trying to help keep the costs low for the county, and we will. But if, in looking at the budget, that when we are saying our priority is you and everyone else in those similar positions, we need your help. Y'all need to be the advocates as well for the budget process, because that is going to be an issue that could be a lightning rod that people may not understand why we're at this point. They need to remember these conversations and others that we've had. Because I can guarantee you, I mean, our assistants, everyone, all the different department heads, yes, some get paid well, but still for the position they're doing, still ranked 20 or 25th in the state. And so my commitment is right here, yes, you will move up in your pay raises. You will make sure that you will get pay grade increase. And my vote will match that. And we need to remind ourselves, as much as we feel the pressure and hear the concerns today, that turns to a vote in favor of a budget that matches that. We got to do that today, because whatever we're saying here today doesn't mean anything until we get later in this summer and vote on a budget that matches, honoring the work that you and everyone else is doing. You're not just advocating, obviously, for yourselves and your positions, but for everyone else in this county that deserves, and they all do. So what's said up here doesn't really mean much until a few months down the line when we vote on the budget. So remind us, be here to be a part of that process with us, and hold us accountable, because I will be accountable for my vote. I will support something that shows a way of honoring the work you and everyone else is doing, the county attorneys, the clerk's offices, everywhere else that need and deserve a pay raise.
And I'm sure the
Thank you, Commissioner Morris. I really do appreciate that, and I do look forward to your vote upon my proposal for the budget for this next coming year. Thank you very much.
And I'm sure the county attorney's office also feels the same way, because that was also mentioned in many courts before. And I want to share with you guys that we post our CAFR online. We have an executive version of the CAFR. In my office, we have the fiscal brief, and I want you to get to know that budget, because it's not enough to just say, we want the raise. I want you to understand that if we're running a 98% budget, which is what we're running this year, 98%, that's the tightest margin I think we've probably done, Dale, in a decade, okay? We typically run at 95%. And we are at the same revenue that we had last year. And we see major infrastructure debacles everywhere. Something's got to give, which means you also have to come advocate for more revenue. It's got to be in parity. And that has been the frustration, is that you cannot have it both ways. Revenue is here. More money coming to you is here. That delta must be made up somehow, and it's our job to explain that to the public. I hope that I advanced this item for two reasons. One, I really like consistency. I like the idea that you get to hear back from us, and public comment didn't give me that opportunity. Second, things that get heard early in the agenda, people who are online are watching, and we tend to have the media here, which early on. So we have now articulated to one another, it's not a contract yet until we get to budget, that we are with you. But it's not just with you in one department, with you as department heads, in emergency management, and in grants, and everywhere else. It is so off. And you're gonna have to demand it. And so I'm happy you're here today. I'm excited. Every one of your comments is strong and positive, and you show us the advocacy that you bring to the courtroom to defend the state of Texas. And so I'm grateful to all of you. What I want is more dialogue, more conversation, and the proper way to do that. And I want to make sure that you see the budget packet that gets delivered to your elected. So I'm going to bring you a copy of it as soon as I can. I'm going to bring you last year's copy. And I want to show, and every one of you is going to get it. I'm not just going to give it to your elected. And I'm going to show you exactly what you asked for last year, exactly what we delivered. I'm going to get you a copy of the Corn Ferry study. I'm going to get you a copy of our CAFR. And we're going to work this problem together. Because it's not just about one, it's about lifting everybody up. And to be honest with you, we had to create that covenant year one. We said there are people here that are working three jobs. And that's wrong. They can't eat. And that's wrong with this one job. And they wear the Nueces County seal. And that is an embarrassment. And thanks to the majority of this court, everybody, Commissioner Hernandez wasn't here, but I can tell you if he was here, he would have voted for it knowing his stance. But it was a 5-0 vote, regardless of party lines. And we did that and lifted 700 people. Now, you might say, well, it didn't really translate to very much. Well, for some, it was a tremendous boost, and for others, they still need to be adjusted. But when you take 11 and make it now looking like a 15, then 12, 13, 14 also have to go up the rung. And so I just want you to know that your time was worth it to come down to the dais today, and to the not to the dais, but to the podium today. And I hope that we have reciprocated the confidence that you will see change. But as to this position, give us the opportunity to delve into what it would take to make sure that, what it would actually take to say it across the board, right? If you change one, you change all. Let me see what those numbers look like. So I will make a motion to table this item. But and do you have a second?
I have a motion already, but.
Oh, the motion.
Yeah, he made a motion and I didn't hear it, I guess.
Okay.
So are we tabling this until the budget cycle or?
No, we're gonna table it till next time so that we can get some information, then we can always figure out what to do from there.
Okay, well,
I have to, remember, this comes as a recommendation for the Board of Judges. I'd like the opportunity to go back to the Board of Judges and talk to them. We need a coordinated position. We have a person who is going to retire, and we need to make sure if that position needs to be a JD position.
right. And I guess I'm happy to table, but I thought we were gonna table, I wanted to table till the budget because I don't think we should be having all of this discussion until the budget comes around, and I don't.
Really my motion too.
And I'm not gonna support this in a week either, so I don't think it's the right thing to do now. I was hoping we were just gonna table it and have this as part of the big budget discussion and whenever we start. So I don't know what to do because I'm not gonna support this in a week either.
So you're not.
My motion is to wait till budget time anyway, too.
And I would second that. I mean, that was the motion. That's what I thought.
Motion to table item until budget.
Right. That was what I thought we were talking about.
Okay, well, there's no need to table an item till budget. You just you just vote no. Budget is a whole new.
No, it comes back up again.
It's not an item. Budget is a process, and it's also a living document. If you want to address their needs now, I thought that's what the request was, wouldn't you want to know what it would take to get them to be your
But all we have
DA?
on the agenda is this item. We don't
Correct.
have their item on the agenda.
That's why
so-
I wanted to table it,
Right, so,
or vote no.
Motion
So-
to table until budget.
Okay.
which I said.
That's the motion you second, okay.
Right. I mean,
I'm just pointing out that I'll hear the motion, we'll call the vote on that motion, but I'm saying, what you really want is a date, Kara, because we don't motion for a thing. We motion to a date. That's the proper way to do it.
You can
So we
motion-
can motion to September if you'd like.
No,
Sorry, to August.
I believe it's an appropriate motion to include, to move to table this until we begin budget discussions. I don't think there's anything improper about that. And then we would put that in all the other discussions, and then we could have all the discussions about them as well and everybody else. And so I think that's a very proper motion to make, because I don't know the exact date that we're gonna start, like our public budget discussions.
Yeah, we do. We've got our calendar. We can
I
get
don't have
that.
it right here with me, but I'm just saying.
Hey.
I can get you a calendar. It's not a problem.
Right.
I'll get Teresa to get me the calendar that we've set for budget and the very first workshop that we've had, and we can set it for there. I'm still going to ask Julie to figure out what it would take to make these attorneys up to a level that we think is appropriate, and we'll put that on the agenda and let people vote it up or down.
But I mean,
Want to put your money where your mouth is? Let's see how everybody feels about your raise.
So we would do that during the budget process as well.
Well, I can just put it on the agenda next time. That's what I'll do for you
I mean,
guys.
how do we do that? How do we do that without looking at the entire budget and the effect that it's gonna have? I mean,
We do it all the
we've
time. We do it all the
no,
time.
We really
No, now
don't.
you're
We might
doing
do
this.
every once in a while in an urgent matter, but we don't do 30 people in the middle of a budget. I
Well,
mean,
they just told you how urgent it was. They said they're all going to leave.
Judge, we've all said they're a priority. We've all said we want to address this in the proper manner. We've all said we want to help.
Will you
so-
commit that you will support their raises in the budget cycle?
Judge, I've already sent him an email too that said
I
I'm
will.
ready to go meet with you and talk to him. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what they're proposing. I don't, know, but yes, I support raises for them. We've all said that. We've all said, what do you mean, Judge? Want me to say it again? I support them getting some raise. Here, I'll say it again, so, because you clearly haven't heard me. I support them getting raises in the next budget cycle. That's what I have
Okay.
committed to say, and just like everyone else has. I don't know what
That's
they're
great.
proposing. I haven't seen their proposal.
That's great.
Haven't seen the whole budget, but I support them getting raises.
So can I clarify, is this, let me ask the county attorney, so this motion, can it, or is it the way it's called for right now, time specific? I mean, do we have to have a specific date?
You do not have to have a specific date. You can
Okay.
table it and then bring it back when it's time to bring it back.
Thank you.
But there's not a time that, I mean, it could be next week, could be next month, but it could
Whenever.
be in the budget cycle.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I want clarification for. I mean, as long as I think, it seems like most of us agree that we should at least table for now. And, I think that there is a process that we need to be informed and educated as a court. We have had the precedent before where we were losing court reporters left and right, and we came in with a substantial amount, middle budgets, just 3 years ago, I think. I was already on this court, but it was within the first year or two of being on the court, and we did it then. And so it worries me, because I agree, several of you said it, the process is going to loosen up eventually with COVID restrictions, and you all are gonna have to be working day and night and weekends like you already are, but even worse, to try to catch up on all those cases that have been delayed. So I just worry about that as well. I mean, I would entertain looking at that. I think it is kind of a bad precedent, because I think it's gonna be a lot more money than what we looked at the court reporters. We gave, I mean, it was tens of thousands of dollars for court reporters a few years ago. But, I mean, if that's something to consider. But I do support, Judge, tabling it, and just table for the fact of tabling it. And if we would need to bring it up, this item up later, or not until budget, that I'm fine with that. I think we all do agree, though, and we've all said that we are going to support this, and I hope every position, because then we're gonna be here with the county attorneys, assistant county attorneys in a year if we don't handle it the right way. So I think we need to
Right.
make the process even for everyone. We've all said that, but if we should table now, I agree, and I support that.
So I just want to say today is March 10th. In 9 days, you're going to get your budget packet. 9 days, March 19th. I'm also going to get you a copy of this, Teresa. Please send an email to District Attorney Gonzalez, copy Angelica Hernandez, and they will disseminate it. You all should know this schedule. And so in 9 days, you're going to get your budget request, okay? And that's when you get to start putting pencil to it.
Your Honor,
Excuse me,
there
Judge.
need to be a change. There's no way my staff can do it on March 19th.
Okay,
Our annual financial report's due within 2 weeks.
okay, so
The
when
earliest
can
I
you?
do is April the 1st.
Okay, April the 1st. That's not too long to wait, I don't think. But I can get you a copy of your last year's budget packet so you'll understand where you're coming from. You can do 2 weeks of homework, so to speak, until you get the clean copy on April 1st. So you'll get, we'll do our best to get you informed.
Judge, could I just ask, maybe, they haven't had a chance to respond to all we've said, could Ms. Hernandez or whoever would want to talk, because before we move on from this item, if that's okay?
Sure,
I
let me,
just want to, excuse me, I just want to let them know that if we get this done, and I hope we will, as soon as possible, maybe Nueces County can stop being a training ground for other counties, where we get our people trained and fully vested, whether it be the jail or at the DA's office. So let's see if we can get this done.
yes, the first day of budget workshop is June 15th. Go ahead.
We appreciate your consideration more than you know. Our intent was not to come here today and be treated differently than all the other county employees. That was exactly the problem. We stand in solidarity with all the other county departments. We stand in solidarity with the courts, the clerks, all the other offices, the jail. And all we are asking is, we didn't feel it was right on this issue, because even with a JD, if you look at the job descriptions, there is no way that job description will equal my felony 6 job description. No possible way. You're gonna get paid $80,000 and never have to step into a courtroom and try a case. Negative. But that being said, we will wait until the budget cycle. We will do what we always do. We will come to you with our budget. We will be as fiscally responsible as possible. My entire office and Mark and I made sure that they all knew what we were proposing for budget. They were looking at it online. They knew what we were asking for. We talked about the raises. We talked about the budget increase, that we had come in very, very low in an increase. We thought we had a shot. And so they are very, very involved in the budget cycle. So I do appreciate that, Judge, that you're willing to give them documents. It certainly saves in time and it saves in energy. But we're willing to take it up during the budget cycle and be the same as everybody else.
Hey, thank you.
Okay, motion is to table, and I've got a second from Commissioner Chesney. All those in favor?
The motion was to table until budget. Do you
Until-
want to amend the motion?
Right, no.
So until, certainly you want to talk about, I mean, when we say budget, you mean budget workshop, right?
Judge, I think the budget should be done as a whole, because otherwise, we're gonna, if we do this for one group, then every other group is gonna want the same thing, and we would have to be consistent. So I'm saying, my motion is that this gets tabled and gets handled during the budget in the
Well, budget
normal,
workshop,
in the normal course of how we would do
budget
the
workshop. That's when the
we-
departments come and talk to us.
Right, but we wouldn't vote in June, we wouldn't vote until the
No,
final.
but you're going to be discussing it, right?
President, yeah, you're right.
Absolutely, I just want to make sure the motion's clear. I don't want to, I don't want one department, and I appreciate what Angelica said, and they don't want it either. I don't want a department to get something and then the other 20 wait, so.
You don't have the tape, you don't have the motion. He has.
Yeah, well, I have the motion to, we start discussions,
Oh, my bad.
we start discussions in April, really, I mean, so it's just, I move the motion that we table until we start discussions for the budget.
All right, I'll take that as a motion. I'll second that. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, all right, we will move on, going back into regular order, back to board appointments. Coastal Bend Council of Governments, Tyner. Yes, you may. Thank you. Thank you. No need to ask. Coastal Bend Council of Governments.
Judge, what we need to do here, and we had missed one, so I'm going to state this, and hopefully we get a motion.
Yeah.
Commissioner Robert Hernandez will be in place of Carolyn Vaughn. Deanna King will be alternate for Commissioner Roberto G. Hernandez.
Which one are we back to? I'm sorry.
Paul
Sorry,
Thurman.
Give us a second.
Which
Brett.
one? Okay.
It's I-2.
I'm sorry.
I-2. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me start at the beginning. We're just doing some housekeeping with boards. Commissioner Roberto Hernandez would replace Carolyn Vaughn. Deanna King would be alternate for Commissioner Roberto G. Hernandez. Paul Thurman would go in place of Elisa Weinhold. Bert Bettis in place of Annette Moutet, Bridget Tyler in place of Daryl Keach, and there's one more, Michael Robinson in place of Elsa Sines.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve all of the changes that Tyner has
moved.
just, yes, thank you, second?
Second.
Thank you, second, Fred Hernandez. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, item number 3 is MHID, and these are 4 members appointed for 2-year terms expiring April 30th, 2023, Tyner.
Out of those 4 positions, we had letters of intent from John Jackson, Mark Schauer, and Jamie Phillips.
With 1 open.
And I would ask the court to also authorize us to open it up
And I'd like to-
for posting.
I'd like to first take the motion to approve John Jackson, Mark Schauer, and Jamie Phillips. Is there such motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And then I'd like to make a motion to open the process, the application process, which is an online process on nuecescode.com for NCMHID. Is there a second?
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Tyner, do you need a date when we open it up? Like, should we say?
We'll do it the standard 3 weeks.
All right, thank you. Standard 3 weeks. And will it be available for the portal tomorrow or
We'll actually post it online today.
today? Okay, so today through 3 weeks. For those listening, it's an amazing board. I would highly recommend those that are interested in behavioral health and intellectual disabilities to apply. It's Mike Davis, Mark Hendricks, and company just do a great job. It's a wonderful board. I hope we receive your great applications. Okay, and then the next one is coastal parks, and I have a new slate. So give me a second to turn to that. So I'm going to, this is my 4th attempt. Let's hope we get one. I've got Misty Svoboda. Maybe I better mark these so I can count to 7 here. Misty Svoboda, Mitra Khan, Cody Bates, Bob Paulison, Tyler Thornson, Kim Winton, and Jerry Plemons. That is the slate I now propose. Mixed it up a bit here for the ability to, wait a second, did I do enough? 1?
4,
Yes, you did
5.
7. Yes, you put 7.
I did?
Judge,
That was
can you
7.
Can you read those again? I'm sorry, I wasn't taking notes. Pardon, I apologize.
Uh-huh. I can do, let's see, Jerry Plemons. I'm sorry. Misty Svoboda, Mitra Khan, Cody Bates, Bob Paulison, Kim Zahn Winton, Tyler Thornson, and Jerry Plemons.
4, 6, 8.
Did I do that? 7?
Yes, 8.
Well, that was 7.
You have 7, right?
That was 7. Misty, Mitra, Cody, Bob, Tyler, Kim, and Jerry.
Yes. That is the slate, and I'm making a motion to approve that slate for coastal parks, and it's a period of 2 years, ending at the end of '23. And can I get a second for that, so I can call
Second.
second? And all those in
Judge,
favor
Judge, I'd
signify
like
by
to-
saying
Judge,
aye.
I'd like to make a motion to amend. My motion to amend would be that Jim Needham and Troy
Okay,
Adler
well-
would be on for Jerry Plemons and Cody Bates.
Okay, I have a motion and a second
Judge,
on
I
the
have-
floor,
Judge, I
and I'm
have-
going to withdraw the slate because we simply can't seem to get a vote on the commissioner, on the county judges presents
Can, Judge, I have a question for
Yes.
the county attorney. So
I'll just withdraw the slate.
this position is the judge nominates and the commissioner's court confirms. So, I mean, we vote up or down, but we don't add or change, we don't modify the slate at all. I mean, my understanding is the nominations come from the judge only. I mean, I don't know how this is gonna turn up or down, but, I mean, I understand Commissioner Chesney wanted to throw that in, but I think it's gotta be a up or down vote because the judge made the motion. Is that correct?
It's not my understanding of Robert's Rules of Orders, which allow me to amend motions.
But this is, I mean, this
This
is
is
statute, and this is
It doesn't
coming from
matter.
the
A motion's a
state.
motion. I mean, my understanding of Robert's Rules of Orders, which we've adopted, is I have the right to amend a motion based, and if I have to get a second, and if I can amend the motion, then that's
So
what has to
then,
happen.
Jenny, so then on to item number 5 for clarification. That's a position that's solely appointed by the judge. I mean,
Which one?
we are operating under Robert's rules, but that doesn't mean then that we can subvert whoever she is nominating to place on that board.
Statutorily, the judge brings the list.
Right.
I don't know that a Robert's Rules motion to amend would affect that list. I don't think the Robert's Rules is going to override the statute in that instance.
That's what I'm just trying to get, so that we could at least judge, I mean, if
Yeah, I mean,
we can vote it up or down, I mean, I don't.
But
Yeah, I mean,
five's different, John. 5 is hers alone.
Oh, no, I know,
Right,
I know,
just-
but
yeah.
I'm just saying.
Right.
On 4, I mean, let us vote it up or down, I mean.
Yeah, I would appreciate just the vote up or down, because the statute, if the statute intended for commissioners to be able to amend or have their say-so, it would say that we were all choosing the nominees. But I'm mixing it up because I've tried 3 or 4 times with the applications that I have. And I would like to put forth this slate and would like to have it voted up or down. And so I think that's the proper way to do this. So you can vote it down, but you can't amend that which you don't have statutory authority to present.
I'd like to have an advisory on that, because I don't
Okay.
believe I don't believe, and maybe for future, if you want to vote it up or down, that's fine, but I'm just saying, I don't believe that's correct. I believe we adopted Robert's Rules of Orders, and it doesn't say you can't make a motion on a statute or a whatever board. It just says that you do have the right to make a motion to amend, and there's no, I've looked in this, and I've not seen, if you can find something, I'd like to see it, because I've found nothing that says I can't make a motion to amend just because it's a statutory board. It doesn't say anything about that. It says
Right.
you can make a motion to amend if you get a second, and if it works, and if it doesn't, then it doesn't.
Right, but the law trumps Robert Rules of Order, so, but I hear you. Let's get an advisory if you want to get an advisory on the law, but it doesn't change the fact that we have a motion and a second on the vote. Just vote no if you feel like, I mean, we know that you want to put your people on there, but let's just at least get a vote. That's the
That's-
right thing to do, so
It's not
how
my
about?
people, it's the people that this court has appointed repeatedly. It's not my people, it's the opposite.
No, I'm glad you
It's-
mentioned that.
it's
It's the people that for 18 years
I didn't write
have served in this one particular person that you want to amend. And quite frankly, it was my predecessor who
Who
followed
actually?
the statute as well. And I'm asking this court for support in following the statute. That's all. Just follow the law. It's a good rule. Follow the law.
Right, and that's what we're doing. And there's 2 actually that I tried to amend, just so you're clear on that. Just wasn't 1, it was 2. And we are following the law, because the law says that we have to approve. So we are following the law. What's not being followed is my ability, I believe, to make a motion to amend, which is not being afforded me the opportunity to do. The Robert's Rules of Orders that this court adopted indicate that I can. There's nothing that says that I can't, because it's a statutory board. So again,
But I
I
did-
want the record to reflect that I'm not
Sure.
being allowed to amend something that I'm
That's
entitled
fine.
to do.
It's noted.
It
The
is.
record's noted, the record's noted that you're asking for an advisory, but I'm going to ask the county attorney if I
withdrawing my
can.
motion to
I've
amend.
got a motion and a second, which was called before you did your motion to amend. So I'd like to call the vote on the
Judge, I
motion and the
I
second.
have discussion. Discussion is so that that it's clear that I continue to vote against the process that you set out and do not vote against those that you are submitting, but I do not believe we're following the law, and I do not believe the process is right. So I want the minutes to again reflect that that's the reason for my vote of no.
You think we're
no
not
of this.
following the law when the law says the county judge shall appoint?
I don't, Judge,
The
because I
county
think,
judge shall appoint is the law.
I think there's an attempt to
And then-
circumvent the law that says these people aren't disqualified, and we're trying to go around it in different ways. So I've come on the record respectfully. Let's
Yeah.
vote it up or down. I was not afforded the opportunity to make a motion that I was entitled to make. That's on the record now. I'm good, so.
Okay, that's fine. Let's vote up or down because it might be moot. We might be able to work together and get a slate and get this board seated. That would be wonderful, so.
But I also, for the record, I would like to say that I wanted to appeal the chair's decision on this, which again is a right I have under Robert's Rules of Orders, and I would make the motion to appeal the chair's decision to amend the motion. And that is also something I have the right to do.
Okay, I'll just yield to the county attorney. I'm just trying to get some clarity. I had a motion, seconded. I have the right to bring a slate forward. It seems like we should be able to vote on that. May I call the vote and have that be a legal process? I mean, even if it's declared moot later, I would like to be able to call the vote.
I believe when in doubt, the chair would seek guidance from the board about whether they want to address the issue to modify or to amend first, and then call for the vote on the main motion. So in other words, if the majority wants to address the amendment first,
Yeah.
then it would come first before the main motion.
Charles, you withdrew the slate?
Yeah, I withdrew it because he wants to make a motion to amend. And the truth is, that's really against the statute. So I can't allow other people to make appointments that are not theirs to make. So I have no choice but to withdraw unless we're allowed. I would just like to know why we wouldn't want to vote up or down the slate, just.
Because I believe I have a right to make a motion to amend. I mean.
Well, I
believe
don't
have
think that that's accurate in law at all.
I know that you don't think that, but you're
I would
not the
just-
deciding factor on this. The deciding factor is the law. If you want to, I believe I have.
Well,
to
then
make
I'll
a
just
motion.
withdraw the slate. I'll just withdraw the slate. And once again, you thwart the process from taking place.
Can we still get a
Actually, we have a
clarification on
wonderful
that?
board in place, and I'm very comfortable with that board remaining in place.
We
And
know, you want to be county judge, it appears.
No, I don't, Judge. I want it to be.
We know,
I
we're
don't want-
very,
no,
we're
no.
very well aware of what you
Judge,
want.
if I wanted to be county judge, I would have ran the last time when it was an open seat. I don't want to be county judge.
well,
I like what I'm doing.
Then I just would
like
ask
this-
that you
I think it's
respect
a
the
very
fact that the
hardworking
county judge
board.
shall appoint.
The
That's
board
all.
has all reapplied.
Just
They have
vote no.
There's no reason to kick
Just
them off.
vote no.
Reason to
Why
kick them
won't
off.
you just vote no? Just
Because I
vote
believe
no.
I have a motion to do it. If you're going to override that, then it's on the record, and I've got a record of it. So, I mean.
But do you
that's fine.
understand that when you make the motion to amend, you're changing the appointment? You understand that?
County attorney has answered your question. You didn't like the answer probably, because she said that motion to amend should be dealt with first. You don't like that answer, and that's what kind of happens, is when you don't like answers, you kind of go the other way.
That's not the
So
case
she
here.
indicated-
I've been trying to seat a board that's important to both, to all of us here at this court. It's an important board. We'd like to get a new board. Every 2 years, the county judge, in the history of coastal parks, has been able to nominate a slate.
That's not true,
And,
Judge. It's never been done this way, and you have the right
No,
to
it
do it.
has. It says the county judge shall appoint a
But
slate.
that's not, but just,
And
but
then
so
you
you're
guys
clear,
vote on it.
That's not how it's been done. You have the right to
You've
change
never
how it's
amended
been.
that.
You have the right to change how it's been done, but how it's been done for years in this county has been that the county commissioner from precinct 4 worked with the county judge.
Which
and
we
it-
did.
and-
Which we
and
did.
the county commissioner basically made the announcement and did it. You said you wanted to change that, which you have the legal right to do, and I don't disagree with you on that. So, but it hasn't, this is a change of doing things, not saying change
Okay,
is bad.
well, I'll just, like I said, I mean,
But it's a
I would
change.
ask that I would just withdraw the slate. We can't seem to get,
I'd like some clarification from our county attorney on an opinion on that, if not an AG's opinion, because I understand Commissioner Chesney's concern, and I think that it was deference that was always paid to the commissioner for that area, but, and it always was people living on the coast that were included, even though we as a whole court would vote for them. It was always like that. I believe that the judge should be able to nominate. I don't really, to be honest with you, regardless of the results up or down, I just think that we should follow how it's written, that the judge can nominate, and then the board can vote up or down. I mean, I don't know what the result is going to be, but if we can at least get clarification on, yes, this can be done, or no, this cannot be done.
Well,
Wait.
Oh, sorry, John. I'm sorry. I thought you breathed.
This is I understand we operate under Robert's Rules of Order, but it clearly says the judge nominates, right? And we vote, period. There's no But if Robert Rules allows or anything like that, I don't remember reading that anywhere in statute. If it does, please help me. So if it doesn't, then I think that that's what we need to allow. Once again, and the slate could be voted one way or the other, but that we're at least allowed that process, just so we can decide to move forward until we get some sort of more definitive clarification and deck action or anything else that's going to be
Fair enough.
proposed, just so we can hopefully move forward one
Fair
day.
enough. For the sake of that, John, and I appreciate that request, I will withdraw my motion to amend. So only for the sake of moving this along, and if the judge would prefer to table, we can table. If she wants an up or down vote, I will allow that, not allow, meaning like I will withdraw my motion that I think I'm entitled to make. So I will do that if that's what she wants to do, or y'all want to do, if you want to vote. But I just,
Thank you for allowing it.
It's
I'll
not-
call the vote. I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor of the slate, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then opposed to the slate is nay.
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 3 nays
For the
and
same
2
reasons as
ayes.
stated before in the records, in the minutes, please.
Thank you, noted. Move on to the announcement by the judge of appointments to the NCDC, which is really the Nueces County Industrial Commission under 381 of the Texas Local Government Code. And give me a second here. I think this, Tyner, was just an announcement of the ex officios. When we execute interlocals, we name ex officios, and we named, is it Catherine Hilliard from the Port of Corpus Christi? Give me just 1 second to pull that up, because it's not in my notebook. Holden Hopkins, would you unmute and make give me the, all the ex officios? Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it. Sorry to put you on the spot, but that way it gets read into the record for the clerk correctly. Maybe it's John Dawson, all of the ex officios.
Yeah, no problem, Judge. Right now, our ex officios are Govind Nadkarni, Dan Leyendecker, Ian Vasey, and Sean Strawbridge from the port. Sean is the ex officio who is needed for that agreement with the port to go through. He's named in the contract. He is now a permanent. We did an amendment to our bylaws. He's now a permanent ex officio, so he does not need reappointment. Ian and Dan are not seeking reappointment, and so Govind is the only ex officio who is seeking reappointment and needs reappointment.
Okay, so then we'll make that today. Govind Nadarki is who I will name as the ex officio. And I don't know why, but I believe that Chairman Zahn also asked one of the port commissioners to serve. And in my mind, it was Catherine Hilliard, but I could be wrong.
That's correct.
That's-
I believe he asked for her to serve
Okay.
as a full commissioner, though. And that
Okay.
would be, that would be your decision. That would be a separate issue, unless you wanted to appoint her as
Well,
ex officio.
what I'm going to do right this minute is work with you in the bylaws just to make sure we don't have too many people. So I'm going to announce that she's ex officio for right this moment, along with Govind. And then if you don't mind, we'll work together if that was also what I looked at the minutes of the port and saw that she was named. I just need to make sure we have a spot per the bylaws, and we may have to amend the bylaws in order to create that spot.
We did amend the bylaws previously. We had a limit of actually 9, which was a bit of an issue because we had 11 at one point. So we did amend to get rid of that limit. There's now not an upper limit
Oh,
in terms
wonderful.
of how many commissioners. So,
Okay. So now-
you do have the ability to add more people.
Thank you, Holden. So I will then declare that Catherine Tobin Hilliard will be joining us as she was named by the Port Commissioners Chairman, Charlie Zahn, to serve as oversight. So it's Govind and Catherine Hilliard. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, Holden, for that. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Okay. All right. And now we're going to move to the consent agenda, and I would ask Commissioners items A through U. Are there any that need to be pulled out? I was just going to make comment about H.
Judge, I just have some questions on the payment of bills. So I think I need to pull A, B, and C because there's a couple in each, or one in each.
A, B, and C. Okay, anybody else? Okay, so how about a motion for D through U, but excluding H for just commentary? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Oh, thank you. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, I'll just tackle H real quick, and then we'll stick with A, B, and C as Dale can assist. I just wanted to say how great it is to see these outside agencies get money, and there's some wonderful programs, and I've been getting letters left and right, and it's been a very hard year for our 501c3 organizations. So I just want to thank commissioners for reaching out and touching them, and hopefully they will be able to put these dollars to great use for our community. Anyway, just a comment.
Judge?
I'll motion. Yes.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'd like to pull O
Yes, sir.
for a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'll do a new motion in just a second for the clerk, but how about a motion? I'll make a motion to approve H unless there's any other comments. And how about a second?
Second, sorry.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. And, okay. And then for the clerk, I'm going to redo the motion because we're going to pull O, okay? So the item is now D through U with the exclusion of O and A, B, and C. And I'll take a motion to approve.
Wait, you're,
He has a question on O. He wants me to pull O, but we already approved everything, so I'm
Okay, so-
redoing it.
my bad. So you
Is that
want to
okay?
reopen it?
Reconsideration.
Reconsider? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Second?
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, so O.
Well, I can wait. I think
You can?
Commissioner wanted
Okay.
A, B, and C.
A, B,
I'll
and
wait
C.
till the end,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Yes.
All right, how about
I'm not sure.
Dale?
Oh, my bad.
Go ahead, go ahead.
I'm not sure which is in which, so that's why I pulled
That's why I
them all.
said just Dale, ask Dale.
Okay, so Dale, the first one I'm asking about, because I'm just not, I want to make sure on, is the WGJE Engineer Architect Materials. It's a special motions payment. Again, we don't, this isn't federal funding at any point, so we don't want to, I don't want to do anything to hurt the easement, but, or the, to extend the preservation easement, but I just don't know what this was for. I'm sure it's something we've already approved, but I just didn't know what it was.
That's the structural engineering report that was funded by the National Park Service grant.
Okay.
And they came in and gave a full report to us. That's Wish Janney Elsner, and the lead engineer was Chuck Lipscomb.
But the national.
Chuck LaRoche.
Sorry.
Sorry.
But the grant does not mean we've used federal funding for anything that would potentially extend that easement.
That's correct. That
Yeah.
that easement is with the Texas Historical Commission, and this does not extend. This was a grant. We have to pay it, and then we submit for reimbursement and get the money back.
Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, that's all, okay, that was that one, hold on. Let me find them, sorry, I've got them dog-eared.
We'll get you another copy of that. That's the structural engineering that said it was sound.
Right. Okay, I think the second one is the travel relocation expenses one for Dr. Shaker. I thought he lived here. I can't remember. Was he not living here when we hired him, and this was something we incurred when we hired him
This was
full-time?
this was, when we actually hired him, he was living in Alabama originally. This was some time back.
Okay.
Once we hired him as the full-time, he
TV's
requested a travel,
The TV is broken. To move his family.
I
yes.
guess, a travel
Yes.
request to basically move his family and his belongings.
So he was
And we-
commuting from Alabama all those years?
His family was living there, yes,
Okay, so this is moving his family
and his
and
belongings.
his right, no, and his
And we had
belongings.
we had that flexibility in his contract to be able to negotiate. This was not his entire bill. This was just a negotiated
Portion of it.
portion of it.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, that's fine. I had one more and I'm not. I didn't apparently dog-ear it well enough. Wait, here it is, sorry.
I'm scared the sound's gonna come on.
This one is, sorry, the special motion payments from Insight Public Sector on, I don't know what it is. Please authorize and place the following invoice from Insight Public Sector on a special motion to be approved by the Commissioners Court. It's something in IT, but I just didn't know what it
Can you
was.
say it again?
These are
Insight?
IT switches that we're starting to fail in some of the buildings that we, every once in a while, these need to be required to be upgraded or changed, and this was something that we brought in, and this was to be paid from I believe it was one of our COs was paying this cost.
And that was my, since it wasn't a budgeted item and it was kind of a, I guess you're going to call it an emergency or urgent item, it was being paid through CO funds that we had.
These were already budgeted, we did prepared a budget for this, and this is just, as time came up, it was just at a later time that they actually were able to do this upgrade. I believe this was in the annex, I believe it was. I can't exactly make sure where it was, but this was definitely a budget item. We already had the appropriations set up for this.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
All right, so how about a
passage.
motion?
Move passage.
And a second?
Second.
And a second by Modis, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that takes us to the consent agenda. Melissa, please forgive me. What happened was I got on a roll and, forgot that you were completely out of order and you've been so patient. Sometimes the silence can be good.
Did y'all talk about O? No.
Oh, you're right. We didn't, you pulled O. You're right. Sorry. Well, thank you.
I'm glad you did, Commissioner, because I just noticed something. We're going to take care of it. I don't know if it's the same question.
Okay, Commissioner, you start.
You tell me your.
Let me
issue
tell you what I
first.
found. I noticed that the evaluation committee had conspicuously left you off of the list, and that will be taken care of momentarily. We'll bring the paperwork up that includes you as one of the evaluation committee members, just as you had done in the previous year.
Sure. Thank you. Now, my question was, I talked to Tomas before in the committee, and I think it was maybe one of our last in-person ones that the judge wasn't able to be there for the entire meeting. I had asked about having disability added on, and I just wasn't sure if that was something that could be included. Is it too late? Is this the time to do it now?
Yes.
Or was it something maybe Tomas or the group felt that it wasn't needed at this moment, so?
I'd like to have an opportunity to discuss that with Tomas. I believe that is something that we can add. At this point, we were just laying out the foundation to consolidate, whereas in the past, we would have like all of these different 7 items would be 7 different RFPs. We're going to do it on one this year, all consolidated together, so that when we craft that, we can include.
Can we authorize for disability, and then if there's an issue, you'll bring it back to court?
Sure.
Would that be,
That sounds
I think
good.
that's a good idea.
Sounds fine.
Because I think we discussed that.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you don't get a bid, you don't get a bid, but at least you can go try.
That was my only question.
Sure.
So thank you. So I'll make a motion, Judge, to approve.
Second.
Okay.
With the addition of disability, if,
Second.
if it's, if we can include it. I don't know what the proper language would be, but.
Just to get a bid.
Yeah, just to get the bid, sure, just to open to
Just
allow for
open
a
it
bid.
up.
Yeah.
Okay, motion and a second. Commissioner Chesney, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, now, forgive me, Melissa, we can go back in order, and let's start working on, because remember, we asked Mr. Rosas to stick around too. This is a complete update for 3 different disasters, 2 of which are federally declared. The winter storm, Uri, COVID-19, and the pending appeal for Hurricane Hannah, 1, 2, and 3. However you feel best to engage us in.
Sure, and I'll make it quick so that we can keep moving forward on the agenda. Good afternoon, almost, I guess it is, almost. So I guess I can still say good morning. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. In 3 days, it will mark the 365th day of federal disaster response. I just wanted to take a second to say that I couldn't be more proud of my team or the community for the patience that everybody has shown us and each other everybody's efforts, whether that's our team in making sure that we're taking all the steps to protect our community, but also the community and everything they have done together to make sure they're keeping each other safe and following our guidance and our recommendations. At this 1-year mark in the pandemic response, it is critical to remember that though the governor has lifted the mask mandate and opening Texas 100% during spring break, it is our job in emergency management, it is your job as the community to keep each other safe. And that's what we've been doing this whole time. So I ask you, wear your mask, protect your loved ones and yourself. We have in 13 weeks vaccinated over 110,000 people, of whom 95% are Nueces County residents, but we have not vaccinated everyone. At this time, we should take extra personal precautions to wear masks and social distance so that we do not see another peak of cases and hospitalizations as we did in June and July, so that we can move forward and recover from COVID-19 as a community. It is also important at this time to truly thank and congratulate our teams who have worked hours on end, nonstop for a year to ensure that Nueces County not only survives the pandemic, but successfully recovers. I know it is difficult, and often we cannot see the light at the end of the tunnel, but I ask you as a community and as my team to please dig even deeper and keep on pushing so that we can get there together. Each and every one of you are relied upon to ensure critical disaster response planning and operations are executed efficiently, even when changes are made at the last minute. To my team, this is a message for my team. I think it's extremely important to just say thank you right now. It's an entire year of response, and that's an entire year of them working 2 jobs side by side in the same hours of the day, as there's only 24 hours in a day. As I just want to say, as EMC, I think every single person on our team is truly an incredible human being. I don't get very many opportunities to stand up here and talk about the team or talk about too much other than just our operations and what we're executing in emergency management. But I think this is the exact perfect time at the 1-year anniversary. And it's also my 4-year anniversary with the county to thank my team. I rely, as the emergency management coordinator, on a team of people that don't have adequate training, that aren't actually in emergency management. They've just been placed there as that's how the county has decided over the years that we would be able to run a disaster using the folks that we have, the experts that we have, and that's great, and it's worked, and we had Hurricane Harvey, and it worked for Harvey. But I hope that we can see moving forward that there is absolutely no way that we can continue, now that we've seen, not just know, we've seen that disasters can occur that keep our daily operations still going. I think we've planned this in a way that it functions when everything for the county shuts down. This isn't the case with the pandemic, and there's a million other disasters I could bring up that would present the same situation. But I just wanted to let everybody know that they're amazing. And as EMC and leader, I'm so proud, but as Melissa Munguia standing here, I'm extremely proud and I'm extremely thankful, and I apologize for getting emotional. But I wouldn't be able to do my job without these people and their dedication to the county and to each other, because if even one of them pulls themselves out of the operation, we all feel it. We're all impacted by it. And so we don't see the light at the end of the tunnel right now as the team. So I think it's important to stop and to just say thank you, and that I recognize your efforts, and that you haven't been given all the tools to be the most amazing, whatever section chief it is or whatever role you're playing in disaster response. We've put an incredible amount of pressure on these folks to do something that they're not even trained to do, that they haven't been given the proper tools to do. And I want to thank the judge because she's made huge changes for emergency management since she's been here. But we can't stop, and we have to recognize that in this next budget cycle, since we talked about it, my office needs true emergency management staff. But I just wanted to say thank you, and again, I apologize for the emotions, but it's emotional, right? For everybody, for the community, for our families, for ourselves, for our family members at home, for each other on the team. And so I'm okay standing here crying in front of you. I don't ever cry in front of y'all. So I'm okay with doing it today as we reach this 1-year anniversary of a very, very difficult and trying time in the entire world, where we were afraid for our children, we were afraid for our parents, we were afraid for ourselves. And to say thank you that despite all of the risk that was presented, that our team members stepped out and went above and beyond. We wouldn't have been able to accomplish what we have so far without them. So thank you for that moment of letting me do that. Right on that, I'll just go into where we are now as we get into the second year of COVID-19 response. And that is mask orders being lifted, Texas opening. Those are big steps, right? Those are big steps with where we're at right now in vaccine management. And we're just now receiving more allocations of vaccines. We're just now getting people vaccinated. So this is a pretty substantial change to have no mask and to have everything open. So it's our job now to really focus on messaging to the public that we still have the ability to, but also the responsibility to take those precautions. Just because a piece of paper tells you you don't have to anymore doesn't mean that you shouldn't. And so I just encourage everybody to continue wearing masks, continue social distancing. Ask yourself if you really need to be somewhere or not. We need to support our local businesses. We need things up and running. But at the same time, we don't want to see another peak like we did in the summertime. I just want to talk about our vaccinations, as that's what's going to be the driving factor for how successful we are when we do open, is how many people are vaccinated and how many people are taking precautions. This week, Wednesday, which is today, we have 2,500 first doses that are being disseminated by Driscoll at American Bank Center. Thursday and Friday, there will be at American Bank Center 1,000 second doses, or Thursday and Friday, excuse me. And then we have on Thursday, Church Unlimited, and we're doing 500, or it's going to be about 435 second doses for teachers, which we ran at Church Unlimited. Saturday, we have, or excuse me, Thursday, we have another operation that we're running. We have American Bank Center second doses and Church Unlimited. Friday is American Bank Center. They're doing 1,000 second doses as well. And then Saturday, we have at the fairgrounds, we have 5,000, give or take, second doses that will be happening on Saturday. And also on Saturday, I believe we'll have some of the homebound seniors being vaccinated. And then on Thursday, we have our rural homebound senior program running as well. So as you see, there's lots of moving parts, and that's going to continue to
Sorry, Melissa,
Go ahead.
When is the first time, you said, all this are second time, but how about is there a first time? First time, you mentioned all of them second time.
So that would be today at American Bank Center was the 2,500 first doses.
And that's by appointment, right?
Yes, and everything else that we have is second doses.
Second dose, okay.
We got our first doses early, and we got rid of them over the weekend. So we got them early for this week, last week. So that's why you see us just running second doses. The American Bank is not us, it's Driscoll.
Driscoll Children's Hospital.
Go ahead.
The last one. Go ahead.
Melissa, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Commissioner.
I was just going to ask, again, and I did this very publicly, thanks to the emergency management team for the great clinic that was done in Port Aransas. Appreciated, and as you know, they have 700 people pre-registered to go again, and I know y'all are committed to doing that. I just was asked to ask if we had a date, and if you've given that and I didn't see it, that's my bad, but I didn't know if that one. And then I'm going to ask the same question about, I've heard some rumblings about one on North Padre Island on the island. So if you could address when you think that could occur or what that status is.
Sure. So again, we're just on one of those weeks where we received the allocation a little bit early, so we're able to run it essentially the week before. And then it gives us a gap where we're mostly doing second doses and then planning for the weeks ahead. So there's plans to assist Port Aransas, obviously for their second doses, the second dose equivalent of the first run, but then continuing to move forward. So we're keeping in contact. We were also told by Rick Adams as well as you about the 700 that are already kind of registered. And so we've got people lined up. We know how it's going to run in Port Aransas. So all we need to do is receive the allocation. And so we don't always know when that's going to happen exactly. So we can plan the location.
And we might want to distinguish, so the allocation that we ran in Port Aransas is not city-county health. So when I mentioned we got our allocation early and we burned it, that was city-county health.
Okay.
So the allocation that we're using in Port Aransas is Christus Spawn. It's our, and so I asked Monday, have you gotten it yet? And they hadn't. I'll ask right now to see if they've gotten it. But we're waiting on them to get the allocation, and then once we do, we'll be able to go back there. So it's really just a matter of waiting for Christus. This is an operation we do just Nueces County, and I want to make sure that we explain why. Why not take city-county health vaccines? We're not allowed to. So Dishes has a contract with city-county health for our hub, and we got special permission to take 500 doses from that hub every time we get 5,000 and give it to the homebound program, which is known as Save Our Seniors. Okay? We also, with extra draws, take this about 50 to 80, depending on our draws, and we do the homebound program for the rural areas, or what we call it outside city of Corpus Christi. Not always they're rural. And the exciting thing is that we're starting to see providers get Johnson & Johnson, and we're also starting to see the federal pharmacy program come on board. So HEB gave, for example, do you remember how many thousand this week? Anyway, HEB was what we call a true mega site. Mega, the M is the 1,000, and so that was a game changer. But the ones that we need for Port A, huh?
HEB?
Say it again?
The super HEB?
They did it at American Bank Center too, didn't they?
And yes, and then we also have on March 18th is where they're planning on using 2,500 of the Johnson & Johnson, which is a one-dose vaccine for our population with disabilities, so that it's just easier. You go one time, you get it, and you don't have to worry about it again.
Yeah.
And utilizing that Johnson & Johnson for those more vulnerable and difficult populations, so that you don't have
Right.
that second return requirement.
And I just want to really emphasize the Christus, because they are unsung heroes. They don't stand up there and have press conferences. They don't, maybe they should, but nobody gives them the credit that they are due. And they have been helping us vaccinate teachers a month ahead of the governor's order, okay? Really not the governor's, but the Dishes order to vaccinate teachers. So everything we've done at Church Unlimited, no, I'm sorry, that's wrong. We've done that both ways. We've done that through City County Health and Christus. But
we have used both Pfizer and Moderna
Correct.
allocations for
Do we
Christus.
plan to go to Bishop and cover Bishop and Driscoll anytime?
Yeah, so we just found out, actually, I just found out that Amistad, I guess, had 100 vaccines, and they ran yesterday at Banquetti Junior High. That just
And
was
we've
new news to me.
run Bishop before, and just remember Christus Clayburg.
When was that?
We had a small operation in Bishop, not us, City County Health, but
City County Health
I'm trying
I
to,
checked with them and said that they hadn't gone out there.
not City County Health, but we've had other providers. But just so you know, we've got our rural homebound program going Bishop, Driscoll. But for example, when we did teachers, we called every single small jurisdiction, and they sent us their teachers. Bishop, Driscoll, Agua Dulce, Banquetti, Petronila.
And we're still working on developing that mobile option, and that's where we knew the western portion of the county would really benefit from the
No,
mobile.
I mean, I also called some of the teachers in West Osa and everywhere else, but the thing is, our Meals on Wheels in county, are those being taken care of?
Yes.
Yes, so we have the help of Robstown EMS and Robstown Emergency Management that is supporting the western portion of the county with the equivalent of City of Corpus Christi Fire Department's
Those
SOS
have gotten
program.
the first shot?
So they've done first, and then they're gonna start, this week, I believe, is second doses that our rural program will be
And I believe
disseminating.
we got a request that you took care of yesterday for 34 in Agua Dulce.
Yes.
And so anybody, all the jurisdictions, we've been working with all of the mayors and/or
So we
superintendents.
might not yet have had an actual run or operation within a particular area, but we're still capturing those populations in different ways.
I just wish I knew when you're in Bishop, and, but I also like to see maybe hopefully take one unit out there to Bishop and try to cover Bishop and Driscoll at the same time, but, the Commissioner Mott is in mind, but, that's the way at the other end, and it's really hard for some of those to come in.
Right,
They've been calling me and saying, when are we gonna come in over here? When are you coming over here?
And as the allocation number gets larger, what we're able to divide out to the homebound program for rural Nueces would get larger as well. So each time they do a run, instead of doing 50, they might be doing 100 or 200. So it's just.
And we got a good operation there, because we did the drive-through, remember, as far as the testing, so the operation there is pretty good as far as.
Right.
Drive-through, so.
Well, and
Thank you.
we're going to make sure that the mobile operations we actually tested the mobile operations in Port Aransas, and so we know we can do them, and we know that that's where the future is. We just need vaccine, and but it's very important to understand that we can't take vaccine out of the hubs unless that's pre-authorized or pre-approved, and so because we've prioritized, right, the homebound program, the disabilities, and the teachers/educators/daycare. And so that's where I think.
And when
we're
you're
headed.
in the operations and you're part of those intricate processes, it's a little bit easier for you to see the restrictions and the limitations that we have. When we just talk about the operations or where we did it or how many we did, you're not seeing the kind of the parameters that are put around us sometimes with what we're able to do with the allocation. So I feel like we're doing a really good job in disseminating our allocation, but doing that as fairly and evenly as possible. And it continues to grow with each week. We're seeing new locations. We did West Oso Junior High, I believe, or high school. We did a drive. So we're getting new locations and we're vaccinating in new areas. And so as we get into this 2-year mark, ending of the first year, and those allocations are coming down and additional brands are coming down, I think you're gonna really start to see this regulate itself. The last thing I wanna mention when it comes to COVID and response is where we're at on personnel and the longevity of the operations that we're expecting. I just wanted to mention that my team is working right now on identifying volunteers, on identifying how we would work temps into our system. Because we are at a pivotal place where we need to put some of our department heads back into their offices, let them focus on their daily tasks and not missing things that would be easy to miss when you're kind of knee deep in registrations or traffic control or any of those things. So making sure that we're supporting the staff that are continuing to run these operations as we go now into the second year. That's all I had on COVID-19 at the time. Did you have anything, Judge or Commissioners?
Just that we'll update everybody with regards to the allocations as soon as we get them. And just to be clear, City County Health has not run in Bishop. I'm saying there was another provider that went out there, is what I recall.
And there's providers that have vaccine, like I just found out about Amistad running in Binketti yesterday. I wasn't informed there was an allocation.
Right, they do that on their own.
It happens on its own, and we don't have any control. So there are gonna be runs that are occurring that we don't know about. And so here in just a short while, most of our population will be serviced through pharmacies and other.
Right, we expect that the hubs, by summertime may look very, very different. And so, we're gonna see a transition occur. By the way, we've also requested the military team that's vaccinating to come to our rural areas. So the minute we get that set up, the ask was Bishop, Driscoll, Petronila. So just so you know, we've made that request. They come into rural communities, and they do that 100% through TDM. And we've asked for that team when it's our turn. Last time I checked, they were in Starr County. They've done Kennedy County, and they're working their way through. So they know that, we're on the list, and they'll come through. It'll be a mobile type of drive-through unit. But just to make that clear. And again, we'll be making some major decisions after this week. I just heard that they're making the presentation on the House floor in Congress today with regards to the coronavirus relief bill. And so we expect that that will impact Nueces County greatly. We've also applied for FEMA's designation of advanced funding for vaccine distribution. And yesterday I was given an email that we are literally through the portal, and we should be getting our award letter any minute. That money, Dale, will be used exclusively to focus on vaccine distribution costs that we've spent. And what they do is they advance funding. So rather than us spending our own money and waiting to get reimbursed, FEMA gives you an option to just have some money advanced to you, and that's what we've asked for. And we've been working with Haggerty on that. And yesterday, the email was very positive that our award letter should be forthcoming. And that way, we can start reimbursing ourselves for some of the, it doesn't mean that's all the money we're going to get, but it certainly helps seeing it in advance. And also, we will have a complete analysis of the coronavirus relief bill once it passes the House, maybe later today. So look for your next court to have a full explanation of the eligibility. But we do expect to receive over $60 million here in Nueces County.
Okay, without any other questions, I'm going to move on to Hurricane Hannah. So where we stand with Hurricane Hannah right now is that it's not federally declared. It's not a declared disaster. We applied for a declaration for assistance and was denied, and then we also went forth to have our appeal date, because we're going to appeal the denial. We were, and this is for those that haven't heard any of this, just to update you, that we submitted a request to have that deadline for the appeal extended, which we got, and are so grateful for. Of course, we had the winter storm and are continuing with our vaccination operations. So here we find ourselves now at the end of the 30-day extension. So we are waiting to hear if we are getting an additional extension to that time. But the team, which is myself, emergency management, coastal parks, everybody's working together with Haggerty to make sure that we have the appeal packet. I believe it's due from the state on March 13th, which means we actually should get it to the state sooner. So we're going to be meeting as soon as we're done here with court and discussing where we're at with the packet, the appeal packet and the support documents. And then we're planning on submitting that. We might find out that we have an extension to that deadline, but either way, we're going to be as prepared as possible to submit that appeal packet.
And we
at that
submit
last
that
minute.
to the state.
To the state,
Right.
yes.
I just want to make sure, and everybody, whether it's this event or any other event, the county is charged with meeting that county threshold. And so it's our job in emergency management to gather all of the data and submit on behalf of our entire county. But we work with our jurisdictional partners in getting that data, but it's the county's responsibility to meet that county threshold, to work with our district TDM rep, who works then with the chief, and then so on to Chief Kidd. And so I just want you to know that we've been working with all our partners on this, and we're hopeful that we will get a declaration under the Stafford Act, not probably because we agree on the dollars, but because I hope that the federal government sees it our way, that we have been severely impacted.
And at this time, that's all I had for Hurricane Hannah. Did you have any questions, Judge, Commissioners?
Commissioners? Okay, the winter storm?
Winter storm, or DR 4586. We've shifted into recovery for this storm. So we're in the recovery, after-action review, reimbursements phase of this particular disaster. Individual assistance, again, is open and can be learned more about at www.disasterassistance.gov. Again, individual assistance is for the public and their personal homes and losses experienced from the winter storm. We also have public assistance activated, only category B at this time, which is our emergency protective measures. We are in the process of submitting disaster summary outlines, cost estimates as an entire state. That's what we need to get other categories open. So categories, I believe, C through G, we could have open if different jurisdictions in the state show that they have damage in those categories. So we're working diligently, again, with Haggerty in reaching out to all of our jurisdiction partners, the cities, the schools, and collecting those damage assessments so that we can compile a full disaster summary outline, submit that. What's nice to know is we've already exceeded the threshold with the submissions that we got from the city of Corpus Christi. So that was 2.3 million for the city of Corpus Christi. We also got some of the independent school districts and other organizations to submit their costs, which was in the sum of 223,000 and some change. So just with those two items, we've exceeded our county threshold. So there's no doubt this is state, local, state, and federal declaration. I believe wholeheartedly that when the state submits as a whole, we'll definitely supersede that $39 million. For public assistance, again, we're working with Haggerty and Grants Administration and our office on the recovery process. The biggest part right now is just collecting the disaster summary outlines, the damage assessments. We have the public assistance damage assessment tools that we have, and that's for county, city, county recovery. And then there's also the equivalent damage assessment tool for the individual as well that will be found on that disasterassistance.gov.
And in fact, they anticipate this to eclipse Harvey.
I would imagine it would, this type of event across the whole state. And that's the biggest difference, is even Harvey, it impacted an area, or a region, but not the entire state. And so this is a completely different situation when you talk about every single jurisdiction within the state being impacted. So those submissions of the disaster summary or the cost estimates are due on Friday. So we're working diligently to reach out to everybody, to collect those, to compile those. Haggerty is working closely with all of our other partners and making sure we're getting those in a timely fashion. Once that happens, it will be submitted. Once everybody submits by that March 12th as a whole state, FEMA will be able to look at what types of damages there are. And that's when we'll see more categories open for roads and bridge and other. And that will be helpful because not all of our damages just fall into the emergency protective measures. Of course, we move forward from the winter disaster realizing that we weren't prepared in a handful of ways, and we can't leave any disaster without making change. And so again, we're working on having a reserve, a stockpile here in Nueces County of water, MREs, and other items, getting a little bit more thorough when we say we need a generator, what type, how is it going to connect, how are we going to do this, and really fully understanding what all is involved in the things that we might have requested from Nueces County, from the hospitals or other, like generators, like water tankers, and knowing the details of how that would work once the product gets there. And just making sure that we have the ability, we have the buildings, additional locations and equipment that maybe we traditionally haven't needed here in Nueces County, but now we can see what kind of winter storm we can have, and making sure that we're prepared with equipment and resources for those types of storms. That's really what I have at this time, Judge and
you.
Commissioners, unless you have any questions. Again,
Thank
I
you,
was doing my
Melissa.
best to keep it brief.
Well, and
today.
there's so many ways to help people. There's going to be a lot of discussion about plumbing bills, a lot of discussion about electricity bills, natural gas bills, And we want you to know we're working closely on, well, the city's got a lot of programs inside the city, but there'll also be other programs. And so we're going to make sure our communications is very robust on the website because a lot of it's digitally driven. So I'm thinking about reaching out to our libraries so that they can train those folks at the libraries because there's amazing money, but if you don't know how to go get it, it gets very difficult, which goes back to our self-help center, Commissioner.
Yes.
And so I want you to know that it's going to be very scary. Your natural gas bill is going to be awful. It's going to show $9 per MCF. That's just kind of, it's going to look frightening. So we're going to have a lot of calls, and I just want to say that we're working on getting the information solidified in one spot so that we can send everybody to that one spot, just like we did with COVID and Nueces knows. We may even open up another portal for winter storm off Nueces knows, okay?
Judge,
Yeah.
I missed the first part on the COVID, so I don't know if this
Go
was
ahead.
covered, but I know that Bear County, just like last week, tweeted, or maybe it was earlier this week, tweeted that they were doing seemed like a program similar to what the city of Corpus Christi is rolling out, and they were doing it for all the unincorporated areas of Bear County and 26 of the smaller municipalities outside of San Antonio that they have. Was that discussed? or
Was
is
it
that
for
something-
COVID?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, in
Yeah.
relation
I'm
to
sorry,
COVID
Liz.
and to.
Yeah,
oh, no,
so-
No, it wasn't COVID.
Was it
No,
vaccination?
No, it was winter storm.
It was winter
It was a winter
storm.
storm. It was the plumbing issues and other issues like that.
Right.
So,
You were saying that they went out to give water?
well, they.
I think
they
you're
have
talking
a
about
program.
the assistance
It's the
programs.
assistance program. So I
Yeah.
don't know if that's directed at the website you were talking about or if it's different. But, and
Yeah.
I made a mental note of it because I knew we would have this presentation, so I'd bring it up then.
Yeah, give us that tweet. So basically.
So they have a
Yeah.
huge force. Bear County is
They
a
do.
Uwasi city or Uwasi County, and they have a lot of funds that help with certain types of programs. We have ways of supporting our residents with the individual assistance program. This is kind of like after Harvey, when we had the disaster reception centers or disaster recovery centers. It was to make sure that you had the individual experts sitting down with residents and helping them through the recovery process. You could do this in a virtual format out into the western portion of the county where you go home to home and support with either with technology or personnel to help them through that process. But that would be a little bit more challenging here in Nueces County with the staff that we have and the support staff that we have. But I believe that's what you're talking about is folks that are actually deploying out into the county and helping people through the individual assistance program
Well,
for the
he's
winter
saying
storm.
that Bear is copying us. He's saying that Bear is implementing our strategies. So I think that those are the city of Corpus Christi strategies on actual dollars assistance. For example, they've got 400,000 just to help you, let's say, with your utility
It
bill.
helps with the cost. I sent it to you.
Yeah,
I'll
thank you. I
send
just got it.
I'll email it to,
Sure.
to everyone. But it just says, cost of emergency repairs and.
Right.
Pipes that have already been broken. So it's an actual number. They have a website. It's bear.org/pipes. And so that'd be something just to kind of look at.
Yeah.
To see how we can, I agree. I mean, they have such a large government that they can do a lot of these smaller programs. But I also saw some information provided by the United Way in response to the winter storm.
Yeah.
And so I gave that information out in Agua Dulce because, like everywhere, I mean, they were really hit, but there was several homes out there that really took it hard. And so passed that information along to them because they were kind of looking for something like what the city of Corpus Christi is doing. But I said,
And any
hey,
of those programs
United
that
Way is
are
helping,
available, 211 is who we use for that, and of course, our social services department as well. Any of the new information or links or processes, or again, when there's funds available for recovering for your bills and things like that, that information is shared with our partners at 211 so that anybody that calls 211 asking has the resources that they need.
So, and with that, I'd also just, my intern that I had that volunteered last week, Angie, that helped out at the vaccine clinic, she lives out in the Driscoll area. And so her concern was immediately afterwards, she said, what about everyone else that doesn't have access to social media? That was her concern. And so she said, you know, is there kind of a reverse alert that can help people that at least have a phone that can get information relayed to them? Because, you know, it's just a lot of not having that information readily available. And obviously,
so
if you
true.
didn't have electricity, you couldn't get on the internet to see what the news stations were saying or what the press conferences were saying. So that's something she's kind of reviewing, but maybe she can get with you, because I know you're like everything about all of these three disasters, but, you know, she's available also, that I kind of designated her
great,
to kind
sure.
of research this and to kind of maybe come back and see what she can kind of come up with, because that may be helpful too, if we don't have that in place, to be able to get people to call in so they can start getting reverse alerts. And I told her, like, didn't we start one, Commissioner Chesney, with something like that with the rip tides and all that out there in the island?
Yes,
So if we can kind of, I told her, if we can kind of look at that and see how can we expand on it to help really get connected to the community in those early hours and days. You know, people are still dealing with it, but especially then when there was this kind of, no one knew what was going on or how to respond.
And John, that's a great idea, and what we need to really focus on, and for Judge too, I mean, that reverse alert's great, but you got to sign up for it.
Right.
So no, but I'm saying, so we need to, as a court, I think, come up with some sort of campaign, and I know we have people that can help us do that, to really get the word out on getting that reverse alert signed up, and then adding exactly the kind of stuff you're talking to, because it's been a big help on that riptide stuff. I mean, it really has. I mean, so I think that reverse alert's a great way to do
So
it.
if we can, you know, continue to look at that, how can we expand just on, you know, on top of maybe the systems already in place, or incorporate it into a bigger one that we do countywide? But I think that would really be helpful, especially for those that don't have the technology or the ability to connect that way, that we can get the word out much easier. I don't know what kind of a system that would require or how much or what, but I mean, it's already being done in a certain extent out there with the riptides. I just thought maybe we can try that with whatever, God forbid, any other thing that comes our way, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great idea. I think the most important thing is consolidate the information and get it to one location, and then try to get that out in many different ways.
It's like we're creating a virtual DRC, I think
Yeah.
is kind of what you're talking about. It's like all the help you need in one
Right.
place, someone there to assist you if that's what you need, and walk you through
Well, and-
through those processes.
And time really hasn't given us the time that we need with you, commissioners, but what I'd like to do as the head of emergency management with Melissa is do a day where we really showcase some of the things that we have that are really just getting glossed over, not because we don't want to share them, but just from time. But for example, like the Haggerty team, we actually brought in a whole team just to help us with winter storm event. That was already part of their contract, but they are actually focused on it because we have such a narrow window to get all of those dollars in. And that will also give us an opportunity to focus on, as you said, time is of the essence on this communication piece. But one of the things we've seen, or I've seen that works great, are door hangers. So just like we do other types of messaging, you can put all the information on door hangers, and in these smaller communities, we can pair up with other organizations that wouldn't be, if they're already delivering meals or they're already delivering community or social services, and we put a door hanger in attached with all of the information that's got real phone numbers or real places to go to get those, type of information. Because the digital divide is enormous. In fact, the legislature is dealing with broadband, and Congress just gave $10 billion in the House bill for broadband access. That tells you that there's a real problem, right? And our folks can't just be expected to get information off platforms that they don't have.
And we
So-
do have our long-term recovery group and our COAD, or our community organizations active in disaster, that are going to be supporting residents in recovery. So it's important because commissioners, they call you, your constituents call you and say, I haven't had help, or I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Please bring those people forward to me, and then I have them very easily identified and can share them with the COAD or somebody that can support them, send them in the right direction, but you have to move that forward to us. while I'm standing here saying this, I'll just encourage residents to, if you do have an issue and you're trying to recover from the winter storm and you're not sure what to do, please reach out to your commissioners. They can easily call me and we can get you set on the right path to recovery.
Thank you,
That was
Melissa.
all I had.
Thank you. As I said, there's much more. Don't forget to reach out to Melissa with additional. This Thursday, we will be running second doses at Church Unlimited. We do this with City County Health, and so that'll be Thursday afternoon. It was an educator forum.
And
So
that'll be 3 to 6 o'clock.
I'm
I
sorry,
believe.
3 to 6. Okay,
It's changed.
it's
so you
changed.
had it
It
right.
was 4. Okay, 3 to 6 p.m. Commissioner, not 4. Okay, thank you, Melissa, very, very much.
Thank you.
Three on Thursday, Judge?
3, yeah, instead of 4. I'm sorry.
That's all right, my bad.
They changed that.
That's okay.
And we never really answered your question about the island. I just want to say that there are so many areas that we need to and want to get to. And I promise you this, the operation plan exists. It's just a matter of, can we get an allocation? But I want you to know that it gets really dicey. It can't be from the hub. And so that means we need to pair up with the provider. And I feel like I have a provider that will pair up with me because they have a clinic on the island. And so that will be great. And it's the same provider that will pair up with me in Bishop and Driscoll and Petronila, right?
And
So
it-
I feel
and-
very good about that.
Same offer if we do one out there and you need
You
me to help
bet.
you with pre-registrations, like whatever you need me to
Right,
do.
well,
for that.
what I loved about Port A, and what I love about all this, we did a pairing this weekend of City County Health, but we were able to work with Sylvia Tryon Oliver,
That was a great one.
the
too.
Black Chamber.
Yeah, I saw that.
Listen,
was
that
great.
was probably 8 or 10 ministers coming together.
That was awesome.
But the only way we were able to do those 250 was because we had so many extra draws on doses. I know this is counterintuitive, it doesn't make any sense, but what happens is that the state won't allow us to target zip codes or locations.
Right.
So the only way to get something like that accomplished is to be a really good drawer. I mean, that means the vaccine, let's say they gave you 5,000, well, if you get 500 extra, we took 250 and we were able to use it for this. And that way it didn't punish us, if you will, from that state allocation.
Right.
But that was a really wonderful event, and there were people who said that but for us having it there, they would not have sought the vaccine elsewhere. So vaccine reluctance is going to be something you're going to hear me say. And how do we overcome reluctance? Well, we go to them. We make it comfortable for them. That's always been the plan. The real issue is allocation. So one of these weeks, as I said, have you ever heard of the mañana syndrome? You know, it's like, when are we going to get more? Tomorrow? So we've been sort of waiting for tomorrow to come for a lot of tomorrows, but eventually it will happen that we'll get 25,000 as requested. And then I promise you, my goal is to have the team in place in 1 week to go to Bishop, Driscoll, Petronila. That's one group, but we'll move mobile. One group to be on the island, one group to be on the other island, right? There's 2 islands in this county, Mustang and North Padre.
Yes, ma'am.
And so
They
that's.
remind me of that all the time.
Yeah, I know. So that's the goal. And I want you to know that we can do it, but I also want you to know that we can't do it with the staff we have. And so what I want
I
you to
think
be prepared
That's why
for.
we put in place with that spawn, you know, that's one of the things that we have to do. We may have to start paying more of these people to get it done.
Right,
stuff
so
like
you're
that.
gonna see emergency management engage in a lot of new staff, but that's why we applied for FEMA vaccine distribution. And it's gonna be over like $1 million, and that's why we needed it, because we can't be expected, we just don't have the resources to do all of these things. We have the intellectual capacity to write all the plans, and, but volunteers are welcome, and I know on the islands, plural, volunteers is not a problem.
No.
And neither is it in the western counties. It's amazing how people will come out and help if it's for their own group.
Absolutely.
And so I would just say thank you, and those 700, my goal is to bring back, 500 as soon as we can.
Appreciate it. Thank
And
you.
I did send a text, because you never know, sometimes you get good news
Right.
when you're thinking about it, so
Right.
channel that good energy.
Well, that's why, I'm not trying to bug people about it.
No,
but
I
I'm just-
know.
Sometimes when it gets brought up, people go, hey, wait, yeah, and so
Right.
that's exactly why I bring it
Right.
up sometimes.
Now, commissioners, that puts us back in order into the regular agenda, and it also puts us around the lunch hour. And so what I want to do is recognize that we have some important people that have been on the line, probably waiting, and there's some items that we could take out of order that would facilitate their time and not interfere with any of ours. So here's what I'm going to do. We've just got off COVID. Let's stick with item 3A1. And then I'm going to move out of order straight to number 6 to accommodate Dr. Ray Perriman, who's on the line with us. And so let's do 3A1, and then the rest of it, commissioners, we can do it out of order because it's just us that's needed or our own staff member for the explanations of items 2 through 5. So let's do 1 because it's still in keeping with COVID. And if Mr. Rosas is still here, he certainly has waited a long time, but discuss and consider taking any action, approving policies and/or adopting any resolutions or orders authorized by law related to county employees, citizens, and visitors of Nueces County regarding COVID-19. And what this is all about is the governor's order. I wanted to explain to the citizen, Mr. Rosas, that came before us, is that what I said is that we as county judges are not allowed to supersede the governor's orders. In other words, the governor's order is that the mask mandate be lifted and that all businesses be open. What the governor's order does allow are 2 things. Private businesses can choose to create their own safety protocols. Establishments can. And the other thing is that if our regional hospital capacity is greater than 15%, then the county judge can institute safety, protocols that are commensurate with that crisis. At that level right now, and so we are not at that 15%. But I will tell you, in January, we were awfully close. So don't think for a second that we don't need to be vigilant. We do. It's amazing how 2 weeks of bad behavior will put us right back into trouble again. But what's before us today is an opportunity to approve a policy for county buildings or facilities that are safety in nature. And we've done this once before, you might recall, as a commissioner's court. And so I wanted to bring it back to us as a commissioner's court. And our county attorney has the authority that gives us the ability to do this. So what we're going to be asking of you is a discussion and/or action to implement safety protocols for our tower and our admin buildings and all buildings that relate to safety, including the wearing of masks. And so with that, I'll ask Jenny.
All county buildings, really.
Correct, county buildings.
Okay, so-
Is this the order that this proposes?
And
that we're
this
back
is the
to?
one, yeah, let me see. Did you get that?
Just the,
It's probably,
I just was going to ask.
go ahead.
If, what I was hoping we could do, not the only thing, I mean, we can go back and forth on debate on masks, but I think for the purposes of our employees and the safety, the only question I had was, could we do this like for a period of time instead of indefinitely, which this is kind of an indefinite order, and then revisit it again to see, because things are changing dramatically with it, and that was the only, not the only question I might have, but I mean, that was kind of one of the things that popped out at me if we're on that order, is if there's.
I think it's reasonable to come up with a time frame, and then
all.
you can revisit it. For example, the governor has said that we'll have enough vaccine by the end of May, to be able to get into that 1C potential category. That means everybody. So that will change a lot of how we feel about it. And of course, remember, hospital capacity is always an issue. So I think that's a reasonable thing to do.
Okay.
And it sort of signals that, we're going to make common sense and smart science the rulers of the day. What is y'all's feeling, commissioners? Commissioner Modas, you're shaking your head. I think you might
I
agree.
think that's reasonable to set an expectation, because people, they hear one message that the government's opening on state level, but, local buildings. I think a big deal is HEB. When HEB says this is our policy, I think that's a great policy to follow. But I think we should, if we pass this, I think we should say, this is the specific amount of time, We will reexamine it again. I think people just want some finality to it. They just want to know there's a light at the end of the tunnel, that this is not going to be something that's going to be instituted. I mean, no one wants to wear these forever. I mean, these are cumbersome at best. But I think, I would support something that has some language in there if that would help everyone feel better about this. But, our partners right down the street, City of Corpus Christi, City Manager Zanoni issued that they're
That's
asking
correct.
for that
All
to be
city,
done.
but buildings.
All buildings, employees and citizens alike. So it's just matching that. But if we can say, within the next few months or by the end of May, we'll bring this up for reconsideration. I think that would, if that helps everyone, I think it would be great to include that in.
Yeah, no one likes it, but.
Okay. And
Second.
I've got a motion, a second. Jenny, would you just cite for the clerk, there's authority for Commissioners Court doing this for county buildings, and I don't have it in front of me in the local government code.
So was the motion to, can I just ask, was the motion to amend, to come back, to make this till the end of May? Was that what
Yes.
the motion was?
That's
Okay.
correct. Go ahead.
To add under one, to add a paragraph there. So we're looking at, first off, the Commissioners Court's authority under Article 5, Section 18 of the Constitution, which allows the court to exercise such powers and jurisdiction over all county business. And then that's also Texas Constitution, Article 5, Section 18B.
Okay, thank you. I just want to, it's always good to cite the authority. It's in our resolution, so the only thing would be that we would put a timeframe, Jenny, and that we would revisit it at that time, whether we would extend or rescind.
To the last Commissioners Court meeting in May.
That's correct.
Or the end of May, whatever, oh, that's a good
Either
point,
way.
whatever works.
Just the end of May, I guess, and we'll,
To revisit,
Sounds good.
Yeah.
but they would put the language to revisit.
That's true, because we wouldn't have a Commissioners Court meeting, and then I wouldn't want you to get stuck with something that's gone away without us talking, so maybe we should say,
Yeah.
well, I don't know when the last, maybe we should say that, I think the 19th is the last.
I mean, we can
Commissioners'
take it up on the last,
At the end of May.
So I think the 19th is the last Commissioners Court in May. Would
we'll
that-
just say, yeah, I guess we can just revisit it
So
in,
I'll make a motion
It's 2
to
months.
the last commissioner meeting in May.
Okay. Is
last commission,
move
and
that
that way
we-
we can see if we need to
To
extend.
revisit again.
that okay, John?
Sounds good.
You're
I
good?
think that sounds reasonable, and it gives us a chance to look forward, to a time. But I think it's really important that I wanted to tell Mr. Rosas that businesses will be able to make those decisions, and, people expect here a level of safety and security because this is a public facility. And I know that this also comports, if we take action positively, and it sounds like we're going to, this is also going to help our courts, who are also instructed by the Texas Supreme Court and the Office of Court Administration, to go back, to be able to conduct jury trials. And they have their own set of protocols for the judiciary. And it wouldn't make any sense at all to have one set of rules for the admin building and then in the tower have a second. So this is going to make things very good for the administration of law and order and justice. And so I applaud that. Motion and a second, and this would be to adopt, Commissioner Gonzalez, this resolution that's before us.
Right.
And would you go ahead and say it's to all county buildings and?
According to the resolution we adopting that all county buildings be included in this one.
Until May 19th.
Until May 19th, or the last meeting of May for the Commissioners Court, where we will revisit again to determine whether we continue or not.
Is it county buildings or county operated, Judge?
Actually, the resolution is county operated. Thank you for the clarification.
County-operated buildings.
County operated buildings.
And this is for employees and visitors.
Right, it's in there.
Was he clarifying, or do I need a second, or is that just a
second?
clarification?
Second.
Yeah, no, I was just, was he clarifying? That's what I was asking. Okay.
Just clarifying.
Okay.
Modest second.
Okay, in that case, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. We will get this posted, Tyner, on our website, and, there's a lot of notice that needs to go out on this, and we'll make sure that it gets everywhere, including a press release. I think it'd be important.
Cisco tells me we'll get a clean copy in probably 10 minutes.
That's great.
With the
We'll
changes,
assign.
and we'll pass that out for signature and get it posted right away.
Thank you. I just want to thank the county attorney for working on this in advance and also getting us lots of options that are available to us. But the best option is when we all believe it's in our best interest. So thank you for that. And then, so now we will move to item number 6. And that is, and if we're lucky, guys, I'm not trying to starve everybody, we'll take a break at 1 o'clock. But item number 6 on the regular agenda is receive a presentation from the Perryman Group regarding potential impacts of the development of North Beach and surrounding area and the potential impact of development of the historic Nueces County Courthouse and related areas of the Nueces County economy. And so we welcome to the court and set the table by saying that this court hired the Perryman Group to conduct this economic study of Census Tracts 63 and 64. And we have the results now. And so Dr. Ray Perryman is here to deliver the results. So welcome, Dr. Perryman, and we will yield to you and ask you to unmute.
Thank you, Judge. It's a pleasure to be with you, Your Honor, Commissioners, and talk about these studies. I just heard that you would like to take a lunch break at 1 o'clock, and I have a flight this afternoon, so I will endeavor to be efficient. I think you have copies of both of the studies available to you. I also have a slide presentation that Connie's going to help me walk through that will expedite things, I think. Basically, we did 2 separate studies because there's different timing in the projects and potentially different audiences and that sort of thing. One dealing with the old courthouse area and the potential renovations and additions there. The other one dealing with the area, the North Beach area. And I'm going to talk briefly about both of those and obviously be happy to answer any questions if you want to go into more detail. There's a lot of detail in the reports. But basically, they're both excellent projects. They both fit very, very well into your into the type of economy you have and the great base you've built for tourism and that type of activity over the years. That they improve the appearance and aesthetics of the area and some critical traffic pattern areas and that sort of thing as well. And one of the things we did in both studies, just as a precaution, really, was kind of a basic look at, do you have the capacity to absorb these projects over time? And the answer to that was, as I suspected it would be, you could absorb these and several more like them, given the growth that we anticipate in the area in the coming years. So with that, Connie, if you just put up the slides, we'll just walk through them fairly quickly here. And I will do my best to, again, to be efficient with this. You can go on to the next one. That's just the title of the 2 studies there. And basically, when we looked at these, I'm trying to make sure my slides are in the same order as yours. I'm not sure they are, but in any case, basically on both studies, as I said, we looked at them in one case in multiple phases. We looked at the construction impacts and then the ongoing impacts, including the operational effects and also any incremental tourism. That is tourism they would generate over and above the normal effects, and that includes both the economic impacts and the fiscal impacts. Now, as I talk through these right now, I'm just going to give you the sort of headline numbers, but it literally has 4 or 5 different economic indicators by industrial group in the studies themselves. There's a world of detail there and a world of research went behind these. We worked very hard on getting the inputs for them, and I visited the area. I've spent a lot of time going back and forth with folks who are involved in the planning. And obviously, you don't know exactly today what the project's going to look like when it's completed. There may be fewer rooms, more rooms than you anticipate in a hotel. A development of such as North Beach some things may take a little bit different direction. But basically, that's what we're trying to do. I think you can go on at this point. And that one just says we're going to talk about the courthouse first. And so you can skip that one as well. With regard to the courthouse, there's obviously the first phase of it, and I know there's been a lot of discussion of this over time, the first phase of it is simply to renovate and turn the hotel, the courthouse, into a sort of a relatively high-end boutique hotel with some retail and parking associated with it and that sort of thing. Beyond that, on some of the collateral properties around it, there are further plans that include retail, some housing, potentially a performing arts center, and those kinds of things as well as some additional parking. And which is always one of those important things nobody likes to talk about, but you always have to take care of the parking. That's just basically sort of what we looked at, and we did look at it in phases because I think the immediate push and where you're probably likely to go first is just dealing with the hotel itself. And then beyond that, as the bridge is completed and other things begin to happen, you begin to look at these other phases. So you can go ahead and go to the next one, Connie. That one, the construction renovation of the courthouse, again, we've broken into two phases. I've got 4 different economic indicators here, and they're all very well defined in the report. Happy to go into more detail if you want to. I would tend to focus on 2 of them. To be honest, the first one is gross product, and I say that simply because when we talk about the gross domestic product, or we talk about the gross state product or the gross regional product, that's our typical measure of how much the economy is producing. It's a number you see a lot. The other one I would focus on is the last column, and that's employment, because I think everyone, whether they've had an economics class or not in their life, kind of understands jobs, and that one hits home. Notice I defined them here as job years, and the reason I did that was this is the construction impact. This is actually building it, and so those are not permanent jobs. Those are jobs that happen during the construction process, but they're not permanent jobs in the area. They don't continue once it's operational. So when I say a job year, that might well be a carpenter for 6 months and a bricklayer for 6 months. That would constitute a year of work. And as construction projects go, that tends to be how they play out. So I just wanted to make that clear. Because that's sometimes gets a bit confusing. And basically, if you look at the entire project, it's a fairly large project. The second phase is much larger as it happens over time. But you're looking at basically over $400 million in gross product, and that's all measured in today's dollars. That is, I haven't built any inflation into it because most of us think in what money's worth today, and so that's how we tend to express it. And then about 4,800 years of work over the lifetime of doing all these things. So that's the impacts there. We can go on to the operations. The next slide, Connie. And I broke this out into the 2 pieces. One is the first phase, which is just the hotel and the things associated with the hotel. And then I in turn broke that into 2 pieces. The operation of the hotel and the extra tourism it would tend to generate in the area. It turned out they were very, very close in terms of the overall impact they had, each contributing roughly around 300 jobs to the economy and each contributing around $23 million in gross product to the economy. There's a little bit of nuance, again, it's all explained in the report, a little bit of nuance I'll just point out here. Obviously, part of the operation of the hotel is money that is spent on incremental tourism. That is, it's the act of staying in the hotel that generates the revenue to pay the salaries of the people who operate it. And that's all separated out there with the hotel in one, and then the added tourism over and above that is the other column there. But we had to do that to ensure we didn't double count anything. If you move on to the next phase, what you see there is a lot more in operations and less in tourism. And the reason for that is that basically what you're doing here is things like some retail space, some housing space, that sort of thing, not the sort of thing that sort of draws a lot of people into the area. There is some incremental tourism because you already have a performing arts center. Now, what that tends to do, a performing arts center tends to do is it doesn't necessarily draw a lot of people to the area, but it makes them stay a day longer or spend a little more money while they're there and that sort of thing. Having additional retail options does the same thing. So we did pick up some incremental tourism there. That total impact was about $95 million per year in gross product and about 1,098 jobs. Now you notice Now we're just saying jobs, because when you're operating something and you're bringing in tourists and that sort of thing, that's an ongoing stream. That's not something that's, when it's over, it's over. Those are things that perpetuate themselves over time. And so, and then the last one here just simply adds the first two together. So I don't think there's really any reason to spend much time on that. I simply took the two pieces of it and add them together. The next piece of it, though, if you want to go on to the next slide, the one after that, I did that one pretty quickly, Connie. Sorry about that. The next one is something that's always interesting to governmental entities, and that's how much tax revenue can you generate from something like this? And that's something that I know that you have some interest in. And basically, during the construction piece of it, there's about $21.5 million for the local area or local taxing authorities that would be generated, about $7.7 million annually on an ongoing basis. Now, obviously, you may choose to use some of that in some way to facilitate the development. Those are the kinds of things that governments tend to do in evaluating things that are in the interest of the community. But that's basically the pot that's available once all this stuff is up and operating. And again, the 7.7 is an annuity. I mean, it's an annual number measured in today's dollars. Presumably, it would grow with inflation. So that's a quick summary of the hotel property. And I think I did that in enough time. If I can do North Beach about the same, I'll hit your 1 o'clock deadline at least before we take some questions, Your Honor.
Absolutely. And one-ish is good. We don't want to rush you. I appreciate the slides, of course, are helpful because we'll have a chance to look at them again. And we're going to invite you to the TERS board as well for North Beach. And so that will give us a second bite at the apple as well to get more in depth.
That's exactly right. And again, I am, as I said, the slides, I will say normally, as you well know, and some of the others may know in the room, I don't normally use slides.
I know.
normally just talk, but I decided that I would do it this time. However, I did not have the confidence to run them myself. Connie is assisting me and helping me out.
Don't feel bad.
And I'm very appreciative of that, because otherwise I would never keep them straight. You can go on to the next one now, Connie. And the next one, that just tells us we're shifting gears here. The North Beach project is a very different sort of thing, play out over a longer period of time. But basically, you're taking a piece of land over there, and I spent quite a bit of time driving around and walking around and looking at it the last time I was down there, and turning it into a really beautiful area with a canal type operation, and taking advantage of some of the birding facilities, adding some new tourism venues, and very much adjacent to some of your core venues now, the aquarium, the ship, and those kinds of things. And so again, it's with some housing development, a lot of different things going into it. And so there's quite a bit there. And obviously we're basing this on what the developer's current plans look like. And again, those things tend to evolve as you get into a project to some extent. But with all of that, you're looking at a fairly significant amount of construction taking place. You can go to the next slide now, Connie, thank you. And that will generate, that construction is generating about $400 million in gross product and about 4,500 or so job years. That is, jobs that exist during the period of construction, which in this case would probably be a period of several years, as this thing will more than likely evolve to some extent in phases that they normally do. You can go to the next one. Once we have it up and running, again, you're going to have a lot of activity with the ongoing operations of all the facilities that are in there. There's retail, there's hotels, there's many things in there. And then you're adding to the tourism mix here, because this one has something of some destination properties to it. It's also, as I say, adjacent to and very convenient to some great existing tourism facilities that you have. And there's a lot of synergy that can develop there. It'll give people a reason to come, give people a reason to stay a day or two longer once they get here, and that sort of thing. So you've got multiple things building into this. This in and of itself, because of its unique nature, is something with a destination. It's in some ways, it looks like it's it's a prettier version of the Riverwalk, if you want to think of it that way, and in San Antonio, which has obviously been a great success over the years. But anyway, we see the ongoing benefits with more coming from tourism than operations because, again, this is more of a destination type of property. About 3,550 jobs and about over $260 million a year in gross product. So again, some very, very significant benefits coming to you from this project. In terms of, you go to the next one. And then in terms of tax revenue, around 19.3 million or so during construction, and then about 17.3 million per year in today's dollars once it's up and running and fully functional. And the next slide you can go to just says conclusion. And then so you can go to the next one. And the next one basically just again mentions something I mentioned up front, and that is the fact we also look at the area and says, can you absorb these things? Because you don't want to build something that you're not going to have the capacity to absorb. And this was not a close call. I mean, I could eyeball it until it wasn't a close call. But having done this for 40 years, you get that ability. But as I say, you could do these and many more like them because you have built a significant tourism industry there and tourism complex, and you have a lot of assets to build on to go further with it. And so this basically just adds synergistically to some very good things that are already there. And I know you have a lot of considerations on the financing side and that sort of thing, but both projects from an economic perspective make a lot of sense. You can go into the next one. Oh, that's just a commercial. I'll just suffice to say we're pretty good and leave it at that.
I'd say so. Yeah, so that absorption analysis, that's a term that I just got familiar with. And so
Right.
just for my edification and the courts, so what we really mean when we say, can we absorb it or can we go through an absorption analysis, what we're saying here is, do we have the infrastructure in our community to support this kind of a project? And the answer is we do, because we have already the basis of tourism, like the Lexington and the aquarium and an event center and strong hotels. Is that correct? Is that kind of how I should look at it? I want to be able to explain it to people.
That's exactly right. And if I can elaborate just a little bit here, one of the ways I like for people to think about absorption and think about real estate, and I think it simplifies the world a lot, is real estate properties are the boxes that hold the economy. And the reason you need shopping venues is because there are people to shop. The reason you need offices is because there are people to work in them. The reason you need housing units is because there are people to live in them. The reason you need office space is people occupy it. Hotels, people occupy them. But basically, real estate is basically the boxes that hold most of the economy for us. And so if you think about it that way, what we're saying is the amount of growth that Corpus Christi would naturally have and the properties you already have, the synergies you build off of it, you're not building too many boxes. It's a good way to think about absorption because we saw this back in the 80s. I know many of you probably weren't focused on these things in the 80s and 90s, but we had a situation back then where real estate led an economic expansion. We had a big real estate boom because of some tax laws and syndications and a lot of bad things, inappropriate things that happened. But we had a situation where real estate led the economy. You really never want real estate to lead the economy. You want real estate to follow the economy.
Got it.
Because if you have the growth, there will be something built to accommodate it. And that's the situation we find ourselves in here is you already have the growth, just the natural growth you're going to have is more than enough to absorb the hotel, the North Beach area, and 2 or 3 more like it. And so that's the point of it all. But if you think about real estate as the boxes that hold the economy, I think that's the simplest way to think about absorption.
I like that. And you and I have talked about this a lot, and I guess you're not surprised by this, but it surprises many people when I say that we're holding growth here. They're shocked by that because of a global pandemic and an energy crisis, but whatever we were before the crisis, it appears that is going to hold for us as we emerge into recovery out of the crisis. So, for example, I've been watching very carefully our growth, and obviously we're not near done, our appraisals and things like that, but all the preliminary indicators are that we're going to hold growth, which is very exciting because obviously we want to in fact, the next agenda items that I'm teeing up, and I want to make sure I feed them, Dr. Perriman, because the next ideas are to take this analysis and then translate it into the type of RFQs, right? That would get us a feel for what the market will bear or what the market has to offer. But without understanding what it means to our community, I know you know this about us, but to generate 19 million in revenue takes 6 billion just for the county. I know you combined it, but just that to me indicates that we need more projects like this because it takes so much of industry. I mean, to put 6 billion out in the streets is very difficult. So to generate 19 million in local and state government taxes is just a tremendous, it's a tremendous boost.
Yeah, that's very true. And in tourism, obviously tourism is going to be different. We don't know exactly how it's going to be different yet. I think one thing that bodes very well for your area is a lot of your tourists are driving tourists. They're not, and I think that phase of tourism will come back a little faster than probably.
Yeah, much to the lament of the airports, but you're right.
Absolutely, no question. I mean, the airports are really having a difficult time. The new deal helps them again a little bit. There's been some assistance along the way, but yeah, the airlines are having a very difficult time, and we will get back to it. I mean, I think back to 9/11. I mean, after 9/11, I remember for the first 3 or 4 months after that, it was rare I flew on a plane that had 20 or 30 people on it. And then over time, we got more secure, we got systems in place. The same thing will happen here. We're an adaptive people. Some new technologies will happen, some new approaches will happen. We'll get that worked out. We're already seeing some progress. On the energy side, because you mentioned that as well, and the port, I think it's very important to realize, I know a lot of people, I got a call, I think, from your local paper this week because the oil production numbers came out and, oh, wow, we're down 8% last year. That's terrible. Well, you have to realize demand dropped 30% from January to March.
Right.
And oil production in the world went from 101 million barrels a day down to 72 in about a month. I mean, the only way that happens, of course, is if you shut the world down. But it's already back in the mid-90s. I mean, we're down for the year, but you have to know the year includes March and April in it. And so, and it's already picking back up. The prices are back at a level that support activity. And the world is still going to grow. This pandemic did many things, and it's going to change us in a lot of ways. But what it didn't do, it didn't change the fundamental demographic patterns of the world. It didn't change the fundamental trade patterns of the world. And it didn't change the fundamental growth in technology in the world. If anything, it may have accelerated a little bit. Those three things are what drive economic growth, and they drive global demand for energy over time. And we're going to need this energy in the world that is refined, turned into petrochemicals, turned into liquefied natural gas, and shipped all over the world from the port of Corpus Christi. This is going to be a vital part of the world economy for a long time to come. And yes, we went through 2020 was a terrible year, unprecedented pandemic, all these things happened. And it changes a lot of things, but it also doesn't change a lot of things. And it's hard to see that from the inside, but if you take a step back and look at it, a lot of the long-term patterns have been paused and put on hold, temporarily reversed in some cases, but not really fundamentally altered.
Well, thank you, Dr. Perriman. And Commissioners, there's no action item. It's a receive a presentation only. We're going to have, as I said, another bite at the apple on TERS number 4. You're always welcome, I think, to tune in on CCTV. We'll get you that information as we discuss this further. I just want you to know that this economic analysis will be used to help supplement our grants for CDBG mitigation, and I firmly believe that they will be instrumental in showing the General Land Office that we have done our homework and that we really believe that if granted the opportunity to receive these infrastructure funds, it will translate great things, economic prosperity for our region and for the state of Texas. And you can't just say it. You have to prove it. And Dr. Perriman, you helped us prove it. So we thank you, and I would just make sure that there's no questions before I let you go. Commissioners, I love those jobs reports too. And I'll take the conservative number of ongoing at over 1,000. We give abatement, we used to give abatements in this county for 20 jobs. I mean, 1,000, that's the kind of stuff that will revolutionize our community. So this is very exciting. Anybody? Okay, having said that, lunch is beckoning, I suppose. Thank you, Dr. Perriman, and I look forward to seeing you next week on Zoom again.
Okay, very good.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, well, how lucky we are to have a world-class economist deliver this report. So with that, there is lunch provided. If you would like to take a small break so that you can go grab that, it will help us. The last presentation really helps address items 7 and, item 7, just item 7, which is next. And so Blakely, if you'll hold for just a little bit, and it would really help us if, would the pleasure of the court be a full 30 minutes, or can we do something shorter for the interest of time?
Shorter?
I would
Good.
say it was 20, okay?
Yeah, I mean, we can eat here.
We
As far as
can.
I'm concerned, whatever you.
I mean, I'm okay with that too.
I'd
How
rather go
about
home.
just, let's take a quick break and be back here by 1:15. Okay, that way the clerk knows, and please join us with the food so that you don't have to go anywhere.
Yeah.
1:15, the time for the clerk is 1:04 PM, and we'll be back for those of you listening online, including our next presenter, Blakely, at 1:15 PM. 1:15 PM. Thank you. We're in recess right now. 24 PM, back on the record. Thanks, Connie, for bringing our mics up. And we're going to go into, I'm going to finish 7 because it's relatable to 6. That was how it was intended. And then we'll go back in order again and start with Mental Health Programs Director. But first, we'll have Blakely Fernandez. And this item is to discuss and consider approval of a public-private partnership solicitation for 1914 Historic Courthouse Rehab Qualified Project. This action would authorize Michael Robinson as our purchasing agent to publish an RFQ, request for qualifications, and approach, and adopt an order delegating the evaluation authority to the Oversight Committee. And so getting Dr. Perriman's work done was important so that we could understand what's out there, but there's lots of layers to this, and Blakely has a PowerPoint that she is going to take us through to explain what's being asked of us here in court today to get us to the next step. Blakely, welcome.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. I'm Blakely Fernandez with Bracewell LLP. I think that Connie has my presentation, and so we'll walk through this together. Great, thanks, Connie.
Perfect.
And this is, as the judge said, related to Dr. Perriman's report with regard to the courthouse. We'll go to the next slide. If you'll recall, in December, the court approved the staff to work with Bracewell on developing a 2-step procurement process for courthouse redevelopment. And this is after a history of various efforts to find a way to put that courthouse back into good use. And so this 2-step process, if we go down to the next slide, is particularly useful, the public-private partnership, in hard projects. And so this project this site has been abandoned for a long time. It's got the burden of a historic easement, and then there are some tax obligations that are attached to the site. But it also has some unique strengths. So with the historic easement comes the ability for historic tax credits. We know from a study that the county received last year that the building is structurally sound for redevelopment. You've got now 2 studies, the Historic Commission and Dr. Perriman's study, both showing that there's some economic viability specifically for a hotel on this site. And then there's a lot of stakeholder cooperation and momentum right now. You've got the Right-of-Way Coalition that's working, and the port's got some momentum on their development, and there just seems to be a lot of momentum for this area. So on the next slide, when we talk about a public-private partnership, those of you who've been in government for a long time know that there were public-private partnerships before there was a term and before we said P3s. It's really any cooperative arrangement between the public and private sector. And we think of them as being long-term arrangements, and it can take a lot of different shapes. And so we're not suggesting that we know what shape this project might take yet, but we do believe that it will probably be most successful if we've got some type of cooperative arrangement between the county and the private sector. So the next slide shows why and how we do the two-step procurement process. Step one, which is the RFQ we're directly speaking about today for publication. This would be a request for qualifications and approach. It's a little different than the request for qualifications you probably generally see for professional services. What we're looking for here are qualified developers. This would be teams that can demonstrate that they've got a history and the financial capacity for this kind of a project. But then we also are going to ask them to give us a little more information on their approach, not propose on a specific project, but some thoughts on what kind of approach that they would take for this project. And once we've got a short list of qualified developers selected from this initial step, then we would issue a request for detailed proposals. And that procurement would be limited only to the short list that's already been vetted. And the result of that would be selecting a developer to enter into an interim agreement with. If we go to the next slide, you'll see more detail on this RFQ. So what we're looking for, again, is the two-pronged piece, the experience. We want to know what their team looks like, what kind of history they have working with the public sector on P3 real estate development projects, if they've got experience specifically in historic redevelopment and iconic community projects. We want to know their history of successful project delivery, and also that they've got the financial capability to get this project across the finish line. But as I mentioned before, we'll be asking them to each give us a little bit of information on what kind of approach they would take to this project. What is their redevelopment concept? What is their proposed financial structure, particularly as it might involve the county or other governmental entities? What kind of community impact and benefits are they looking at? How well will they integrate in with the other stakeholders? What would be the operational and management plan? What kind of tenants would they expect? Or if it is a hotel, what kind of hotel flag are they affiliated with? And a project timeline. So the information we get on the approach will be marked in the procurement as belonging to the county. So none of these ideas will be considered proprietary. This gives us the chance then, before we issue the request for detailed proposals, to look at the various approach ideas that were submitted, to look at Dr. Perryman's study, to look at where the stakeholders are and the right-of-way coalition is at that time, and then decide really what is the best structure for a project for the county. And that RFP will be more specific in the kind of proposals that it's requesting. The next slide shows the oversight committee. I think the county generally refers to this as a selection committee because we're operating under the P3 guidelines. There's just some different statutory language. The oversight committee is drafted in the order today, includes the purchasing agent, the county engineer, the court administration manager, grants administrator, and the county judge or her designee. The statute requires at the RFP level that there be outside advisors to provide architectural, engineering, and financial advice. And so I've identified those advisors here, and it may be that they're included in this first round, or it may be that the county decides just to use them in the second phase. The next slide shows kind of the milestones of this two-step process. So the first would be publication of the RFQ, and then the selection of the shortlist. The days here are part of the county's guidelines and again statutorily designated. After the shortlist is identified and selected, we think it would be helpful to have a stakeholder meeting, consider the status of the right-of-way coalition, consider where other stakeholder projects are before we develop the RFP. The RFP would come back to the county because that's going to have some real specific priorities and goals that the county would set before we issue that. Again, it would go out for a minimum of 60 days. Then we'd have a selection period. And then this statute provides for us to go directly into a development agreement if we're ready to at that phase. or begin with an interim agreement. A lot of times, an interim agreement can be helpful because it will allow the developer time to finish some of their diligence that they just can't do during the RFP time. And so allow them to complete environmental studies, to complete, I would imagine on this building, they'd want to do an independent structural survey. There may be some other diligence items that need to be completed before we enter into a development agreement. And so this last slide here shows you just a breakdown of the action today. I know that the order is lengthy and has a lot of detail in it. What we're asking for today is approval of the P3 structure for the courthouse, identifying it as a qualifying project, authorizing the purchasing agent to publish the notice for RFQ and then the RFQ, and adopting the evaluation authority to the oversight committee. What's also laid out in that order is the statutory process, and we're not approving the RFP today. We're not approving any further decisions, but laying out that statutory process, I think it will be helpful to the county staff, since this is the first time you've done a P3, and also helpful to the respondents to understand what the overall process would be. And I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Not so much a question, but more of a comment and background. Can you share with the court, I mean, you are an expert in P3s, so would you be able to share with them that you have that background? I mean, this is a very, it's not necessarily classified as complex, but it's certainly unique, and there's a niche to P3s, and you have that expertise to lend. Is that correct?
Yes. So it's a little bit of a cumbersome process. The statute was really designed for the Texas Facilities Commission, and then cities and counties and school districts were put into the authority. And so it's, you can imagine it's driven with the Texas Facilities Commission in mind. So it's got a lot of additional steps that you don't ordinarily see in procurement. But it is a very useful tool. We've used it for a hotel project in El Paso. We've used it for arena projects. We use it for highway projects. It really can be horizontal or vertical. And by selecting your potential pool of qualified developers first, you get a chance, if you've got 2 or 3 that you select, you've got a break in the procurement process where you can really work with them on what a realistic timeline is, what kind of incentives it's going to take to get a project like this over the line. When you've got a difficult project, I think this really is
the best method.
The most advantageous mechanism.
And so one of the things I wanted to also go back, if you don't mind, roll back your slide. And I can send this to you by email, but we might have an opportunity to share this with other groups. And so I'm going to add to your advantages, or maybe it was under strengths. You had historic tax credits.
Oh, right, for the project?
Yeah, I wanted to email you, and I just forgot to do this. But obviously, I would add the opportunity zones. We've had the opportunity to visit with the White House about this from the CCREDC, and they're excited about this project, excited about opportunity zones. That's just, I don't know how we're going to use this PowerPoint, but it gets published sometimes, and I just wanted to add that. I mean, there's
and that's
others.
not in the draft RFQ, but we will add that into the RFQ because that's important.
I think it is. I think it's really important. And the other thing that's not in that I noticed that was missing, but I need to circle back with the city manager on this issue and with the Type A board. But you'll recall, maybe you won't recall, but originally we secured for the courthouse a $3 million upon certificate of occupancy funding. And believe it or not, and during COVID, Blakely, they basically reappropriated those funds, understanding that in the future, when it was needed to come up again, they did that, I think, to help fund the LIFT fund, to be honest with you. So I need to go back and circle back and say, look, now we're going to go do this, hopefully, this RFQ. Will you reinstate that $3 million? Because it's a tremendous part of the package. And I just want to say that Michael and I, we have some homework to do we hadn't bothered with it because it happened in the middle, early on in COVID, that they reappropriated those funds. But they never said they'll disappear, Blakely. They just needed to balance their budget at that moment, and they used those funds. And we acquiesced, of course, it being the greater need for the community.
We noted in the draft RFQ that had been made available prior.
Yeah.
But I didn't give an update on the status of that.
Well, it would be great to get it back on and to do that, I think. And then, of course, we have the TERS, right? The TERS number 3 is an additional concept for infrastructure that's available. And that's something I think we should add also, at least vet that out. So I just want to throw, those are the things I would have emailed you had I had my fingers
No, that's very helpful.
moving. Okay. I'm going to open it up for commissioners' comments and particularly Commissioner Hernandez. This is his area, and I know he's, new, but not new to the idea of redevelopment and economic prosperity. So just want to pitch to you first, Commissioner Hernandez.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. I just want to ask, how much involvement do you expect from the county?
In terms of the
However you want us to.
project financing?
Yes, ma'am.
It'd be hard to say. And I think that when we get the various approaches in from the developers, we'll start to get a flavor for it. I think the prior developer had proposed a $52 million renovation investment for the hotel project, and I would say that's a big lift. I think that would require some public support, whether it was through tax abatement or coming in back through the TERS or sales tax abatement or sales tax reinvestment. There's a lot of different ways that you can skin the cat, but I would anticipate that that this project will require some type of public investment.
But it doesn't have to be cold, hard cash, so to speak, up front, Commissioner, like
Right.
Blakely's saying, it could be and that's what's nice about it, is that this approach kind of says, hey, tell us what you think it would look like. But the one piece of the slide, again, if you wouldn't mind so much, is to go back to your timeline. And I just want to point out to the court that the right-of-way is going to also influence the developer and his approach. And so I just want you to know that we're actively pursuing the right-of-way with our partners in the Right-of-Way Coalition. And I don't know if Maggie has set this yet, but Commissioner Hernandez, you're about to get invited to that debrief, because the right-of-way, depending on what's given to us by TxDOT, we could be landlord in many ways. And so I just want to share that with you. Maybe our involvement is that we own surplus land adjacent to, and all we are is the landlord.
Yes, my understanding is that we do, Precinct 1 has some land in that area.
Yeah, so it's kind of nice there. But as to the actual P3 development, the exciting thing about this approach is we get to find out what people on the outside are thinking and what their approach would be. And of course, it was the will of this court before you got here to please do something. That was what we heard. Please do something. And this actually gets, in order to please do something, we had to do multiple things. We had to get the engineering, we did it. We had to get the economic, we did it. We also had to get Texas Historical Commission on board, and they also came on board. And then we had to get the economic incentives from the local jurisdictions. That's what I was talking about the Type A. And the federal piece of it is the opportunity zone. So the last piece is the right-of-way, and we think we can accomplish that. Our goal was first quarter 21. Well, we're in it. So I think within the next few weeks, we'll be able to send all our packet to TxDOT. And so I just want you to know that it's time now for us to say, let's do something. And that's what Blakely's really here to. And I thank her for all the work that she put in, because, and we're not done. And Michael's, I don't know if you want to address anything, Michael, but today's action is just to get us started.
Thank you, Blakely.
Yeah, just
Go ahead.
procedurally, I just wanted to indicate that what we're here today is to get, the court's permission to go forward with the very first step. And so Blakely and I will continue to work together to draft the RFQ. And of course, that'll get vetted by Blakely's office to make sure we're in compliance with the requirements. and that it includes all of the additional reports that need to be made available to make it easier for the prospective bidders to indicate their interest to us and how they might go about this. And then after we get an interested party, then there will be some decisions to be made. And so I anticipate there'll be some further discussions between us and the court to bring y'all along as this thing progresses. So this is basically a kickoff. We had a kickoff in December when y'all assigned Blakely to work with us on this, and she's been hard at work at it since December. And so we're at this juncture now where we're ready to get permission to put it out there. And so we'll work to finalize the documents, and then we'll set the appropriate timing. I know, Judge, we had talked about what staging we might want to do at the courthouse, and so at the old courthouse, make sure that those staging items are taken care of so that when we put it on the street, everything's ready to go clean.
And this is just an idea, commissioners, but I was going to ask you, Blakely, about this too, is that when we actually get it on the street, I've seen this done in other jurisdictions. It's really kind of makes you seem like, wow, you're a jurisdiction that really wants to sell something, right? Really gives that developer that confidence, is to set up a data room. We have so many great documents that are historical, engineering.
Yes.
And so I was going to offer, I was going to ask if the NCDC, who actually has a really nice office, would separate it a little bit so that a data room, they could just make an appointment with Jill, who always mans the office. They could go over there and have a repository for all things Old Historic Courthouse. And that way, think of it as a library and of sorts. And I think that could really be very helpful for future developers. My last question, I'm going to yield, I think there's a question over here, is that, and I'm not trying to put the cart before the horse, but let's just pretend that we got surplus land, Blakely, that was put back in the county's possession. If that happens, and there's so much more than a courthouse, could you foresee this hosting multiple developers so that, because there could be so much land that a developer might say, well, I'll take this, my approach is to take this piece of it, or my approach is to do this piece. I'm just saying with 40 acres, that's a lot of land that is available potentially. I'm just wondering if
Sure.
that's a
So-
possibility.
The structure right now allows for teams, and it also allows for the county to select one or more developer. What we've got in the RFQ is just an indication that there is a right-of-way coalition. We've got some information on where the right-of-way is located and what would be impacted, and that as they're making their approach and considering the project, that there may be an alternative proposal that would include that right-of-way.
Got it.
Hopefully, before the RFP goes out, we'll have some more definitive information as to whether that's included or not.
Yeah, I
But
think
yes, you can select multiple developers, or we can ask for a team that shows expertise in different things.
Got it.
Judge,
Okay,
quick question.
questions for Blakely?
Yes, please. So obviously, this is a very crucial project for us, and what we would hope is, talking about Commissioner Hernandez, is the developer would come in and just say, we'll do it all, right? So, but the other question I have is related to the port legislation, which we won't know for a while how that's going to go. So what would they do? Would they put in a proposal contingent upon? I mean, or could they be a potential developer who could submit contingent upon the legislation passing?
Yes, but I think that our timeline will get us past legislative session.
Okay.
But, yes, but I mean, I don't want to go out on a limb there because we're not there yet. But I think I'm not worried about that so much, just because they're the type of, I think a developer would welcome sort of their involvement after the fact, right? But yeah, I mean, I can see that happening.
Okay.
Money's always welcome.
You're right.
Money's always the king there. But what I'm excited about is that this approach is going to yield, in my mind, three things that we've never had. Number one, financial security. Okay, that's the most important. We're truly going to be able to vet qualifications in a way that we have not done before. And the second is we're gonna be able to see how they see the project rather than us pitching, oh, come buy an old building, right? So you're already looking at the vision. And then third is it will alleviate this blight, right, that's been here for a long time. And the only thing that I think we need to recognize is that we need partners. And so I want to suggest to you that this is step one, but it shows the most good faith. And then we need to go back to that type A board. We need to go to a downtown management district and the city and showcase what we're doing, because who benefits from this the most? Your precinct, right? They really do. But I don't mind that it's ours to take the lead because it's our property. You might be wondering about the taxes on it. So that would be something that would have to be paid. But those economic incentives that Blakely was talking about could easily be incentivized to make sure that somebody feels comfortable about having to pay those taxes, knowing that in the future, if they do their job correctly, kind of like that 3 million bonus upon certificate of occupancy, they could receive a tax abatement or any other type of economic incentive that might be available. Lots of ways, you said it best, to skin the cat.
That's right.
Any other
I have a
questions?
question.
Questions? Go ahead.
We, you know, Blake, right?
Blakely.
Blakely. It's close enough, right?
No, Blakely.
Close enough. All right, listen, we've been down this road a couple of times, right?
Yes.
And we had developers come in. And we had two types of developers come in. One that didn't want to do it with the historical commission label on it, right? And the other one didn't mind that, the historical commission label on it. But, and we didn't talk about us putting any kind of money in it, but one of them even had agreed to pay the taxes in arrears. And also, but then it was an issue, of course, we talked about abatements. You know, how much abatement they were gonna get, how many years, and all this other stuff. That was also one of the items that we talked about it back at that time. But I don't remember that we, because the only thing that we had, I think, set aside was $3 million. And I don't think that there was a time that we were committed to pay more than that, or or say we're gonna match, you know, we're gonna guarantee, you know, 50,000, but in different ways, I guess. Because I don't recall exactly how that all came down. But I know that we had a couple of developers already.
Mm-hmm.
You know, one was for sure, man, he was really ready to go for it, and then we don't know what happened. All of a sudden, he's not there no more, right? We're willing to pay everything. We're willing to pay for the, you know, we're willing to pay for the taxes, we're willing to put so much money up front and everything else. So, of course, this is going this around the third time again, so hopefully this is the third time, and that's
They
it.
say the third time's a
And I
charm.
hope so. I hope so.
Well, this
you
is
know.
the first time that this go-around
Hold on, Michael, hold on,
includes
Michael.
other possible land.
Hold on, Michael, hold on. Okay. So what I'm asking you, Blakely, is, which is the best way to tackle this thing? I mean, I guess we're going with the historical, right, label. That stays there, right? I mean, that's gonna stay there. For the developer who wants to, he has to comply with the historical commission, right? And I
Right,
know-
you've got
and
the
I-
easement that extends through 2027,
Right.
that historic easement.
Right. And I know that at one point, we asked the historical commission, what would be how would they be able to help? And I think they said, we don't have no monies.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was a reply to us, you know, so. So we knew we could depend on the historical commission for any kind of monies or matching funds or whatever. So, I don't know, if we talk about here, maybe, will we try and bring in the city with this thing later on, or we bring, you know, I know the developer, yes, but how many, when you talk about partners, what partners are we talking about? That can be partners.
Well, I mean, so initially, we're starting with the courthouse structure because that's what the county owns. Should the county be the owner of the TxDOT right-of-way, then we can include that into the project. Once we've got a short list of truly qualified developers, so they've got the financial capacity for the project and they've got a history of successful project completion. Once we've got this pool to work with, I think the hope is that the city and the port and the downtown management district and others would partner in the project and would have an interest in everybody moving in one direction for the redevelopment of the area.
And you think that, because we talk about the courthouse, and but we're doing both of them we're doing both of them right now, right? Courthouse and North Beach, or we're just doing the courthouse?
Well, this procurement's just for the courthouse.
Okay. Because I really didn't like to mix them both, and I thought we were gonna do both.
Oh, he's talking about Dr. Perriman's report.
Yes.
We were just able to do that for the economic piece of it, that's all.
Okay, I just wanna make sure.
Yeah, no, it
that's
just
clear.
that, yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you very, very much, appreciate it.
Thank you.
for
Yes,
your-
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioners, so,
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge.
yes, go ahead.
And what cost are we looking at? What's the cost when we do Mike, I guess you can answer this one. Are we looking at, is it gonna cost us?
Okay, so that's going to be fully dependent on the prospective proposers that come and what types of plans they propose to the county as to how they would get it done. And I would imagine that each one will have a different level of commitment that they're expecting from the county. So I can't really even hazard a guess as to what percentage that might be or what total dollar value that might be. There could be, I guess there's options to where a developer could come in and they have enough funds where they don't need as much participation from us. And so, as the judge alluded to earlier, then there may be discussions about tax abatements to address any participation from the county. But all of those discussions will come back to the court, because when we get down the road enough to where I have proposals to review, then I imagine we'll come back to court. And just like we do on other RFQs where we need the court's permission to award,
Okay.
that's when that information will come back to the court and you'll be able to ask questions and know better, more specific, concrete details as to what someone is actually proposing to do.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Blakely. Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
it's exciting, and like I said, I will reach out to NCDC through Michael. How do you like that? I'm gonna reach out through you, but you're really gonna reach out, because I think all of the information would be best over there, and that way anybody who wanted to look at it would know where it's being kept.
Sure.
Okay, so with that, Blakely, I'd like to make a motion to, and I'm gonna go ahead and read it, because there is some magic language here. It would be motion is to approve the public-private partnership solicitation, a qualified project, and authorize the purchasing agent to publish this notice for RFQ and approach when he's ready, after it's built, and adopt the order, delegating the evaluation committee as the P3 is required to under law with the proper advisors. And that is the motion, and I hope I haven't left anything out. Blakely, does that sound like it
That's good.
covers the terrain? And I'll look for a second.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, so we'll look forward to this is one thing I think we'll want to keep regular updates on, if you'll just work with Tyner, both you and Blakely, you and Michael. The court's going to want to keep up with this, so, thank you. Okay, going back in order, let's go to discussing, we're excited about this, the Mental Health Programs Director. Tyner, is this going to be led by Johnny, by Julie? Who's on the line with us? Or is it just us today?
Julie is on. Johnny cannot be with us today.
Okay.
And
Julie-
I'll let Julie start and I'll fill in the gaps.
Yeah, just describe for the court the process that was taken. Commissioner Gonzalez and myself were a part of the committee, so we can fill in the blanks, but tell us what we're doing here today and the results of the committee. Julie.
Hello, again. So we had several applicants for this position for the Mental Health Programs Director, and a panel to interview was created. And I believe there was 7 panel members on that committee. And so last week we held interviews after several attempts. And we finally came to a consensus as to who we would like to recommend to be hired. And the person that we would like to recommend to be hired would be Dr. Xavier Gonzalez.
And Julie, if you would just remind the court that we conducted the hiring processes through HR, through our normal posting procedures, job description, et cetera, but that this position is a position that's paid for by the hospital district, authorized by the hospital district, and this person would be living, as they say, over there at the hospital district in Tower 2, and would also give us reports as commissioners court. Is that correct?
That is correct. And so, yes, we have hired this employee through our county policies and procedures. However, this person will be funded by the hospital district, will report to the hospital district, and will also be managed and housed by the hospital district.
And among other things, this person is going to be overseeing our behavioral health programming. And it's kind of exciting because we've got new behavioral health programs specifically targeted at opioids and substance abuse, including alcohol. And we also believe that this person will be a really great grant writer for us to expand some of the programs that the hospital district wants to do, just can't afford to do. Is that also correct?
Yes, he mentioned in his interview process that he does have a lot of experience in that. He's gonna bring that to the table already, knowing how to do that. He's worked with several agencies. He's familiar with the Coastal Bend area. He has a great network already established here. And so it is our recommendation as the panel that was chosen to recommend that we make a job offer to Mr. Gonzalez at the salary that was posted on the position.
And Commissioner Gonzalez, will you tell us about, okay, I'll second, but will you tell the court in discussion now a little bit about him and why we think he was such a great candidate?
Dr. Gonzalez, really the doctor, by title, by doctor. And he has a lot of experience dealing with disease and COVID and also, I guess, in public health. And he's worked with the university, I think, for the last 10 years, I believe. And really worked that out in the community, just outreach in the community. So he has those qualities. And of course, there was about 3 applicants that were real good. You know, he had those extra qualities that we were looking for a director right now. But there's another young lady there, but she was good. So. And I just want to say that Dr. Gonzalez is already planted in this community. I mean, he's already knows organizations, already knows the health business, and, you know, he's got contact with the health department also. So, you know, I think that in the long run, I think was our best choice right now. But I think that he will be exceptional well doing what he needs to do, and especially also 2 qualities was to speak Spanish very well, reads, writes, and the fact that he also knows about grants. So, you know, that's why Mr. Gonzalez was kind of chosen, as far as I'm concerned.
Outstanding choice. I move whatever we need to move to get it
Thank
done.
you. We just motion second was already
Motion.
made. We've got the discussion. If there's any more questions, I think it'd be wonderful after this court to have him come at next court for everybody to meet him. And his name is Xavier Gonzalez, Dr. Xavier Gonzalez. And
Gonzalez with an S at the end.
Gonzalez with an S.
It's a mistake.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign.
Okay, then I will be getting in contact with him and making him a job offer.
That's great, and let him know we'd love to have him in court so we can introduce him to everybody, staff, and then, of course, please apprise the hospital district executive director, Johnny Hip, that this decision was also made in court here today.
Yes, and just to make mention, we did have several great applicants, and we also interviewed other great applicants. So
You know what, that's very important, and just so you know, we have a deputy director's position coming up as well, so I don't want these applicants to be discouraged. Behavioral health will be the future of medicine. Mental health, wellness is, quite frankly, where we need to be pivoting, and I hope that all those great candidates will continue to look to Nueces County for good job opportunities. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go to item number 3 now, which is receive an update on the CIP through the contract with ABM. And here with us today is Kyle LeBlanc. And there might be others, but I'm just going to say, Kyle, why don't you begin the process here? Also want to say before you get started in public comment, Dale, our auditor made mention that his software, which I know, I didn't get to chance, in public comment, I didn't want to have a different rule for us, Dale, than everybody else, but I know that I've seen it on there because I remember asking, because it was like 7 million. So somehow if we missed it, Kyle, we got to put that back in. That was the software for the auditor. It has a
Right.
2023 expiration, and it must be considered.
Got it.
Thank you, sir.
We've actually got that in the CIP, or you have it in the 95% draft version.
That's where I saw
the
it.
court received a couple weeks ago. We didn't have it prioritized until 2024, but we can move that up
Yeah.
based on the direction
Dale's.
of the court.
Right. Yeah, that's
So we
what
can put
Dale's
that in.
telling us. Okay, thank you. That's just a
can put that-
sidebar. Go
Got
ahead, go ahead and start with this ABM piece now.
Sure, thanks, Judge and Commissioners. I'll give you a quick update and run through a couple slides here. You should have in front of you something we'll cover here in the next couple slides, which is an executive summary of each one of the ABM-related projects that LAN is helping to work through program management activities with. So what I'll do first is let you know which projects we're actually involved in with the ABM contract that they have with the county, and then also give you a quick rundown on those executive summaries and how to read them. And then we can go into any more details that you want that we can ask and answer any questions. I've got Shane Peterson on the line with me. Shane Peterson is our program manager that you may or may not have seen him walking around the courthouse. So he's not only handling the ABM projects for you, but he's also working the exterior wall remediation project that's going on. So Shane's on the line in case there's any details that I might not be aware of that we might need to answer. So let me go ahead and move forward with the presentation. So I'll give you a quick rundown first on what projects LAN is involved with based on the contract with Nueces County. So those 5 projects that you see listed on your screen, the county jail, McKenzie Jail Annex, mechanical projects, the Galahar properties and at the juvenile center, fairgrounds projects that ABM is working on with energy cost savings measures, and then finally some work at the courthouse that's being done. So those are the 5 projects. That's how they're broken out by ABM's contract with the county, and also the schedule of values that ABM has put together as part of their proposal. So speaking in big terms and general terms regarding each of these 5 projects, where we are currently is that the county and LAN and ABM are working through the submittal review process. So that submittal review process, if you're not familiar with that, is submittals are provided to the county for review prior to installation of materials. So that's a process that ABM is working through with the county right now. So submittals get accepted or rejected or revised based on the review and whether or not they comply with the contract that's written between ABM and the county. There have been a few minor construction activities that have been going on, mainly at fairgrounds. We can go into more detail about that in a moment. High level picture though on the budget is that the county has paid 20% of ABM's total contract fee, and that specifically is based on your contract with the county. The 20% of the total contract amount amounts to a little over $6.5 million. So the county has paid that based on the contract with ABM, and ABM has been working through the submittal process and getting ramped up in construction activities. I will take a moment just to run down the executive summary that you have in front of you. So for each one of those 5 projects that we had listed on the previous screen, there is an executive summary report for your use. This executive summary report comes out of the project and program management software that LAN is in charge of on the county's behalf. Each one of these elements of this project management software and in this executive summary provides you with a top-down view of where the project stands. So first off, you get a listing of the information about the actual name of the project, who our designated project manager is, the address of the location that work is being performed. You get a quick and brief project update. So this is intended to be every 1-2 weeks. Our project managers, namely Shane Peterson in this case, goes in and provides a 1-2 sentence update on the status of activities that have happened. This report is dynamic, so you will see items, status items or project update items drop off the list as we go from month to month. But this is a live version, or you can get the live version of this executive summary as the project is progressing. Next is a really high-level schedule overview. So this schedule overview has more details behind it, and that can be expanded upon. But for this executive summary, for the purposes of high-level reporting, you get your schedule with several milestones and milestone dates and a completion percentage of each one of these activities. So in the world of project and program management, there's scheduled milestones that we try to hit as best we can, and those are detailed here in the schedule section. Next is the budget section that carries over to the next page as well. So all of these project executive summary sheets have this budget detail. There is a standard set of sub-items that are included in this budget detail, all the way from construction all the way down to program and project management. For this particular set of projects, this series of projects, we're just anticipating use of the construction budget line item. These are the actual amounts based on ABM's schedule of values that are being reported inside of this particular budget. Several other projects that we are currently managing for you have budgets and budget line items inside of this breakdown that vary between the 12 different standard sub-items. But for your purposes, for these particular ABM projects, we've just got the construction budget that has been signed up for with ABM. You'll notice on each one of those construction budget line items that the payment out to ABM is right at that 20% mark based on your contract. And then lastly, on these project summary sheets are several workflow report items. So there are RFIs, those are requests for information. So if there are ever any questions that ABM might have about the project that need to be submitted to the county or anybody involved in the project, those RFIs come through our project management software. Those are reported out here in the workflow process. So you kind of get a live view of where those are. Submittals, that's the next line there on that chart underneath workflow. Those are that lists the total submittals that have been submitted through the project. And you can also see what's been completed. Those are items that have either been approved and verified and closed out, as well as what is pending, and then any that are overdue. And then lastly, action lists that we have associated with the project. So quick rundown on how to read those executive summary reports. We can provide those to you at any time you ask for any one of the projects that we're currently involved in. But for your review today, it's the ABM projects and where we stand currently on those. Any questions before I jump into some more details about each one of these 5 ABM projects?
No, sir, go ahead.
Okay, great. The first project that we'll give you some detail information on is the county jail projects that ABM is working on. This first line that you'll see here is that ABM is the mobilization fee that's due to ABM from the county has been paid, that 20% amount. This is the same line item for each one of the projects. So 20% has been paid, and you can read the details here for yourself. Construction submittals are under review. In particular are the next two bullet points here on the slide. Boilers and chillers have been approved and ordered for the county jail projects. Of course, those had to be approved first before order went underway. That process is happening for that particular element for the county jail projects. There is currently a no-cost change order that ABM has offered that's related to the hot water piping. That no-cost change order is currently under review by LAN and Nueces County. We've got an on-site meeting scheduled next week with ABM, Bobby, who's there in maintenance at the county, and LAN to review this change order and make sure all is good to go or if any revisions are needed. I'll go on to the next slide and we can circle back if any questions
Just a quick
pop up.
question on the boilers and the chillers. You know, obviously during the winter event, boy, was that a challenge. Are they gonna go back, and Juan's in the room too, so they're gonna go back in the same location? No options there? Unfortunately. Okay, you can tell me more later, but, okay, just sorry, I just wanted to, turned out to be a real challenge. Go ahead.
All right, we'll go on over to the McKenzie Jail Annex mechanical projects. Not a lot happening here to report back to you at this point in time, other than the mobilization fee for these energy cost savings measures have been paid, and construction submittals are under review for the McKenzie Jail Annex. For Galahar, the juvenile center, again, mobilization fees paid and construction submittals are under review. There is a pre-construction meeting scheduled for the week of April 2nd. And then work we're anticipating to start in the time frame of April 12th through May 14th. So for that project, submittals are under review, and hopefully those get approved and we can move forward with the construction piece of this project once we get to those dates. For fairgrounds, that's really where most of the construction or physical placement of materials has happened. At the fairgrounds, we're anticipating a scheduled start for the parking lot work in the Phase 2 area. Phase 1 will be completed at a later date based on the COVID vaccination schedule. So know that Shane and Edward have been working together with ABM to identify phasing of this work. So that's why Phase 2 is starting before Phase 1. Another activity that's happened, all light fixtures that have been installed have been approved for replacement. The one exception is the high bay lights in the banquet hall. So I know that ABM and county are working together with that, working together on that for the banquet hall. Site fencing should be working. Site fencing erection under that Phase 2 area should be underway as of yesterday. That's going to section off the areas of the parking lot where that parking lot rehabilitation is going to be happening.
And just because this has been an issue in the past, everything we touch, Kyle, has to have a coordination with Carol Pruitt and Tyner Little and Juan, just on the ADA piece. And so I just want to add that if it's not a component of your oversight, let's make it one. That way, nothing gets started without the Carol Pruitt looking at the designs and making sure that we don't have any errors. I think that could really save us a lot of heartache.
Sure. I can't speak specifically to Phase 2 area. If Shane's on or maybe Juan can chime in. There are there has to be designated accessible parking. That accessible parking cannot vary in slope between,
Yeah.
or cannot vary in slope above a 2% grade, and then a route to the facility also has to be ADA compliant. So I would assume that that is being taken into account. I'm not sure if those accessible parking locations are part of this Phase 2 area, but maybe Shane or Juan can jump in and back me up there.
Juan, do you mind addressing that issue? And really, even if it's just you're going to check into it, I just want to make sure that part of our program management is, because that'll help you a ton if LAN is going to be able to coordinate, through Shane with Carol. That's going to make a big difference.
Yes, ma'am. I think I need to speak with Shane and determine if that's already been done.
Would you do that for me?
Yes, ma'am. We'll
Really
check up on
appreciate that. And
Yes,
then,
ma'am.
like I said, then it can just be a part of the checklist once it gets established. And any liaisoning that you need to do, Tyner's, I know, happy to do that.
Yes, ma'am. We'll make sure it gets done.
This is Shane. I am on, and I will coordinate to make sure that me, Juan, and all the appropriate people will be addressing each section of the parking lot when we get to each part of ADA.
Yes,
Right.
and Judge, just to let everybody know, there needs to be an EAB number from TDLR before even getting started in construction, so.
Tell us again the name of that number.
It's an EAB number.
Oh, yeah, an EAB number.
Yes, ma'am, and we just gotta make sure we have that in our, or that the engineer has that in their.
Okay,
contract.
Shane, so after this, please work with the group that you just identified so we can make sure we have all of the appropriate, documentation before we even get started.
I will, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, sorry, Kyle, but I wanted to catch that.
Nope, that's great.
Appreciate it.
Last item here is for the courthouse improvements and the additional CIP improvements section of ABM's work. Big item here is just that boiler equipment has been ordered, and I would assume that delivery is going to happen and installation will proceed once we get that boiler equipment in place. And that's all I got for you from a presentation standpoint. We can drag our executive summaries over here into view in case there's any particular questions about any one of those 5 executive summaries that you have in hand.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Juan too. Do you have any questions? Or anything that you want us to highlight or try to get? Obviously, I'm excited about the boilers. Those were quite old and needed replacement, and this is going to be we had the sheriff on earlier. I know he's waiting for his agenda item, but I know this is a big deal to the jail, and that's going to be the goal, is to try to work under the hood for a while.
Yes, ma'am, and we're expecting the boilers to be here within the next 6 to 8 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully within that timeframe, or after that timeframe, we'll start the construction, and also to redo some of the piping in order to make sure that we do get some hot water up to that.
You might want to tell everybody why we're laughing. We're not laughing, we were crying that night, but
Yes.
during the winter storm in EOC, tell everybody what we were attempting to do.
Yes, what we're attempting to do is, in trying to be able to at least.
Defy gravity?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. We're trying to figure out how to get water for the inmates, because they weren't able to flush some of their toilets. Some of them did flush, but some of them didn't flush. And the reason behind that is because we didn't have enough water pressure to go up to the top of the building. So what we're doing, and as part of ABM and also part of our staff, is that we're working to see how, if, and hopefully it never happens again.
Hopefully, but plan for it.
But we're planning for it to make sure that we do have some type of quick connection to where we can go in there and
Deliver water.
deliver water to the system with pressure.
It was on the 10th floor.
Yes, ma'am.
And just, again, the defying gravity, right?
Yes,
Just
ma'am.
how do we do that?
So we are looking into that, Judge, and modifying.
I'm really grateful. In fact, it's interesting, right? All the connections that we need, these quick connects and these temporary connects it turns out to be so important in other words, even if you want to help yourself, sometimes you can't because you don't have a way of literally hooking up.
Correct, and it takes time.
It does
to-
take
to-
time.
To come, for somebody to come and do a quick tap or to do a co-connection, it's not an overnight thing.
Yeah.
It does take time in order to do that type of work.
Right. So I just wanted everybody to know, we made a big investment in court last year. And that big investment was to do two things. One, to find ways to innovatively finance work that absolutely has to get done. And that was countywide, and we focused in these 4 areas of juvenile, fairgrounds, courthouse, and jail. And we also, annex too, forgive me, I need to add the annex. And we also, we made this commitment, we have to put the 20% in, and we did. We got those funds from CO 2019. And now these projects are about to get going, and I feel very strongly that we need tremendous oversight, and we also need to be involved as a court so that we don't forget about what we're doing here. And when somebody asks you what kind of infrastructure projects, you should be able to really know. So I asked LAN as our program manager to really keep us up to date. I hope you find this helpful. If there's more that we need to add, there's not a lot right now because we're just getting started, but obviously once the projects get going, you're going to see a lot more details on those summary sheets. But this way, we're all keeping up with it. And just so you know, because we're keeping up with it, we're also able to, and I want to thank ABM for this, we made some major changes because we recognized there was some areas that had not been properly addressed. And those included anything from changing the base thickness on material to, I'm trying to think of some other ideas, other things we changed, Juan, but
The rebar.
the rebar.
The rebar, the strength of the concrete.
The strength, yeah, so I mean, as LAN catches things for us, Juan then turns around and helps make certain that those things get done and the best interest of the county are protected. So, anyway, it's not just about, energy savings, although that's how we financed our way into it, but it's about making sure we have tremendous value for what we're getting, and I believe through the efforts of ADA, Tyner, Carol Pruitt, Juan, and LAN, we're working together to make that happen. So if your project is in here in the future, you'll be able to have what I call a real-time way of looking at everything.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yeah,
By your description, I think you were describing my dog park that's been built by ABM. And there were deficiencies there from the very beginning. And the only time that I took not the only time that I took interest, but really took interest when they sent me a invoice for us to pay for $147,000. Is that right, one?
That's correct, that's correct.
And so I had been out there looking at the project. It didn't seem right to me. I'm not an engineer or construction worker, but I am a common person with common sense, and I know it didn't look right. So I asked Juan Pimentel to go check it out for me, and he did. And he determined that the base was not what it was supposed to be. Even the subcontractor, construction person told him that usually they put 3 inches. He couldn't understand why it was 1 inch. So, and the rebar, and all those deficiencies were there. And that's why I asked Juan to get involved, and he did, and he found all those. So I'm asking, how well qualified is ABM to do this? And all they do is subcontract, because I don't think they have their own people, because they really didn't talk like they knew what they were talking about, okay? So
that's why I'm a big believer in program management, and I'm just sorry that program management wasn't authorized for Hazel Baysmore Park, but if that had happened, you wouldn't have had those issues.
No, well, just also my concern is, Mr. Pimentel is a county engineer. Okay, I have all the confidence on Juan, okay? He's the one that discovered the deficiencies, okay?
Right.
So why don't we just let Juan take care of our county engineering department and the things the projects that are going on, and if he needs to hire 2 more engineers or a project manager, why don't we go ahead and get him that, and then we can alleviate all these middlemen.
Right, so number one, a program management is basically Juan's extension of engineering. But again, your predecessor worked with ABM and Juan and LNV, I believe.
LNV.
LNV?
Yes, ma'am, it was it was Inland Parks project, I just want to make sure, Judge.
It's an inland parks project.
Yes, ma'am.
So your predecessor worked on that project, and so they made those decisions. But what I can tell you is that program management works, and it's working on all of these other projects. Like I said, I'm sorry it wasn't on that one, but your county engineer is intimately involved with all projects that have to do with engineering. But I know that that particular project, when it was brought to Juan's attention, he brought it to my attention, and he is working with LNV to make those corrections. But your answer to your question is, it came in under, your dog park has nothing to do with this. I just want to,
I
I'm
understand
just
that,
saying,
but what
they're
you were
different.
describing, it sounded like you were describing the dog park.
Right, no, but I'm just saying the dog park is not a part of the energy savings contract. It's
Understand
just a
that.
completely different.
I understand that.
And the notion is that you do need oversight to get valued engineering. I'm a big believer, and it costs money to do it.
So am I, and this is why I asked Mr. Pimentel to get involved.
Yeah. Well, and because he's involved, I think that's gonna result in a good result. But I would suggest that you work with LNV and Edward, because unfortunately, that's a project you inherited,
And
right?
Yeah, I understand, and I do, but Edward has been so busy with the COVID thing, okay, that I rely on Mr. Pimentel.
I think it's a good idea.
So, but what I'm saying is, we're paying so much money to all this extra engineering to look over our engineers or whoever's doing the projects, when we could be saving money that we desperately need if we just hired Mr. Juan Pimentel, the engineers and the project
Yeah.
managers that he needs.
So, you know what, it's an interesting, I'll tell you, you probably need about 12 engineers if you're gonna do that. Every governmental body talks about that. The problem is, Juan is just one human being, and he has one other engineer, even though he's about to hopefully hire another one. But there's 111 county properties, and the jail and the courthouse itself would require multiple engineers, plus we use engineering on our islands as well, because we govern dune protection. He doesn't have enough staff
I
to
understand that.
actually even tackle these.
That's why I'm asking that we should consider getting him at least 2 more engineers and 1 project manager.
Well, you know what, I would say bring that up, during budget, but I'm telling you, it's not about, you'd actually have to, probably have a team of people, because what we use is, just, because I'm a member of, a lot of the engineering groups in town, I will tell you that when we went to program management, the civil engineering groups here in town commended the county for doing what we're doing, because engineers themselves recognize that program management is the best way to take care of this. You do need an independent overseer.
I understand that, and I can see that where the engineers would approve all that. But I'm just saying, with the money that we're paying this independent engineering company, maybe we could afford to give Mr. Pimentel the help that he needs. Okay?
I mean, you probably could, but this court decided that it was better to go for program management, because it's not just about the engineers, it's about all of the other types of, for example, a lot of these programs need architects, they need, environmental. We're talking about a real county. I mean,
I
a
understand.
real county, like a real urban county,
I
like,
understand, and what I'm saying is, like, people like ABM had neither, they went out to contract someone else to do what they wanted them to do.
yeah.
So ABM is really just a middleman making money off of us.
Well, and when you get your projects, you'll get to bring to court. That was, Mrs. Vaughn chose them, and quite frankly, I think it was because they, on their own, came in and presented these ideas, and there was design involved, and they came up with the concept and the ideas, and they used an architect, mechanical engineer / architect to present those.
Okay, well, that's fine. And talking to Mr. Wheaton, he told us that he's never seen a design, so.
Well, he created renderings for Mrs. Vaughn, and Mrs. Vaughn brought those renderings. I'm just saying, she made that decision, and this court approved it, so.
All right, thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
Commissioner.
Juan, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
So have we gotten things resolved with, how they're gonna correct those deficiencies at the dog park?
Can I answer?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I haven't met with LNV, but I know you have extended.
Yes, yes, Commissioner, we've set up a meeting with Mr. Wheaton, for sometime tomorrow, and I'll let you know what time we'll be scheduling. We did request a meeting with, Mr. Wheaton, and, hopefully, we can meet tomorrow on this subject.
All right, we'll
For
follow up.
Hazel Baysmore. Yes,
We'll
sir.
follow up then.
Yes,
Thank you,
sir.
Juan. Appreciate what you do.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Yeah. And Juan, just to remind the court, you're a civil engineer.
Yes, yes,
Right.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And so, and you're also our floodplain director.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
your expertise is not electrical engineering.
No.
And it's not mechanical engineering.
No.
Right? And it's not environmental engineering.
No,
Right.
no.
So the thing is that you're not able to really be all things to all projects. And I think
No.
that that's really important because in addition to all of that, you're also fixing toilets and broken cell doors and broken lights.
Yes, ma'am.
And quite frankly, I mean, it's almost just a fairy tale in my mind to think that you could hire two people and do the kind of work that $70 million in the field provide, because that's what it is. It's 40 million from a CO with 20 million worth of roads, and then another 30 million in the field with everything from boilers to parking lots. And I think there has to be a real discussion about how, if you want to run an urban county, sign me up, because I want an urban county. But I think it's a fairy tale to basically say, hire two more people and all your problems are solved.
They're not gonna do the work themselves, Judge. They're gonna oversee the work,
Yeah,
okay? They make sure that the work is done right,
right,
just like land does.
right.
Don't do the work.
I
themselves.
agree. We need more professionals in the engineering, and just so you know, when we start working on drainage, you're gonna find out how important having extra hands is gonna be, because that in and of itself is a huge tackling. But it's not like a department can just be organically raised, you know? That dog park needs to be fixed, and we're glad that you're here, and we're glad that it's gonna get the attention. But it won't be the first issue that we've discovered, or nor the last. And really, what we should do is bring ABM and have them answer for it. Happy to do that.
I can't see how we're gonna give them all these other jobs that they're, have bidded on, if they can't even build a dog park right.
Well, I mean, the truth is that they're gonna do all these, that's why I think it's important what we have going on for the LAN piece of it. They're providing the oversight that needs to be tackled there. And really, they should do it countywide, because that's what they were hired to do.
Who's that?
LAN,
LAM?
they were hired to do that.
Well, I got all the confidence on Mr. Juan Pimentel. He's our county engineer, and I respect his opinions, and I know he's got the best interest of the county on hand.
Right. Well, there was no secret here. I just want to make sure. Juan is apprised of every agenda. He's here. It's not like he didn't know there was not a dog park. It's not like anybody's keeping anything from anybody. Juan is intimately involved with all projects because he must be as the county engineer. So the truth is I don't want you to throw Juan under the bus here,
I'm not
but
throwing him under the
but-
bus. I'm
but,
giving him credit for coming and telling me what deficiencies there were at the county park, where your contractor
Well,
that we had.
and
ABM,
that's something
we're
that
trying to
he
hire
needs, and that's something that he needed to have done earlier, because that's something that our engineer needs to be apprised of.
Like you said, I inherited this project, okay? I didn't come to, when we used the word suspicious, till ABM submitted an invoice for $147,000.
Well, if that was the project,
And I said to myself, I go by there every now and then, and I never see anybody working on that project. So I asked Mr. Pantel. I said, initially he told me he wasn't involved in the project. You know, they had excluded him, okay? So I told him, you're my county engineer, I would like for you to go check on that project and tell me what you find. And he did, he told me the deficiencies.
yeah.
Okay? But that's how I got involved, after they wanted $147,000 payment. Okay? And I just didn't think it was worth that much.
Judge and Commissioners, just to let you know, we during the time of the start of this project, we did make contact with the department head for inland parks, and we did mention to him, to I don't want to say names, but we did mention that we would be willing to go out and look at the job, at the project, at the construction, and we were told that they were taking care of that part of the project, and for that reason, we weren't out there to do the inspections or to look at this project during the construction process. So I just want to let you know, we did, as part of Public Works, I did make that offer to that department, and not that we're throwing anybody underneath the bus here, but, you know, we did make that offer to that department. And not only for this one specifically, but there was another project that Commissioner had also requested for me to be on the job site, and the same
Which is the
thing.
Hilltop.
And that's the same thing. So Judge and Commissioners, you're correct, Judge. We're supposed to be involved. We are required to be involved. However, if the department head requests that we don't need to be there, I mean, and in our due respect to the department head, I mean, I'm not gonna go. I mean, I don't wanna be stepping on anybody's toes either, so, just to let y'all know.
I'm just going to move on. I'm going to move on. There's a lot more to say, but I think that, we'll be able to rectify the situation, and LNV is a fine firm, and I'm certain that they can work with the department head and with you. But all of us have responsibilities, and the minute I found out about it, which was through Commissioner Hernandez's email, I called a meeting, we gathered, and we believe we have a solution, and that's very positive, and it will be a wonderful addition to Hazel Baysmore Park when it's completed. And so I think that it will have a good result, but nobody should pretend like they didn't know about it. And it's all our responsibility, always, to make certain that things get done right. So, as they say, we live and learn, and we're going to take a different approach, and that's all there is to it. So, okay, let me go back. Kyle, we interrupted, perhaps, maybe not. I imagine you were done.
Yeah, yes, Judge, that's, Judge
Okay.
and Commissioners, that's all we had to
All
say
right,
on
and
the
because
5 projects.
because it was just an update, I'm going to move on and ask that we move to number 4, which is an extension of a supplemental agreement between Nueces County Public Health District, Amistad, and Nueces, and it's for Nueces County Community Care Clinic relating to treatment of COVID-19. And you're going to consider the agreement, Commissioners, and then authorize the Health District Director to execute that supplemental agreement.
Is this for?
Tyner.
There's 2 parts here, right?
Correct, 2 parts.
One is the memorial for the drive-through that we use, right? I guess.
I'm going to open this up. Give me 1 second. Yes.
Yeah, we were just given the indication that the agreement with Amistad had expired, and we asked the county attorney to give us a 6-month extension through June.
Yeah.
And the county attorney helped us draft this extension for 6 months. The previous expired towards the end of December, and this is to be paid out of special revenue.
Well, you know, back then I asked if it had expired in December. I was told it had been extended. And here in court too, but, you know, I'm just trying to find out if this is for the clinic, not for the drive-through then.
That's
This is
correct.
Strictly for the clinic.
That's correct.
And so how many patients come through the clinic on a monthly basis? I've asked it a couple of times too, but.
Well, I was, when we were, at the height, we could see,
But I'm saying for the last
50,
3-4 months.
50 a week. Remember, it's not just, they come through, they just operate out of there. So they could do telehealth from there, or they could actually do
And
services.
that's my point, Judge. I'm just thinking maybe if let them, Amistad do it out of their own facility. I mean, I think we'll be saving a lot of money there too. I mean, we're trying to save money, we're trying to find money, we're trying to, but yet we're spending $12,000 a month on a clinic that probably we're seeing maybe, I don't know, 10, 15 a month.
Well, if you save one life, I would say it's probably worth
Well,
it.
it's worth anywhere. I'm not saying it wasn't worth one life. I didn't say that. You did. But I'm just saying, in fact, Judge, if we're trying to find money like we've been doing all day long, trying to find monies and trying to bring in monies, this is one area we can do that.
Right, except for this one's reimbursable.
Hold on, Judge.
There's
Can
reimbursable
you-
here.
Can you just wait? You know, I'm just trying to see, Amistad can probably do all this work at probably Amistad. You know, based on the base, and they were here one time and they said they probably could, unless the numbers got real high. And the numbers haven't gotten real high. So I'm just saying, this is an area that we could save money. It would need money, like, same thing with the ADA, you know, I don't know why we did, you know, why are we using the money for ADA? Because this must be ADA, but Amistad has to be ADA too, you know, and I think that's a good place for ADA. So I'm just thinking again, it's the time to, we're looking to save money, you know, we're trying to get money because we need the money. So I'm just saying that we shouldn't, I don't think we need the clinic. I know we need the drive-through.
I don't know what you mean by the drive-through. Are you talking about Memorial?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not with Amistad, though. That's with Christus.
I know. But
Yeah,
I'm just saying, I know we need the drive-through.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with that
Right.
completely, but I just don't agree with the clinic. I mean, I just don't.
well, I mean, I'm happy to revisit with Dr. Phillips, but I'm gonna tell you that you wouldn't want to stop one operation and start another. We have a variant in our community. Dr. Ramesh Grajuni and Annette Rodriguez spoke about this variant just like maybe 2 days ago. And this variant has a different types of contagiousness. And what you don't want to do is have a lack of health care for people who don't have anywhere to go. Not even, there's not that many even doctors or physicians that want to accept COVID-positive patients in their offices. And so this clinic is operated in a way that serves the entire community and is completely reimbursable. And that's the difference. You talk about looking for money, and I agree, but when it comes to COVID-19, the reason it's a federally declared disaster and the reason that we have the ability to get reimbursement is because it's a disaster and it's human life at stake. So it's not like you get to choose that.
But we still get reimbursed if we use Amistad.
Not necessarily.
Their module, and we contract with them, it still would be reimbursed.
Right, and that would take time. So what I'm saying is I'm happy to investigate that, and we could take that time, but we don't know if that's available. That's just your wish, but we don't know if those tools are available. What we have now needs to be kept in place now. And if there is another opportunity to shift, we can bring that shift. But this is what City County Health believes is in the best interest of the community right now. And that's why it's on the agenda. And if we can shift, I promise you, everybody would be happy to do that. But you can't just say, oh, I think that's the best place. You know, just to get these agreements in place would take a while. They're a federally qualified health center, and to do a legal agreement with the county to use their facility might take quite a bit of, at least would take some time. I mean, it's not like I could just produce it tomorrow.
No, I understand that.
I think that we should approve this and take your advice, and we will speak with Dr. Phillips. But it shouldn't be a litmus test of, are you only doing 5 people or 10 people? To those 5 people, if we save one life with that clinic, whatever money we spent is great.
Judge, I agree with
So
you.
I think the issue is, would they be better served there? I can tell you that right now, they're both a vaccine provider and running their FHQC. And it would shock me if they want to, you know, go ahead and take all the responsibility of providing everything else.
That's why they had the module. That's why, you know, the whole thing in the beginning was because that's why they did.
Right.
That's why they built the module.
But the module doesn't have the space to really do the proper distancing that
By
you
now, the
need.
numbers might be the space. I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm asking. What are the numbers? I mean, by now, the numbers might be the space, might be enough for the space.
Well, for me, it was about the doctors and the people that work
You
there.
got space. If you do 5, you got space.
Right. I hear you, but at any given time, we have 100 cases one day and 50 another, and after spring break, it could completely change. I'm just saying, I think we should approve this, knowing that I hear you and we can investigate it and bring it back to you. But I think it would be a mistake not to have the legal document to protect us at this moment.
Yeah,
And
I agree. We can't just close it down. I agree with that.
So I can bring it back, I think we're gonna meet again in 2 weeks. I can bring it back in 2 weeks with all the information that you're requesting to see if that's a possibility. Are there any questions for anybody, Tyner or Jenny, on this? Thanks for getting this supplemental agreement. Well, I'm going to move that we accept the terms of the supplemental agreement and authorized Annette Rodriguez, the director, to sign on behalf of City County Health.
Is it for what, 6 months or 3 months?
6 months. Well, it's really 3 months now because it's March, April, May, June. It's really 3 months.
That's through June.
So it's just 3 more months.
And we need this to get, to be able to get reimbursed.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, we'll bring more information on what we're going to do in 3 months by next court. Okay, the next item is to receive a report from the auditor, grants administrator, and Haggerty regarding the response reimbursements, speaking of money and reimbursements to date. And we've got, by the way, this is COVID-19, but I think next agenda, Dale, I'll go ahead and put COVID-19 / winter weather, you know what I mean? We'll cover all of them next time. This one is just for COVID-19. Maria?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We do have Caitlin on the line, so I'll defer to her
Great.
at some point. Some of this I'm going to go through really quickly because it's kind of a repeat of what I
Okay.
had already discussed back on February 10th. So just this first slide is going to show you the very first allocation that we received from the Bureau of Justice Assistance. We had $58,000 and $8. $58,000 to reimburse us for some iPads that were used for remote work. The second award that we had received was an actual grant award. This was a little a competitive process. There was about $700,000 available for the Coastal Bend Council of Governments region. We received $637,000 of that. The last report, we had not received a reimbursement from this one yet. We have now received back on March 2nd, we received $453,000 in reimbursements. There's a remaining $183,000 that will be submitted for reimbursement as they are paid, as they clear the general ledger. And that was installation of plexiglass for all of the courtrooms. That was just kind of an ongoing process. So again, we do not seek reimbursement until we actually pay out the expense. So that was kind of that reason for the delay. But again, as the expenses are hitting the ledger, Anna in the auditor's office is working on submitting those financial status reports to the governor's office. And then the last little piece here, we discussed this last time, our CRF allocation, $4.6 million collectively, which was our original allocation plus the transfer of allocations from the city of Corpus Christi. Again, we had already talked about there's 55 total reimbursements that were submitted to TDM. The next slide is kind of going over the same information as last time. Those amounts have not changed. Those are just kind of what was submitted by category. The next slide shows kind of where this has changed since the last time. So some of the reimbursement requests have shifted in the process. Again, there's 7 steps for GMS in the grant management system through TDM that each one of these reimbursement requests have to go through. Again, we are still kind of, you'll see a lot of them are heavy on steps 1 through 3. We are working on that. Actually, Kaylin and I have a phone call at 3 o'clock. Well, as soon as we're done with here, we do have a phone call scheduled to kind of go through the document requests that we've received to try to work through those pretty quickly. So in the next one, this will show you the actual updates since the last time that we met. We have received an additional $308,000 and some change in reimbursements. I just had the judge sign, I believe it was Monday, another $83,000. There was just a little change in the numbers, and TDM has been requesting for us to update those payment requests. So that should be processed and a deposit expected in the next week or so. $1.7 million is pending in labor expenses. those are going to take a little bit more time. TDEM is really drilling down on timesheets and activity logs, and we're working as fast as we can to address those issues. Kaylin can speak more on that kind of when I'm done, if she has anything to add on those. But again, Lulu and Ide in the auditor's office have been great in getting those document requests back to us. We have another $1.5 million pending in various expenses. Again, we have a meeting, our last meeting with TDEM was back on January 28th. They had promised us basically like a 90-day window of trying to get us fully reimbursed. Those are, that timeline is dependent, I do want to say, on our response to the document requests. So again, Kaylin and I have a meeting here in the next, well, whenever we're done here, to go over those document requests and try to get those submitted as soon as possible. And then we will be meeting with TDEM on Friday morning, I believe at 11 or 11:30, to again, see how we can better respond to their request and kind of make the process a little bit faster. That's the last slide on here. I do want to mention, you know, we also, for some reason I did not put it on the slides, but I'll get to the possible next allocation for CRF in a little bit. But we did submit Haggerty, I will say, I will not take any credit for it. Bailey Ann with Haggerty did a great job in producing this huge spreadsheet for vaccination administration, and we did submit a FEMA public assistance application. It is 100%, so there is no match for this. We submitted that application, Bailey submitted that application, really quick turnaround. We gave her the go-ahead on March 2nd. That application was for $4,899,980.80. As of 6:16 this morning, we did move, that project finally moved to obligation. And it is actually showing in our grant management system with TDEM. It does not have a payable assigned to it yet, which basically means, you know, the payment is still being processed, but out of that amount, we will receive 50% upfront. So the county will be expecting in the next, I would say in the next week, $2,450,080.40. So again, that was great work on behalf of Haggerty. They did really quick turnaround on this, and we'll be getting $2.4 million in the next couple of weeks. So Judge, I don't know if you want to talk about what you call CRF 2.0. I know,
Yeah.
again, it's still kind of in, you know, legislation.
Not anymore,
so-
not anymore. And Henry
Okay.
Cuellar got to deliver the final, I guess, passage of the bill. He led the charge on the Hill. Congressman Cuellar is a great friend to South Texas. He's a great friend to this court. And I'm very, very proud that we're going to get the help we need as a state and as a county.
So I do want to say that, so CRF, what the judge calls CRF 2.0, which would be our next big allocation of money for COVID-related expenses. What's great about this is it's not going to go through TDEM. It will be a direct allocation. From what I understand, if everything still, you know, is the way it was passed through the House, was it's going to be a direct allocation to Nueces County from the Treasury. That kind of cuts out TDEM, which has kind of slowed down our reimbursement process. So, and I do believe there's a portion, I believe it's 50% of that. I think it's written in there where 50% has to be deposited in within the county's account in 60 to 90 days. So we're talking, again, you know, reimbursement back to the county. I know there's concern about, you know, the money flowing out. It's going to start flowing back in. It was just a process. But again, you know, CRF 2.0 is going to be kind of even better because we're kind of going to cut out TDEM, which is, again, you know, there's a lot of bureaucratic issues and red tape there. But that's going to be cut out with this next allocation.
And did you send that report in a written form, and I just didn't see it? Could you?
I didn't, but I will.
Would you?
And
just for everybody?
I'll add the information on the FEMA public assistance piece, and I'll send that out to each one of you individually.
Yeah, and anytime you get any updates, because as you can imagine, I get asked quite a bit how that's going, and not anybody, people just want to make sure it's progressing, and I tell them it seems to be. So having that as backup to send to people would be great.
Sure, sure.
Thank you.
Would you mind letting them know that we're getting over $60 million from CRF 2.0 so they won't worry?
Well, I don't know that one yet.
70
I
million.
I need to.
I know, I'm just
no,
going ahead because I
no,
want to come back and say, oops, I'm sorry, I meant 70. I'm just enjoying that moment right now. But we've reiterated this about 10 times. One of the things that we pride ourselves on here in Nueces County is really making sure that we keep our pencils sharp. That's a metaphor for working with the auditor's office, with the grants office, with our state and local federal partners. We have invested thousands and thousands and thousands of man-hours on reimbursements. And so I absolutely want to make sure that you get him the updated information and the advocacy that this county put forth to make sure that counties would get direct allocation is something I am very proud of. And while it was voted on party lines, America needs help, America needs relief, and thank God there were people who were strong enough and courageous enough to say, we're going to help counties and we're going to help cities and we're going to help our great state because we've been carrying the load. So I'm very excited to see that we're going to get this FEMA vaccine. And by the way, the county never before had a disaster recovery management group. So thanks to the leadership of emergency management and this court, we have the tools like other urban counties have. And that's why we got the 2 million. And that's why we got the 5.2 million on CRF 1.0, because we were able to do it. But unlike before where we have to go prove beyond, just not even beyond a reasonable doubt, it's like prove with 150% certainty, this money will come to us as a direct allocation, and then we will provide the same type of scrutiny to make sure that we, provide the government their documentation. But I would like for you to share with me anybody who's concerned, because I want to call them all personally, even if it takes me all week next week. I want to call all of them personally so they won't worry anymore about the nature of taking care of our citizens during a global pandemic. These dollars were expended for their benefit. These dollars will be reimbursed, and our county will be fiscally strong once again.
Since Kaylin was on the line, I wanted to give
Go
her a
ahead,
chance
Kaylin.
to say anything.
Hi, this is Kaylin from Haggerty. I don't have too much to add. I don't want to take too much of anyone's time. But I will say the 1.7 million in personnel costs that were submitted to CRF. I know it's a huge chunk of the money that the county's waiting for. I just kind of want to update you all on the specifics of that. If you'll recall, in our last meeting, we were kind of finalizing, uploading the supporting documentation for TDM to review. We did finish that shortly after when we all met back in early February. And TDM has already gotten back to us a few times with some additional requests for documentation, and we've been able to respond to those really promptly. And then we're looking forward to this Friday meeting, really kind of pressing them as to what else do you need to fully process those requests, and because we're ready to respond as soon as possible. So hopefully we can get those moving, because I know it is a considerable chunk of that reimbursement. That's it.
Okay, Kaylin, so we'll be on that Friday phone call with you. And I just also responded to another email about when are we going to get together with winter weather. So winter weather is definitely next, as they say. But Dale, we will want to create, I think, some sort of a sub-working group, because the dollars we're going to get in a few, could be 2 weeks, it could be 30 days, could be 60 days. At first I heard 60 days, but I'm not exactly sure. 60 is what we heard. And it could come in 2 portions, I'm not sure, but we'll find out. But the point is that the eligibility of lost revenues is going to be on the table. And this is going to be a game changer. So not only are we going to get this county reimbursed for that which we have expended to save lives and prevent the excessiveness of the disease, but most importantly, we're going to be able to work with you to document lost revenue from all areas. And my big question for Haggerty is going to be, will that extend to the insurance? Because we have, we spent a lot of money testing, and we lost a lot of, not a lot, but one was too many. We lost individuals to COVID. I know at least 2 county employees. and our insurance took a big hit. Our self-insured fund cash reserves took a big hit. And so what I'm going to be asking is whether or not the dollars that we're about to receive can help us replenish it in that area. I know other lost revenues will be included, but I'm going to be looking to see, Kaylin, if, because we're self-insured, if those dollars not already reimbursed under some sort of a stop loss with our insurance, whether those can be restored to us. So again, there's no rules of engagement here. We've never done these before, so we're gonna have to really look, but I'm very anxious to work with you so that we can be prepared and ready. If that happens, what's gonna happen, Dale, is do you remember the 4 million that we lost from our cash reserves because of, because of COVID, because of lack of fees and fines and all kinds of other revenue? That's gonna get restored back to us. And so we're not gonna be at 24 or 25 million. We're gonna be back at 29 million in our cash reserves. And that's probably just the beginning of it. So it's gonna be our burden to demonstrate what is acceptable and eligible. And for that, we'll need your help. And I'm actually thinking that as apparently today we're hiring people out the gazoo, I would just say we need to hire a new auditor, auditors, someone in your office just to be dedicated to these dollars. You might even need 2 people. And the other thing that's important is that there is administrative opportunities, right, Maria? In these CRFs, we're allowed to hire people to be able to facilitate this. So it may be a year's job or 2 years' job, but I need you to start thinking about that. What would it take to develop an office that could really handle a dedicated 1 or 2 people just to this? Of course, with your supervision, but you know what I mean, 2 people. Because we're going to be able to use these dollars to pay for those people, but more importantly, at least that's the hope, more importantly, we'll be able to restore the health of our county.
This
Okay.
is Kaylin. We're keeping a close eye on the current relief billing process, and I already have a policy team working on guidance that'll be released shortly after that's passed. And I'll keep an eye on these topics specifically and get their input on how we can assist the county and what would be eligible, what isn't, and what we need to do to achieve that.
Yeah, that's great. And now that you've kind of heard our concerns, not every county self-insured, but we are. And so that's where we took a huge hit there. And so we want to know if that's going to be available. I know the 2 ineligible things is we cannot use this to adjust our tax rate. And I don't believe we can use this to, what was the other big no-no? Not tax rate. Was it personnel, Kaylin? I'm trying to remember.
I don't.
Can't remember. But anyway, there's going to be some big powwows about policy. But I'm going to get to participate in a congressional discussion for South Texas about how it affects counties that really did not get their fair share the first time. And Cameron, Webb, and Nueces were 3 of the 4 counties that were really affected. Hidalgo was able to get their fair share. But we're all meeting this weekend over the phone with our congressional delegation, and that helped us get this through Congress, not only to say thank you, but to try to understand the intent of the bill. So I'll keep you guys posted, and if they allow me to bring a guest, I'll let you come in. Okay. Thanks, Maria.
Okay, thank you.
Keep us posted.
Will do.
Okay. With all the negative news, it's nice to have good news, particularly in the finance column. Okay, where are we headed next? We are headed to item number 8, right? We've already done 7? Yep. We are item number 8, which is always kind of on the agenda. It has to do with overtime pursuant to our county policy for exempt employees during declared disasters. And Dale, what do we have today?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. For this particular item, there's going to be 3 items that we need to consider. The first item is the overtime. You've been provided a list of the overtime. The first page is our winter expense. And the following 2 pages over COVID-19. There is no action required for our winter expense because the first 15 days of our policy requires that we pay the overtime for the exempt employees. This is just showing you the list of what we are going to be paying these individuals for the winter weather event. The items that I need to have you take action on is the page 2, which shows our COVID activity expense, showing the period of time we have for the February the 13th and as well as February 24th to the 9th. And you see the total of each of the activities and the people that did qualify for overtime. So we have a total cost of this expense of $7,598.62. Therefore, I'm requesting permission to process this and pay the overtime for these particular employees for the COVID-related activities.
Motion, and I'll second from Hernandez. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign.
The second item is, this is a required on our personal policy, whether we are to continue to track the overtime for these particular individuals for COVID activities. And since we've finalized the first 15 days of the winter expense, I don't believe there will be any more for the winter-related expense. However, I'm requesting permission to continue to track the expenses for these particular employees for any activities for both events.
Moved.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Thanks, Dale.
The final event for this activity is I've been requested by a few of the employees that they believe their overtime has not been allocated correctly by the expenses. So we're going to do an audit of several employees to verify that the activity is right. We've noticed that several of the employees at the beginning did not submit activity reports on the very time, and they're now submitting them now. So my question to the court is, do we process these activity reports as being to be processed for payment? And if we do, this could be because the delay in receiving the information. This may not be a reimbursable expense, but I'll do what the court asked me to do. We'll definitely make sure we've paid the proper amount, and if there is time that they have accrued because of either failing to submit the reports or we're not receiving the reports, I just need direction from the court what activity y'all want me to do. You want me to go ahead and process this and submit it for payment, or do we want to just bring you this information and continue?
And tell me what it.
So,
We've had several employees that believe that they've been underpaid on overtime for their activity reports. We're
gonna do an
We're going to do an audit on several employees to verify that the information that we have is accurate and the information we paid is correct. However, in their submission, we've noticed that there's several of their job labor reports that were not submitted until now.
okay. And so your question to us is, what do you want us to do? And do you want us to tell you to get it?
We're going to make sure that what we paid them is accurate. And if we find that because of the late submission of the report, they may accrue more overtime. If they do accrue more overtime, do we pay them that overtime, or is it something that because of the lateness of the reports?
So I would say that if you audit and you find that it's owed and it was within a time period that was already approved, it should be paid. If you want to bring it back to us so that we can have awareness, I think that's a good idea before you pay it.
I would do that. The only question is some of this is going back to November and December of last year.
Yeah.
And some of this, because we've already reached all of our reimbursement requests through TDM on this item, this may not be a reimbursable item.
So, so CRF 2.0 is, did we lose Kalen? Yeah. I will double check, but CRF 2.0 is going to allow us to go back. So, from the disaster declaration. So I feel good about that. And I will tell you that I've issued, kind of an all-call that everybody work very hard to get their personnel documentation to you as accurately as they can.
Could we just bring it back, and that way we could also even have a little discussion of the CR2, because I don't know anything about this thing.
Yes, you do.
Well, no, I
Come on now.
I don't know what it's all included and what it does, and, I'd like to hear more about
I
it.
think you just made my day.
No, I know, so I'm like, doing
Come
something on
on.
which you'll get to talk more about, Judge. So maybe at the next, we could do that,
You know what? I would be delighted.
I know you would.
You have no idea how delighted I will be. Absolutely. Good idea. Let's
to
do
make you
that.
delighted.
Let's do that. Let's do it.
Well, either way, we're gonna do the review, and we'll bring any information back to you showing you the differences between what has been paid and what's not been paid, and then the determination from the court of what to proceed.
Yeah, okay.
Kind of how the new bill would
Right,
help
you
us
bet.
with that, and help
You
us
bet.
with some of the other stuff that are concerned, meaning we weren't sure we were gonna get reimbursed. It sounds like some of this now be, so I think it would be great, Dale, if you could present that, or
Yeah.
whoever could print from the legal standpoint and the accounting standpoint, and the judge can be delighted and talk also, well, that's great. I mean, it's a good, I mean, I agree, it's a good stuff to talk about, so, because
So do you want to just authorize him to do the audit and bring us back what he finds?
if that's
Okay, how about a motion?
So moved.
A motion and a second, and go ahead, Commissioner.
I think
Did you have a,
he's
oh, well,
making-
he was seconding.
making
I'm
second,
sorry.
yeah.
He can be the second. And then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that way, Dale, it gives you the ability to go do what you need to do, bring it back. And then, like I said, most likely it's gonna be in that course of time period where it was, I'm not aware, do you know if we've ever not approved a 2-week period?
No.
Right, so it's gonna be in there. The question is it reimbursable?
That's the only question, and then, because of the amount of time we're talking about, I will have to bring in additional staff.
Yeah, no, listen, everyone, this money is gonna be, as they say, more money, more problems, right? This money is awesome, but it's gonna create a lot more work for us than we normally, and we're already way staffed, understaffed. So we know, and we'll have to work with you to get you what you need.
Currently, the 3 temporary employees helping me with an additional on my staff, so, with this additional audit, there may be a need for more.
I would be happy, why don't you just go ahead and start thinking about it, because it's gonna be a lot of extra work. And we'll start to make those considerations.
Okay.
I think that's smart. And, okay, so I think that's a good plan, but I do think people need to submit their overtime, and I've told our staff that 100 times. They are so afraid of doing it, and I want this court to know that. And I don't want people to be afraid that work hard and know their value. I want people to know that if they work hard in a disaster on top of their other job, that it matters and that we will pay people for their work. And the other thing is that because everyone is stretched so thin, we are making, you heard Melissa say it, but I'm not sure it actually translated till this moment. And that is, we're bringing in new fresh legs, new fresh teams, so that department heads can go back to being department heads and keep loving what they do. People like you, Michael, we want you back full-time, and you're amazing in the registration line. I'll just tell you, you're great at it. But you need to be a purchasing department head. And that's where but unfortunately, we didn't have those abilities. So these dollars will help us get the people and the personnel we need to continue to do the good work. They're still gonna have to probably call you for things, but it's gonna be a very different feel, and the same thing for Dale, and so on. So I'm looking forward to somewhat a return to our department head normalcy, but it's gonna require a lot more staff. But there'll be a mix of temporary and professionals that are kind of like emergency management professionals. So, okay, great. Well, then, in that case, Dale, you're good.
Yes.
And then Juan, we tackled, no, we haven't yet. We'll tackle yours next. And the first is the city interlocal, and it's drainage in the London area. Go ahead.
Judge, Commissioners, Public Works is recommending the approval of the interlocal agreement with the city regarding the transfer, assignment, and conveyance of the drainage easement and right-of-way in the London area. This is a project that was that was done a few months ago. It was to do some improvements for the London area, and we came in and recommended the project, and now we're conveying that easement to the city. Once we convey the easement to the city, then they'll go to council to get that approved. So to get it approved. So we're recommending.
You're recommending this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Commissioner Chesney, would you want to make this?
This is the one I abstained on, but.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
It's not I don't know if I need to do on this one, but I may just so I'll let y'all make the motion. I mean, this is Juan's project, but.
Okay, I just thought since it was your area,
I know, and
does anyone have, want to make a motion?
It's fine.
No, I'm telling you, I don't want to.
Do what?
I was gonna say,
I was
you,
saying, I don't
I
wanna
didn't
make
know
the
if you were
motion.
serious.
No, I'm-
Okay, so I'll motion, and then the second, Commissioner Modis. Is that okay? And then, so all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, that's great.
Abstain.
And then one abstention for the clerk. No, it's three of us.
Oh, three.
That's all right. It's all right. New math.
Long day.
We're still on Borchard math. Count to three. That's what he would always say. Okay, the next one is a supplemental agreement for Nueces County and Hanson, and this is something we do every year. I asked you a little bit about it last week, and tell us more.
Yes, ma'am. Hanson assists us with preparing all the TCEQ documents for the stormwater, the discharge permit, and also the other general permits that we have, the MS4. We're recommending the 1-year extension for Hanson on this project.
Okay, and so it's recommended, and,
Yes, yes,
and
ma'am.
is any?
And then
it's
this
got a
comes out
motion.
of our.
The
our
funding
normal
source,
fund. It's
the normal
Yes, ma'am.
road and bridge.
Yes, ma'am. It's road and bridge, and then there's one other funding source.
Okay.
So moved.
All right, I've got a motion, and anyone do a second? Second, and then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, great, and then,
Thank you, Judge.
no,
Commissioner.
thank you for that. Approve the budget change order is next. It's number 9 in your books, under C1.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're submitting the budget change order number 9 for your submission for our current fiscal year 2021. There's several items that I just wanted to bring up to your knowledge. That is Department 1570, our building superintendent, is requiring more supplies. However, supplies are necessary for tools and other expenses required for the Agua Dulce building out in that area. For the 105th District Court, they have an employee on leave and are required to do some more temporary staff to cover this office. So that's items that we're going to go and get approved. For our JP 22, this is additional supplies are needed because they had one of their book cabinets that had gotten broken and disabled, so they had to purchase a more sturdier one to help them, and they also need more supplies for pencils and also stamps to run the office. Our jail 3720 is because of also the repairs that they've been going through the kitchen area, that they need additional costs there. These are the items we have for your submission for budget change order number 9. The funds in the other areas that are covered that covers these costs are available for these requests, and submit this for your approval.
Okay, are there any questions for Dale in this budget? Change order? Okay, I've got a motion. How about a second?
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Post same sign. Okay, the next item is Human Resources. Julie is back on. And so,
Judge, if it would be all right, I would ask that the court postpone this and allow me to bring it back during the budget process.
you bet.
So moved.
Okay.
Motion to table.
Motion to table from Commissioner Chesney.
Second.
Second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And I would just ask Julie, please work with the county attorney. Everything that we heard this morning applies to her office as well. And so it's not just, if you would please extend that hand. And some of the things that we talked about last year, I'm certain that she would appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
That's great. And I just want to say that the next item is executive session. I'm going to read all the magic language, but on our, did I miss something for the sheriff? Or are you just, let me see, I want to make sure. Okay, I didn't know if the sheriff, you needed to visit with us or not, but I guess it was just just taking care of, just being a good sheriff and just taking care of the court. Okay. And also Jeff Barton, I just want you to know that I appreciate you being on also. And the agenda items that Blakely Fernandez and Dr. Perriman addressed, the court was very appreciative, and we will be visiting with you probably tomorrow to get you up to speed. So thanks for being a part of it, or if it's Sarah Boza, not sure who's monitoring for Jeff, but thanks for being on today for a resource in case we needed you. At this time, I'm giving a notice that we're going to go into executive session by provision of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Government Code. And it will be publicly announced, as I am the presiding officer, that this is that we do so with authority of the Government Code, Sections 551071, 72, 73, 4, 5, 6, 86, and 87. We're going to hold executive session to consult with our lawyer and our county attorneys that are here with us regarding matters of litigation, real property, personnel, termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and economic development negotiations, and any other matter that we've listed and posted that may be discussed in executive session. And upon completion, we'll come back into open session. We'll take any action as appropriately needed on items discussed in our executive session, and the time is 3:23 p.m. And I'd ask all of those that are not county attorney or commissioners to excuse yourselves, and we'll call you back. We're going to stay here for the purpose of executive session. And if you would turn the mics off. Good afternoon, everybody. It's 4:47 p.m. and we are back on the record, having come out of executive session as a commission. And we actually, let me look here. We really don't have any action to take at this time. So after good consultation, we do not. However, I'm going to need to recess at this time, and we will be back on the record at 10:30 a.m. 10:30 a.m. tomorrow for a few final housekeeping items and also adjournment in memory. It will be very brief. I would imagine a plan for no more than 30 minutes, and that's me exaggerating, okay? But for the clerk, we would ask that you be present, and Belinda, if you would inform court administrator. Connie's going to inform Swaggett. What was the time again? 10:30 a.m. So we're recessing right now, and I'll make the recess at 4:48 p.m. Thank you. We're recessed until tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Appreciate you. Okay, we can hear everybody, so we will gavel in. And let me look at the.
And Judge, this is Tyner. Can I ask you to please reopen public comment?
Of course.
Just in case?
Of course.
And I have signed up.
Okay, absolutely, I will. For starters, let me gavel us in and let everybody know that this is a continuation, not a new meeting, but a continuation of yesterday's meeting where we recessed. And at this time, I would like to open up public comment and ask Tyner to both check the hallways and the courtroom. If there is anyone that needs to make public comment as we begin the second day of our March 10th, 2021 meeting. Hearing none from the gallery, I'll call upon the only person who signed in, which is Tyner Little.
Thank you, and good morning.
Good morning.
I just wanted to let the court know that we have gotten a recommendation to implement an outdoor burn prohibition. Things have gotten a little bit dry, and I just wanted to let y'all know that we're putting that on the Commissioners Court meeting for March 17th. Next week, we are going to recommend to the court to implement an outdoor burn prohibition. Just wanted to let you know.
Appreciate that, Tyner. And now, at the conclusion, right before we recessed, we had concluded our executive session. And at this time, I wondered if there might be a motion to reconsider, and let me get you the 3A1, the court voted on a resolution, and it was brought to our attention that there was a potential omission of a couple of words that we thought were important. And as those omissions became more clear, we decided to also clarify another point. And so I'd like to have the county attorney identify the 3 items that we are going to clarify. And then perhaps there would be a motion to reconsider the resolution, and I'll hear that at that time. Ms. Dorsey?
First off, as far as those leaders in the courthouse who would determine what happened behind the public
Yes.
interaction. We've added department heads to people as, we've added to department heads the idea that elected officials who head departments would also be able to make those decisions.
Excellent. And that's, I think, under
That is 1A.
1A. Okay, thank you.
Also, we've added the idea that any who have health or safety concerns with wearing the face mask would contact their supervisors and have that availability.
Addressed,
Yes.
okay. Excellent.
And the third one, what's the third one? All of 2. All of 2 is added to where the exceptions to the mandate for
Great.
the wearing of the mask.
And it was my understanding from the county attorney that these were also in, what we would consider our previous orders, and this comports with everything that we've always had in place. These exceptions are, with regards to children younger than 10, when you're eating or drinking, if you have any disability, all the good exceptions, as they say, that provide for both medical considerations and any disabilities. So with that, are there any questions from the commissioners before I ask for the motion? Yes, sir?
Quick question, and I couldn't hear the last one very well, and it may have covered it, and I haven't seen it. I think the thing that we were talking about yesterday was if people are sitting in a space like we have.
Commissioner, you got muted there.
Oh,
There you go.
can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. So the question was regarding, we talked about if we were all in like a plexiglass area with no one around us, does that, that people didn't have to wear a mask in that circumstance, kind of like what we are sitting in now or what you are sitting in now, is that covered in the new language?
So it might be covered under the county attorney. I might ask her, what do you think about 2.7? Any person while giving a speech for a broadcast or to an audience?
There's that, and then there's also, if you go back to 1A, the face coverings will be at the discretion of the county department head or the elected.
I can
Right.
barely hear Jenny, I'm sorry.
Okay, she's giving you multiple opportunities to consider. It's number 1A for the document, and let's get that email to Commissioner Chesney. And also 2.7.
As long as it.
I mean, it
everyone
doesn't
feels
cite
good.
plexiglass, but it does cite things that make sense for the surroundings that we're in.
Okay. As long as it's pretty clear that if someone's sitting in a plexiglass area or off by themselves or whatever, in their office, places like that they don't have to sit in their office with one on, that kind of thing, if they're away from people.
Yeah, I think that it's really about common areas. That's really where we're focusing on here, where you cannot social distance, right?
Well, I think what you're talking about falls squarely within, yes, in the places other than common areas, when you have decisions to be made by the elected or the department head.
Exactly. Is that clear, Brent? Could you hear her?
Yes, yes. As long as, like I said, that's all we're trying to put on as we say, the legislative intent, that if someone's sitting in their office, if the judge is in her office by herself, then certainly she doesn't need to wear a mask, or I am, or any other person in the entire county. I just want to make sure that everybody's clear. They don't have to sit in their office and wear a mask if no one's around them.
I feel like it's good.
Okay.
Judge,
All right.
this is Julie Guerra.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. So how about common areas when employees are walking through the atrium and into different departments to handle business?
Yes, they need to wear a mask.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Wear one.
Yes. And,
I just want to
oh,
clarify
sure.
that.
And
Thank
we'll,
you.
and, we're gonna, we will always revisit an order, if we find that there is a, something that is causing a situation that's not in keeping with what the spirit of the order is. So you let us know if there's something going on that doesn't comport here with, the spirit of the order. We're just trying to keep everybody safe.
And we did include that date of May 19th
Oh, good.
for an automatic revisit.
That's, okay. May 19th is our revisit date.
What's wrong with the order we have now? I mean, you've been doing good.
You mean the order that we did yesterday?
You know, the order we've been on all this time, you know. we've been
Oh,
doing
well,
pretty
the one
good.
that we had all this time conflicted with the governor's order, and so we're not able to use that order. We had to do a new order.
Okay.
In other words, the governor's order supersedes our order. So his order is no masks at all. And so without this new order, there would be no mask order in the courthouse. So we need to implement this proactively, which he allows us to do in his order. Does that make sense?
Well,
No? Yes?
I just want to make
I
clear,
know in Austin,
Judge, this is Julie.
Hold on, Julie. Hold on,
Okay.
Julie. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I know in Austin they did it, you know, as of yesterday, they filed they filed a lawsuit against Austin, but they lost the lawsuit because, you know, they allowed Austin to do what they wanted to do for the safety. So I don't know, I just think we can back it up for our safety, the people's safety. I think we need to look at that too, so. I don't know if we get in trouble or not, but
Oh, you can get into trouble real easily, but I'm not sure I actually heard your suggestion, and I'm sorry, we're adjusting the volume. I'm just trying to, we're gonna adjust the volume to see if we can you repeat again what you thought the action should be and just limit it to that? I heard that you said something regarding safety, and I'm gonna ask you all to help me.
You said Austin. I think he was referring to the Austin model that they have. It's a little bit more restrictive than what most of the state is doing. I think that's probably maybe what the commissioner is talking about.
Yeah, I don't know, I have not seen the Austin model.
Would be in violation, the requirement?
Would we be in violation if we did, would require masks for anybody else outside our courthouse? Yes, we would, in my
Oh,
opinion.
yeah, no, I'm not talking, I'm just talking about our buildings, I'm talking operational buildings. Like any private company can do whatever they want to, and you should require the mask, you know? So, we can't do what, say, for HEB does it. Okay, why are we separate from HEB, you know?
Why are we different than HEB? Well, HEB is allowing
Yeah,
their,
because we can't, I'm sorry?
were you saying HEB?
Yeah, I'm just saying other private businesses, they're still requiring the mask to be worn by the employees, you know, and some even for the visitors, you know, and some are not requiring the visitors, but only the employees. I mean, they're doing things on their own to protect the safety of the people. So I think if we require that our employees continue to wear masks like we have been doing before, you know, it doesn't cause a problem, it doesn't cause anything. We haven't had any issues, and, you know.
Right,
and
that,
visitors in the common areas can wear them too.
right,
You know, in the
no.
common areas.
Right, no, I understand. Let me backtrack. Now I understand what you're saying. So this mask order is exactly the mask order that we had previously. Let me double check. I've got the, yes, this mask order isn't different. What happened yesterday is that we omitted the elected official piece of it. So inside a particular office, like let's say a judge's office, they could control their perimeter, so to speak, inside the courtroom, which, by the way, might even be stricter than ours because they're under their own judiciary rules. But I want you to know the order that we have before us is as strict as we've always had it. It's not more lenient. It just, we had some paragraphs that the exceptions were omitted, but they're the same exceptions that we had before regarding children and medical disabilities.
Can I just rescind the motion, Judge, to include whatever the county attorney wants to put in there?
Yeah, yes, you would like the motion
Can we
to,
do that? So can I rescind my motion? to
yes,
include whatever the
absolutely.
county attorney thinks
Or I would,
we
yeah,
need
would
to have
just,
in there, then-
a motion to reconsider, right? Can you just make the motion to reconsider?
I rescind my motion if I have to, but, just add those words that she wants to put in there, and then
Yes.
there'll be a new motion.
That's, okay. I think we're getting a little bit of clarity that there has to be, first we have to rescind the motion, right? And so let's get a motion to reconsider.
Right.
Is that correct? I'm looking for some guidance.
Okay, I think probably safest bet is to rescind the order that was
And then
signed
reconsider.
and reconsider it today with this new order.
Got it. Okay, so we'll take your motion to rescind and I'll second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
And now a motion, and now is there a motion to reconsider this new order? I'll say so moved.
Now, the motion will be, oh, yeah, okay. Right.
It-
The new motion will be to include whatever the county attorney needs to include in there.
Exactly. And I've got a second now. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, wonderful.
Aye.
And now what we'll do is we'll sign and execute. We'll get this posted and put it on our website. And again, if there are any questions, we'll refer them to the county attorney. Thank you. Tyner?
Judge, may I get the permission of Commissioner Chesney and Commissioner Gonzalez for the clerk to indicate an aye and remote so it will show on the new order that you voted in favor of it, and that way we can go ahead and get it filed with the clerk.
Can you not hear me? I did that. Can you not hear me?
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Chesney. Commissioner Gonzalez, may the clerk enter your vote on your signature line as well.
Okay.
Yeah, Brent, we got it recorded. It was just for the signature line.
I'm sorry.
No-
I got
no
you. I
worries.
mean, I can come in there and sign it today if someone needs me to sign it. Whatever,
we
whatever you
always-
need to do.
We're happy to have that too. We'll come on in and, we'll let the clerk contact you or Tyner contact you about the timing. Okay, everybody, that is all the business that we have today, and so I'm going to ask for adjournments in memory and ask if Commissioner Hernandez has any today for us.
No, I don't think.
Commissioner Matis?
Yes, I do, Judge, and I'm sure Commissioner Gonzalez might share the same one, so I'm just going to mention, Commissioner, are you going to talk about Constable Caceres? I don't know if he's on.
He was on my list too, John. Just you
Okay.
can do it though.
Okay. Well, the first one I have is a retired Deputy Pete Hinojosa. He's formerly with the Nueces County Sheriff's Office, and also he was formerly with the Constable Precinct 5 office there in Robstown. Also want to recognize the passing of Nancy Vasquez with the firm Linebarger. She passed unexpectedly, I believe, a week or two ago. Very sad. She was a good friend of my cousin who I just lost back in January, and that was the last time I saw her. And just a really sad time. And she would have deep roots here in Corpus Christi, and just a lot of people just saddened by her passing. And so my thoughts and prayers are with her and her family. And then, of course, former constable for Precinct 1 and CCPD officer Rudy Caceres. Rudy was here at the courthouse for many years, and then when he retired, Constable Cisneros took over. But Rudy was just a really great guy, always nice. Scared me when I first met him because he's just that real kind of gruff CCPD officer that he was, but just a good man, a good public servant, and so just my thoughts and prayers also with the passing of him.
Commissioner Chesney, do you have any buddy to honor today, an adjournment in memory?
No,
of?
I don't have anything.
I do. Oh, I do, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please
Mike,
proceed.
Okay. I did want to also pay respects to Pete Hinojosa that Commissioner Mott has talked about, and certainly former Nueces County Precinct 1 Constable Rudy Caceres, who also passed away. Pastor Stephen Hartwick from First Baptist it was posted, he is now singing with Jesus. I want to pass our condolences on to the Hartwick family. Many of you who have, I know most of you have lived here for many, many years, remember Carl Arnold from Hamlin Pharmacy. Carl was a legend in his field, and he passed away recently, and he will be certainly missed by everyone in South Texas who ever frequented Hamlin Pharmacy. Also, Karen Kelly LaBarbera, who is the mother of Brooks Kieschnick. For those of you who remember Brooks, who lived here for many, many years, grew up here in Corpus Christi. His mother passed away after a courageous battle with cancer. Mrs. Halleck, Tommy Halleck's mother, passed away recently. Hallecks have lived here in Corpus Christi for many, many, many years. Also, Nancy Pritchard, the mother of Lindsay Adami, passed away recently. So condolences to their family. And of course, I wanted to save this one for last. The father of Judge Tim McCoy, who was also the mayor of Victoria, Raleigh McCoy, died unexpectedly Friday evening, and condolences certainly to Judge McCoy and their family. And that's all that I have, Judge.
Thank you. And Judge Gonzalez, Commissioner Gonzalez, you did not have any.
Well, I'll do one when the next meeting. I want to do Cáceres, but I know Chesney did it, but I want to redo Cáceres at the next meeting.
We'll make that happen next meeting. And I also want to echo on behalf of all of Commissioners Court our sadness and the deepest condolences to the McCoy family. I did want to let you know he was incredibly touched by your gesture, Tyner, to alert me about Judge Zeller, my counterpart in Victoria, who asked the governor to fly the county flags at half-staff. And when you sent me that email and we said, absolutely, let's move forward and get that done, I alerted the McCoy family later that evening because I thought they would want to know. And they were just so touched. So I said that the credit goes to Judge Zeller, but I was so glad that we were able to emulate that beautiful gesture that we give to Texas public servants. Thank you for that, Tyner.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Well, with that, we always close with remembering all those that we have lost to COVID-19, and the number just keeps increasing. Even though we keep doing better with hospitalizations, including ICU stays, unfortunately, the deaths don't stop. And so as we approach our one-year anniversary of the declaration of the disaster that we've come to know as the pandemic, COVID-19, in our state, our county mourns the loss of over 725 people. And we will be dedicating and rededicating ourselves in 2021 to doing everything possible to stop this insidious disease. And I just want to adjourn in the memory of all those souls that lived amongst us here in Nueces County that have passed on due to this illness. And with that, we are concluding. Let me see, the time is 10:55. We were pretty accurate about the 30 minutes, and we thank you very much for the time that you gave us today to continue the work and finish court. 10:55 p.m. We are adjourned. A.M. Sorry.